Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody.
I don't know if I'm in the right key still. Wait, let me work this out.
Are we in E minor? No, probably not. We're actually probably in C minor.
No, or G?
Are we in C minor? Is this the right key? Is this the right key? Is this the right key? Are we in C minor? Motherfucker, motherfucker.
Let's get some fucking bass guitar. See now, when I play bass, I think we're in G minor. down instead. Why they make this so confusing? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I should have set that to 4 bars. We need some vocals. What should the vocals be about?
What should the vocals be about? What should the vocals be about? What should the vocals be about? What should the vocals be about?
We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans and toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans and toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans and toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans and toast. Why do I keep saying beans and toast? Hang on. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. Gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. 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 We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas, we got the gas, we got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas, we got the gas, we got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas, we got the gas, we got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas, we got the gas, we got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas, we got the gas, we got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas, we got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas, we got the gas, we got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas, we got the gas, we got the gas from beans on toast. We got the gas. 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 Yeah. We got the gas. We got the gas. We got the gas from beans on toast, baby. All right. That was a good one. I like that. Oh. Right, let's sort out these mic levels. Get a bit of lo-fi going. Oh, I'm worn out. I'm worn out from all that gas. Oh. Nice to see you again, anyway. Let's switch off the water pedal. You know what? I'm gonna take the battery out. Because you know what? Even though I switch it off, I still think that it drains the battery even when you switch it off. Like, I'm not even convinced at this point that switching it off even works, because it still drains the battery. Oh. Anyway, it's nice to be back. I haven't been on YouTube in a few weeks. I haven't been on Twitch in a couple of weeks. But I haven't been on YouTube for like 3 weekends in a row. Oh, now I've sat down. Brooklyn wants a piece of the action. He's already coming up to me. Yeah, basically, what happened was, well, I wasn't on YouTube for a start for the first week because, come on then, Brooklyn, come on. He wants to get on my lap. There we go. You want to say hello to people? Yeah, oh, we can just about see his face. There we go. Hello. Yeah, I wasn't on YouTube for the first week because they decided to do a copyright strike on my channel because I played a Jubilee video on stream. This is the beer I'm drinking, by the way.
Jubilee decided to nuke the stream, and then I got a full-on strike on my channel. Ooh, this one's called Dance Rave Dance. Got a pretty cool can. Ooh. Yeah, YouTube decided to nuke my stream, and then they gave me a full-on strike on my channel this time. Which is ironic because I think Jubilee's whole business model is make money out of people reacting to our videos, and then that brings more attention to our channel, and then we get more views. Because of the conversation that everything generates. Oh, this is the one that I had before that. I've been doing a bit of pre-drinking, sorry. These are this month's Beer 52. But yeah, I got a strike on my channel. But like, to be fair, YouTube does kind of like warn you. And like, it did give me warnings. And I just decided to carry on anyway, because I really wanted to watch that bit where the trans guy like absolutely shits on Ben Shapiro. I was like, fuck you, I'm gonna carry on watching this video, I'm having too much of a good time. Sorry, this is a bit loud, isn't it? I was like, fuck you, I'm having too much of a good time, and I just carried on watching it, and then even though YouTube had warned me if I carried on watching it then I'd get a strike, I carried on anyway. But it is a bit stupid. Yeah. Yeah, and then the week after that, obviously Trump got elected the week after that, and I don't know, it was a very like sort of heavy week, wasn't it? It was heavy, and I feel like everybody had, you know, hot takes that were maybe a little bit too, some of the hot takes were maybe a little bit too quick out of the gate. Like, in those situations, I think you have to kind of like sit back a little bit and kind of like consider what you really think happened. And, you know, like, there were so many people like, oh yeah, I know why it happened. I know why it happened. Like, Kamala should have done this and this and this and this. And like, come on, like, if you're really being honest, like, none of us knew for sure what was going to happen before it happened. So coming out afterwards being like, I knew it was going to happen, it was because of this. It's like, you didn't know it was going to happen. None of us knew what was going to happen. The people doing the fucking polls didn't know what was going to happen. None of us fucking knew. I think now that it has happened, we can do a sort of like post-mortem and we can chat about it. But yeah, so I just thought like that first week I didn't want to like come, you know, crashing onto stream and sort of being like, ah, because I was just like, no, I don't want to join in with that. I feel like I've like gathered my thoughts about it now. Did I hear Trump got shot? What? It was an undeniably crap campaign. Yeah, it was. Yeah, like no one could argue that they had a crap campaign. Like, it started out with basically the Democrats trying to gaslight people into thinking that Biden wasn't senile when he just like obviously was. And then they were like, oh no, but he is senile, so we're gonna do Kamala instead. And I think they kind of like fucked it up a little bit from the start because of that. And I think they were just basically relying on the fact that they weren't Trump, but it just wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough in the end. Yeah, maybe they should have had a primary. Maybe there wasn't time. Like, maybe that would have distracted too much from the campaign if they did a primary. I don't know. Um, but anyway, I didn't want to jump straight into a stream like straight after it had happened. I have had a few thoughts about it now, which I feel are more like thought out, and more level headed about the whole thing. And then I didn't stream the week after that because I got a freaking cold. My immune system has been failing me recently. And also I've just been like hormonally like feeling shit, and then and now now I think my period's on its way, so that makes sense. I fucking hate having a hormonal cycle. It really sucks. Like, why can't my womb just do its own little thing on its own, just isolated, and that not affect my brain? Why does it have to affect my brain? Why does it have to like spend a week every month just telling me I'm shit and I'm not good at anything? Why can't you just like have a period and then that's it? And you can leave this brain thing alone. Just do your shit down there, please. In the lower half of the body. Do not mess with this half of the body. Do not mess with this, please. Yeah. um, I've already tried to stop my periods with fucking IUDs and the pill. It makes you even worse. Like I used to be able to when I was younger. I used to be able to take contraception and be absolutely fine and have no side effects. But as you get older, um, like hormones like start affecting you differently as you get older. They absolutely do, and they affect me differently to how they did when I was younger. I just can't. I can't take them anymore. Nexplanon. I've not heard of that. But yeah, anyway, we're going to talk a little bit about Trump and shit later anyway. I've got Groove Session. Book it. Groove Session. It's a very 70s themed can. Yeah, I was on the what's it called? Progesterone only pill. Like there's the combined pill and then there's the progesterone only one, and I was like on that for a while and that fucked me up, and then I was on an IUD for a while and that fucked me up. So I just thought, you know what? I will be on nothing and I will have periods and I will just feel shit. You know, one week of the month maybe instead of the entire time. Ooh. Yeah, baby. Progesterone fucks with some trans girls too. Is that like is that one of the hormones that you take when you're transitioning? God, I can imagine like having to take hormones if you're transitioning must be fucking so shit for some people. I can't even imagine. Like I'm lucky that I don't even like have to take them. Yeah. I just turned it and you're talking about what, progesterone, yeah. Love a bit of progesterone. No, I'm not trans, no. It was just for contraception and, well, to see if it would make my periods a bit better. It's a supplement channel now. Yeah, it's very much dependent on the person. Like some people can take contraceptive and be like absolutely fine with it. I used to be able to do that when I was like a teenager in my early 20s. I could take the pill no problem. Didn't affect me at all. And now, nope. Just problems all around. Yeah, what else? What else do I need to chat about? What else have I been up to? Other than not streaming. Researching my video. Yeah, I'm building up my Miro board. It's being built up. I'm like, I don't know. I keep convincing myself that like it's a subject that like no one's interested in. But like, I don't know. It is genuinely a really interesting subject, and I guess part of my job is selling how interesting it is because it is genuinely interesting. It's the whole like Lucy Letby case. Because it's not just a video about here's the evidence for and here's the evidence against. It's about like science and statistics and logical fallacies and psychology and the search for truth. Like, there's so many things in it that are so interesting, and I guess it's my sort of job to like sell that. Yeah, but at the same time I'm also like, no one's gonna be interested in this. Why am I even doing this? I don't know, but I guess that's always the case. Like, whenever I do any video, I literally always convince myself that nobody's gonna be interested. And it's just me. It's just me who's interested in this random thing, and nobody else will be interested in it. It's like really interesting nerdy shit. Yeah, it's like it's like what's interesting is like the way that you get experts that sort of they become experts in their own fields, whether those fields are like in the arts or in like literature or in like sciences. And where the problem comes from is like these experts in their own fields, they just like, they end up with tunnel vision in their own fields, and they just don't know how to communicate with each other anymore. And like in this case, it's lawyers who become like, they have entire careers where they become experts in the world of law. You know, they learn about the sort of nuances of law and what's classed as like technically legal and not legal based on what the law says and how to like decipher that. But then you have people in the sciences who know how medical tests are carried out. And then you have people in statistics who know that like you can't just see a correlation and be like, oh well, that means causation, because the people in statistics know that correlation doesn't mean causation, but the people in the other disciplines are like convinced that whenever they see a correlation it means a causation. So like the statisticians are trying to shout at everybody else, being like, no, that doesn't mean that caused that. But then the people in the other fields are like, oh, but it does, because this and this and this, because of things in my own field that I know. And like, they don't know how to like communicate with each other. I was reading up about that today. And it was like, it's relevant to like what happened during COVID as well. Because like you'll have a lot of politicians who were, it's not like they're uneducated, because they like, a lot of them went to Eton and shit. Like, they're educated people. But when the scientists were trying to tell them what the fuck was going on during COVID, they just didn't understand it. And like the biggest example of that was Boris Johnson, who was our prime minister during COVID, and the way that like scientists were trying to tell him what were happening. And Boris Johnson just didn't fucking understand a single thing that they were saying. But Boris Johnson was not educated. Like, he had a very good education. He's obviously a very educated guy, but he was not educated in the fields of science. So he didn't understand what the scientists were trying to tell him. And the scientists were clearly not very good at communicating to him what was going on. As a lawyer, yes, I once had to explain to a law audience why they were wrong about a judgment. It took a while as I realised that I had to explain more and more basic concepts. Yeah, and I think, like, with criminal trials, there is there's always statistics involved where you do not expect statistics to be involved. And I think it's really important for lawyers to understand statistics and, like, the logical fallacies that come along with bad statistics. Because you have this thing called, like, the prosecutor's fallacy. And a big example of this happened during the OJ trial. This is from memory, but the prosecutors in the OJ trial basically argued that it was something like they were trying to argue that OJ didn't kill his former wife, because they quoted a statistic as saying, like, only one in, like, something like 40,000 abusive husbands go on to murder their wife. Therefore, it's unlikely that OJ would have, like, murdered his wife. But that's the wrong way of looking at it. How you should look at it is, of wives who are murdered, I believe it's like, wait, let me think, 440 out of 45. The number in my head is like 40 out of 45, but that would be 8 out of 9, wouldn't it? 8 out of, yeah, so the way that they should have looked at it was, instead of saying only 1 in 20,000 to 40,000 men, abusive men, end up murdering their wives, how you should actually frame it is, of wives who are murdered, 8 out of 9 of them are murdered by their husband. You see how, like, that different framing, like, completely changes what you're saying? So yeah, is there anything else that I've been up to? No, I mean, like, the latest updates in the Letby case are pretty weird. The Freemasons got involved somehow. The Freemasons. You know, that kind of, like, I don't know, is it a cult? I don't know. Let me show you. Where's Orange Boy? He is on my lap right now. So now there's some kind of, like, Freemason conspiracy theory getting involved. Yeah, apparently the Freemasons still exist. A judge has denied he was asked to give legal advice to hospital bosses over concerns about Nurse Lucy Letby because he is a Freemason. A public inquiry has heard. The thorough inquiry into the events surrounding Letby's crimes heard both Judge Simon Medlin Casey and the Countess of Chester's former Director of Corporate and Legal Services, Stephen Cross, are members of the organisation. In April 2017, Mr. Cross instructed Judge Medland on behalf of the hospital to find out if there was enough evidence to contact the police after medics raised fears the neonatal nurse could be murdering babies. Judge Patton said there was no Masonic context to my instruction. So, yeah, it's getting a bit weird. Orange boy. Yeah, no, we're not talking about Trump. We're talking about Brooklyn. Brooklyn is the only orange boy around here. I work at a hotel in Cumbria and the Masons often meet there. They're really annoying. Letby's crime's not alleged. No, she's been convicted, so they do. So yeah, the press don't have to say alleged because she's been convicted. When I was in school, my history teacher was a Mason. It's some part very common. I don't think I've ever met a Freemason. A lot of Freemasons are just boring old men. It's a mostly get away from our wives and drink club. Yeah, it's yeah, I didn't realize they were still like so prominent. Freemasons. Freemasonry. For the ghost town, see Masonic California. What? If I'm not careful, this entire stream is going to be me falling down Wikipedia rabbit holes. I am the worst for Wikipedia rabbit holes. The town was founded by Freemasons. Oh, right, okay. We could be here forever, just me reading Wikipedia articles and clicking on links. But yeah, they're still about. George Washington was a Freemason? A master of his lodge? I love how they're called lodges. Dark mode, please. Can you do Wikipedia in dark mode? Oh, look there! Oh, wow! Oh my god, I really prefer that. Oh, I fucking love dark mode. Yes. I'm gonna forever be on Wikipedia in dark mode from now on. I never even realised there was an entire appearance thing here. Is that new? Oh yeah, The Simpsons did a Stonecutters thing. The stream will definitely get nuked if I try. I was about to play that, but no. I'll fucking nuke the shit out of the stream if I play The Simpsons, right? Alright, what else did I want to talk about? I do have a list. I do have a document here. So, I mean, I could just look at that, couldn't I? That is why I made it. So I didn't just sit here going, what did I want to talk about? I mean... Alright, let's start with some fun shit. Let's talk about some crypto scams, shall we? Why not? Love a good crypto scam. From what I know, a child did a crypto scam.
Let's talk about my quant.
That's my quant.
And the future of finance crypto.
I love The Big Short.
So every time it goes up, and it is up right now, it seems like it doesn't take long for the believers in the future of finance to start gambling their future with meme coins. Gen Z in particular has gotten interested with one called Gen Z Quant rug pulling a token recently, and well, it kind of went viral for all the wrong reasons.
Gen Z Quant.
Wow, oh, it's nuked. Why is it nuked?
No way.
Oh,
Holy f***. Holy f***.
You full clip.
Holy f***. Thanks for the 20 bandos.
So look, I don't know. There's so much here from pretend.
I'm so sorry. What? Did he say 20 bandos? Bandos? Bandos?
You aren't selling.
Wait, what?
he said, wait,
Wait,
what?
I'm so confused.
And so like, what's going on? To the double middle fingers, you know, to the thanks for the 20 bands.
Thanks for the 20 bandos.
It is a grim look at our financial future culture. And I got to say, was this what we traded out 2008, like, you know, completely disillusioned with finance for? Like, did we just throw out Wall Street to get a bunch of scammers? Is that what our trade was? This is our Faustian bargain, the monkey's paw, that we gave ourselves control, but then everyone started scamming each other? Because let me remind you that quant used to be...
Yeah, baby, we've taken back control, all right? We've taken back control of the financial industry, and this is the future, okay?
Shorthand for quantitative analyst, someone who uses, like, fancy models, mathematics, statistics to try to figure
That's
out
so
and
loud.
predict future prices. In fact, you can see that in The Big
That's
Short.
so
They
loud.
kind of talk about this. Oh, it's a math guy.
That's my quant. My quantitative. My math specialist. Look at him. You notice anything different about him? Look at his face.
Now it's just a degenerate rug pull scammer. Now in total, he made about $30,000 on this coin. He then launched another coin called I'm Sorry, where he rug pulled that for about $10,000, and then launched another coin about his dog, which he also rug pulled for another $10,000. You can see that all here. Here's his $30,000 rug pull. Then he does the Sorry rug pull for $13,000, I guess. And then finally, his dog Lucy rugs for $11,000. And I got to say, the third time, maybe you could have said the first time, he caught you. The second time, he got you. You said sorry. You thought it was real. The third time, you deserve that one. Actually, if you bought into this, you probably deserved all.
Thing is that with this kind of stuff, like the people who buy in, they know that it's going to be rug pulled. They're not under some kind of like impression that this thing is going to go to the moon because there's some like real fucking value behind the coin. They know at this point that someone's going to rug it. They just think that they're clever enough to get out before it's rugged. That's all it is. They know they know that it's a scam. They just think that they're one of the in crew that are going to get out before it gets rug pulled. That's all it is. That's all it is. Like when people buy these shit coins, at this point, no one's really under the impression that like any of them have any real value behind them. Like apart from maybe Bitcoin, like no one's under the impression, like there's no value behind Bitcoin, but that's another story in itself. But like no one's under the impression that there's any kind of actual value behind these coins and they're actually gonna, you know, go to the moon and stay there. No one's under that impression. They all know it's a scam. They just think they're clever enough to get out of it before everybody else. But most of them aren't. Most of them are still fucking dumb. They think, like, they got to the point where they think that they're the scammers, but they don't realize that they're still being scammed. They think they've elevated to scammer level. They don't realize that the scammers are still above them. They don't realize that they haven't got to that level in the hierarchy yet. And like I think a lot of them, they just like they simply have gambling problems and they don't want to admit it. Basically, I think that's a lot of it. Is they probably do gamble as well, like a lot of these crypto guys that invest into these coins, but like I think that a lot of them are maybe sort of denying that they have gambling problems, and they think that they're not gambling if they think that they're clever enough to make money out of some random shit coin. Because this is a very established way of gambling. Like, have you ever been, like, well, I've never been on stake.com, but I've seen other people gamble on stake.com. And there's this one game that's like exactly like this. I think it's called Rocket. And like literally there's a rocket that goes up on a graph. And like all you have to do on this little gambling game is like basically press a button that says you're out before the rocket like crashes. I think it's called Rocket or something like that. And you basically have to say that you're out before the rocket crashes. And the rocket keeps on making your money go up and up and up and up and up and up and up. And you have to say you're out before the rocket crashes. That's basically all shitcoins, is basically just gambling like that.
All three. It's very, it's embarrassing that this is like a popular thing. I think it's just shows how a
game of chicken, but with like money, instead of your life. Yeah, I wonder if there's like a video of it on YouTube. I wonder if it is called that. Yeah, Stake Rocket game.
We're on Crash today. Very, very different.
Like, so this is basically it, but like this is like an actual gambling game.
We just made $3,000
instead of it just being a shitcoin.
$900 in
seconds.
13 seconds. Yeah, that's okay. What do we do for the next one? That was good.
Like that. This is all you're doing when you're investing in shitcoins.
That was a good thing. The history is showing that it's been really good lately, though. So I don't know.
We'll have to wait and see. Can't predict it. You don't know. Okay, here we go. Maybe do like $2,000 in the balance now.
Whoa, wait. Did you just say two? Like I typed
Yes.
$2,000 as you said it. So we were both thinking the same thing.
Oh yes.
And were you thinking auto cash too?
No, I actually was not thinking
Oh.
that. Just, the history is kind of.
The history is really high, which is scary.
It's not boring if you're gambling.
But we only got $2,000 in here, so we could chase it up a little bit. You
We
never
could,
know.
based off of our balance, we could change
If you're addicted to gambling, it's not boring at all.
this up. Yeah, like this is going. Do we
fine.
see a 5?
Nah.
Yeah, and you just have to press that cash out button when you think you've had enough and you don't want to risk it anymore. You just click that cash out button. That is basically all shitcoins. That's all it is.
nihilistic people are, where finance has become synonymous with just pure gambling, and like being dumb is actually celebrated. Getting rug pulled is celebrated. In fact, after Quant rug pulled, the Gen Z Quant token, the traders all decided, let's run up this coin. Let's put a bunch more money into it. That way the kid feels bad for selling, for scamming us all. So they ran that up to like, I don't know, some crazy, tens of millions of dollars of market cap. The kid's supply, they say, would have supposedly been worth, like $2 million or $1.2 million. You can see that here. His original holdings worth $1.28 million. And then they doxed the kid, which, is really bad. But I think it's funny. Like, people are like, ooh, we got you because you rugged us and then we made it worth a lot of money. But you would have never done that if he didn't rug pull you. I don't know. It's just it doesn't make any sense. And honestly, it sounds like cope from people who are trying to do a secondary scam where they got scammed and then they need people to buy in so they can get out of the token. That's what these tokens are. They're zero-sum game / Ponzi schemes. And the irony is that pump.fun, the website where a lot of these meme coins are launched, is making the majority of the money. That is an underreported part of all of this, is that people think like, oh, it's this kid that's getting all this money. Like, oh, or I have a good chance of winning. No, you do not. Pump.fun is you're extremely unlikely to win. This is a report from Syncrasy. Here you can see pump.fun by the numbers. You can see 2.4 million tokens were created. And in order for it to be traded on like the open market, it has to graduate and reach a certain market cap. You can see that only 1.7% of tokens ever graduate. Only, well, very few ever make it to $500 million market cap. And then I think this is the most interesting part, trader profitability. This is any address that has ever interacted with the pump.fun like token address. So this is how many people actually made money. 76,000 or 3.1% of all traders will ever make $1,000. 0.4% will make 10K, and 0.03% will make 100K. 0.002% will make $1 million. So your chance is basically almost about the equivalent of a literal lottery to win some of this stuff or to like be profitable in that way. And that doesn't count how many of those people are just insiders who obviously have an edge over the average trader. So I think it's just really worth highlighting how bad your odds are. Not only that, who is making the majority of the money? It's, well, pump.fun. You can see their monthly revenue.
I don't think people addicted to gambling really care about odds at the end of the day, do they?
In 2024, you can see they made $27 million in 1 month in July, and they're making tens of millions of dollars a month, even while the actual traders, most of them are losing money and very few are ever actually profitable. Most people know this, and that's the sad thing about this industry is like the common response to that will be, so you're telling me there's a chance. You're telling me that I have a chance of, and it's just this kind of, I don't care. I'm just gonna dump in money is celebrated. And I think memes are funny. I get it. I just think memes plus your actual finances is not that funny. I've never understood this. People have tried to do this forever. Like, hey, bro, I'm ironically launching a meme coin. That's what Boogie2988 did. Many people have tried to do this. Like, ironic, let's mix funny with finance. And, well, for people who lose money, it's actually not that funny. So I think it's fine to engage with memes. But I think if you are going to mix your finance with like money, you should just be aware of the brutal reality of most of these things. And that's when you're not being directly rugged by a 13-year-old. It's just dumb all around and obviously appeals to people who do not understand the numbers, no matter what they say about their quant.
My quantitative, my math specialist, look at him. You notice anything different about him? Look at his face.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show how fucking easy it is to make a shitcoin. Like, it's like, okay, all right, can you stop spamming that in the chat? That's a bit fucking dumb. Right, we're gonna have to block somebody. It's time to get blocked then, isn't it? It's time to get blocked if you're not gonna stop spamming that. Have they been nuked yet? It would be great if like it was easier on YouTube to fucking immediately block someone. YouTube's like stream tools are still utter shite. They really are. Like, I'm like looking at like how you're supposed to block someone right now, and I can't find it. On Twitch, it's so fucking easy. Is the hide this user on this channel? Yeah, but like, where is that? I've lost it again. I'm assuming somebody's already done it, but it would be good if I could get to it straight away as also, but I've forgotten where it is because YouTube's shit. Somebody else must have got them. Yeah. What was I saying anyway? I've forgotten what I was talking about now. Yeah, like, it just goes to show, like, someone 13 years old can make a shitcoin and do that so easily. I mean, like, obviously it's not easy, otherwise literally everybody would be doing it. But, like, the actual tech side of it is very easy. And I talked about it in my crypto video. Just how easy it is to set up a shitcoin. The only difficult part of it, really, is the marketing aspect. And this is another thing I talked about as well. It's basically an attention economy, and that's all it is, because there's no value behind any of the coins. Basically, the only value there is in the entire crypto market is attention. And Bitcoin is valuable because it's got a lot of attention, i.e. it was the first cryptocurrency ever made. And therefore people see it as, like, you know, I don't know, like the pinnacle of cryptocurrency just because it was the first one that was ever made. This beer is called Zvonk. Zvonk. Oh, let me get my light on it. You might be able to see it. Zvonk. Zvonk. But yeah, no, like, you can set up a shitcoin in a single day with no effort. The only hard thing about it is getting enough attention on your shitcoin to get people to invest in it, to get idiots to invest in it, basically. And somehow this 13-year-old kid was able to market this coin. It's a good head. Zvonk! Like, that's the only skill you need, really. And, like, that's why people who are already influencers, already with big audiences, are able to do it so easily, because all they have to do is fucking tweet about some coin and pretend that they're not tweeting about it because they're already invested in it. And then that shitcoin gets a load of attention. It's just an attention economy. That's all it is. Dogecoin is doing great. Yeah. The creator of Dogecoin created Dogecoin because it was supposed to be a joke about how shit cryptocurrency is. I had a chat with him on his podcast, the creator of Dogecoin. He hates cryptocurrency, and he made Dogecoin as a joke to basically to show how easy it is to make a shitcoin based on a meme. Like, that was literally the point that he made it, to show how shit cryptocurrency was, and that you could make a coin for no reason whatsoever. And then, like, because of it being an internet, being like, it literally being named after a fucking popular internet meme, it would, like, go to the moon. And it was only because Elon Musk tweeted about it that one time that it actually went to the moon. And it was an example. It was the first example of, you know, how shitty and pointless the whole crypto ecosystem is. Have you watched the BBC documentary about Logan Paul's crypto scandals? No, I saw that he sent a fucking lookalike to the interview. Why is YouTube recommending your own videos? I don't know. They do that. I really don't know. But yeah, now Trump is president-elect. Yeah, like all crypto is going up again simply because Trump has made it quite clear that he's pro crypto. But like he's not like given any sort of like proof as to why crypto should be going up in value. But you know, that's not what crypto is about. Crypto's not about value. Crypto is not about what you're getting back from an investment. It never was about that. It's quite simply for financially and economically illiterate people. And it always will be. And Trump loves those people. Trump loves economically illiterate people because they vote for him. So now all crypto is going to the moon. And as more people take their US dollars and invest it into completely unbacked blockchain-based stores of value, instead of investing it into, you know, actual American companies with actual value behind them. I mean, ironically, even though they kind of seem to be thinking that America should be first all the time, like, ironically, that's doing the opposite. If you're taking your money out of investments for American businesses and putting it into something which is just a completely pointless store of value that you're hoping will go up one day because it's essentially just a Ponzi scheme. If all Americans did that, thankfully it's still a minority of them, but like if all Americans did that, then the US dollar would go to shit because nobody would be investing in companies with actual value behind them that are actually, you know, providing goods and services to people. You're just pumping it into some fucking pointless blockchain shit. Like, it's just economically illiterate. And I don't think people understand why. You see a big crash coming soon. I mean, it depends, you know, in real terms, in real life, IRL, how many people are really putting their money into crypto? And I mean, obviously they're voting for Trump, but how many of them really, for a start, have enough money to invest into crypto rather than in other companies? I mean, ideally, you know, I think the first step that like any country should take, I think the first step that all countries should take towards like the economy and society being more equal, which should be for I think companies should be legally required to allow their employees to benefit from profits, increases in profits. And that, you know, that's one big reason why you should unionize as an employee. But I don't think you should have to unionize. Like, that's the first step. But like, unionizing is the first step, but I think companies should be like legally required to basically allow their employees to essentially be paid bonuses in line with whatever profits the company makes. Because then the working class will have enough money to invest. And when you have enough money to invest, that automatically gives you political power. As soon as you have enough money to invest into an economy, that gives you political power. It just does. And that's the reason why the working class just doesn't have any political power right now, is because they're constantly in debt. The money isn't theirs. Honestly, I think that's the first step. There are enough profits to go around. It's just the working class, they don't see them because they don't have to. So now, because people are so poor, they think, well, fuck this. The US dollar's not worth anything. Therefore, I'll put all my money into crypto instead. And then that would just tank the US economy even more. Profits are generated by cheap labour. Yeah. So give those profits to the people doing the cheap labour. Alright, I've got some more crypto bullshit to talk about. But I am going to go for a wee first. It's piss time. I'm gonna have to evacuate the orange boy on my lap.
Sorry, Brooklyn. I'm sorry.
Is the spider still alive? Well, you know what? I'll give you an update on the bathroom situation when I'm back. Wait, did my piss song open? This isn't the piss song. What? I thought I opened the piss up. Maybe I didn't. There we go. Oh.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. making piss. I can't talk right now.
You got me burning up. 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 You got me burning up.
I like to move it, move it. You like to move it. I like to move it, move it. You like to move it.
All right, burning piss. Yeah, baby. So what was I talking about? Yeah. Crypto and shit. Oh yeah, my bathroom. So yeah, basically, I was like waiting for ages because my bathroom's being renovated right now. And I was waiting for ages for like some stuff to arrive for it. And then it did arrive. And then the bathroom guys could like carry on for a bit. And so when the bathroom guys came back and carried on for a bit because the stuff had been delivered, obviously they'd scared the spider away somehow. So I don't know if maybe they got rid of it themselves or the spider just ran away because he was scared of the noises. There were a lot of angle grind. There was a lot of angle grinding going on. So maybe the poor little spider guy got scared of it and ran away. I'm sorry, little spider guy. I'm sorry. Yeah, but bathroom reno is the worst. Yeah, I only have one bathroom, so it's a bit of a it's in a situation at the minute, my bathroom, where I can't really use it properly. Like I can technically use it, but it's annoyingly unusable, kind of, because basically like they had to take the toilet out and then put it back in to do some shit, and since they've put it back in, like it doesn't really work properly. So now I have to, like, whenever I go for a piss, I have to use a flathead screwdriver to turn the water inlet on so that the toilet can fill up, so I can flush it after I've pissed. It's very annoying, and I don't have a sink right now, so I have to use the taps that are in the sink. It's a bit of a nightmare, and I also don't have a shower at all, so it's a really good thing that you guys can't smell me right now. But yeah, it's not pretty. No, to be honest, I have been showering, but I've been showering at the gym. But my plan was, like, I didn't go to the gym yesterday. My plan was to go today, and then I would shower after, and I at least wouldn't be so stinky. But it fucking snowed today. It snowed like hell today. Heavier than it has been in a while. And my gym got snowed in. So it shut. So I couldn't go to the gym and shower today. So I am still stinky. I'm still stinky. Okay. I will hopefully it won't be so snowy tomorrow, and the gym will be open, and I will go there, and I will be able to do a run and shower afterwards. But yes, I couldn't today. So, you know, it's a good job I don't have to actually, you know, go out and be sociable with real people, because I'm not smelling the best right now. I'm going to be honest. Stinky stream. Just hopping that snow. Yeah, last year when it snowed, I did a little snow angel in my garden. I put it on my Instagram story. That reminds me, I haven't actually posted to Instagram that I'm live. Not that I really do that these days, but, you know, we could just do a little post for the hell of it. Why not? Why not do a little cringe just for the hell of it? I am currently live. on both Twitch and YouTube this time. Yeah. We're talking about crypto scams right now, and we're also going to be talking about Coca Cola's cringe AI ad, and also like probably like some Trump stuff that's been going on in America, and the farmer protest, and Jeremy Clarkson being really cringe. Okay, bye. On both Twitch and YouTube this time. We're talking about the cringe. The cringe is back. The cringe is back. The cringe returns. That's going to be the caption. The cringe returns, and then I'm just going to put a link. Twitch.tv. Sign in for cringe. Sign in for cringe. Mooncat music. Sign in for cringe. I'm not even going to watch it back in full. You know what? The cringe can live. I'm going to post and ghost. I need to make sure that it uploads though, because like literally you can see right up my nostrils for some of this. I need to make sure it posts, because the fucking last time I was live and I did this and I just closed my phone and I didn't make sure it post. And then I went on Instagram after I'd stopped streaming. And Instagram was like, "We didn't post your video because it didn't finish uploading." There we go. It's finished. It's finished. Right, there we go. It's finished uploading. Hey, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the subscription. Subscription. Alright, what else did we have to talk about? Some random shit, man. Obviously, I'm taking way longer to get through this document than I planned to. Obviously, I am. I mean, what else? How else would I be doing this? Oh yeah, I'm like obsessed with this. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed with this.
I've seen this week people are taking the lyrics of Defying Gravity and really holding space with that and feeling power in that.
I didn't know that was happening.
I've seen it, yeah.
That's really powerful.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I wanted.
I love this.
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't know that was happening.
I've seen it on a couple posts. I don't know how widespread, but you know, I am in queer media, so yeah. That's my,
That's
you
really
know.
Cool.
Yeah, I've seen.
I just love it. I love it. I'm like, what is going on with this press tour? Like, what is going on with it? What? Why is it so deep and introspective? What? Why is it so emotional? Why are we holding space for it? It's a musical. Honestly, I've never seen Wicked. Is it good? I've never seen it, to be honest. I feel like it's bigger in America than it is here. I've heard of it, but all I know is like witches, musical witches. That's all I know. That's it, really. Yeah. I mean, the holding of the finger is just like the best. I mean, I'm sure the movie's great. The only musical I've ever really got into is Chicago. That's the only musical I've really got into. I think it's because I love like big band jazz. And like, I don't know, I think the storyline's cool, like the whole sort of crime. I don't know. I think it's mainly the music though. I think it's mainly the music about Chicago that I love. I've seen Chicago live like quite a few times with like a live a live big jazz band, and it's just so good. Ugh! It's so good. It's so good. But yeah, no, I've never actually really I've not really got into any other musical ever in my life. Maybe there are other very good musicals, but to be honest, I'm not a massive musical person, but I've been known to enjoy them. You saw Chicago live? Yeah. So many good songs in that. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, they both, oh yes, they both, oh yes, they both reach for the gun, the gun, the gun, the gun, oh yes, they both reach for the gun, for the gun. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, they both, oh yes, they both, oh yes, they both reach for the gun, the gun, the gun, the gun, oh yes, they both reach for the gun, for the gun. Understandable, understandable. The masterpiece that is camp rock. Yeah, I'll never forget that. All right, let's look at this Coca Cola AI bullshit. High School Musical. No. Right. I love watching AI shit and just I don't know why Coca Cola decided to just do an entirely AI generated ad. Okay, I need to give you some context for this. I'm gonna have to look for this tweet that I saw actually. Oh, it's here. Wait. So, right, look. The studio that made this released some numbers. Okay. They had to produce 85 minutes of footage to find 15 I don't know where they're getting this number from though. This is just a blue sky. What are they calling them on there? Blue sky skeets. This is just a skeet. So I don't know where they're getting these numbers from, but they had to produce 85 minutes of footage to find 15 usable seconds for this ad, is what this skeeter is saying. The machine that creates moving images out of nothing has a failure rate of 340 to 1. The best 50 seconds is this. And it is bad. It is still bad. Scroll down, they're saying some more. Multiple people asking for a source for these numbers. This featurette was posted on Twitter. I can't post the whole thing because Blue Sky has a 60-second cap. All right, let's check this out.
Generative AI. Coca-Cola's Holidays Are Coming is one of the most beloved commercials ever. This year, Coca-Cola collaborated with Secret Level to reimagine this beloved classic using generative AI. From script to storyboard, image generation to video, every step was powered by generative AI. A global team of 17 artists spanning 3 continents produced over 18,000 images and 34 shots, totaling more than 85 minutes of content, all created in under 3 weeks.
Okay, yeah, well, the way that they made this, they tried to make that sound good. Jesus Christ, at this point, the amount of energy that it takes to create this AI slop, you could have surely you. I don't know what the numbers behind it are for how expensive it is to create AI shit like this, but surely at that point you could have just created something original by just filming it. and it would have actually been good rather than completely generic slop, and also generic slop that looks a little bit weird to the human eye, because it does look very weird. Don't you love how even in their congratulations to us promotion, they still have to use the stilted, barely human AI voice narrator? Okay, right. We'll watch the full thing. Okay, and you can see how bad it is. I mean, you can experience it as it is first, okay? Experience it as it is. And then after we've played this minute through, we can examine this in full detail. Also, just like, why? Like, what's Christmassy about monkeys? What's the first thing you think of when you think Christmas? Ah! All right, we're gonna watch this through again. We're gonna watch it slow, okay? We're gonna watch it slow. All right, okay. I will turn the sound down at least. Right. You'll notice that basically they would have had to create a hell of a lot of footage for this, probably like 85 minutes worth, to even be able to get like the short clips that they used in this advert. So like the whole thing wasn't, for a start, the whole thing wasn't made by AI, because it was clearly cut together by humans who were having to scrub through 85 minutes of footage to be able to pick the few second clips from each bit that are useful, that are usable. But like, quite clearly, like, AI is not too bad at doing landscapes. It's all right at doing landscapes, but the thing is, like, with landscapes, like, they're very sort of like, you know, big landscapes, they're very quite like random anyway, aren't they? You can kind of like plop a tree anywhere you want and it won't look too weird because it's a fucking landscape. You know what I mean? But like, the further that it gets and the less landscapey it gets, the more weird it gets. So like, that doesn't look too bad. It starts getting weird when you have to look closer at shit, where like, for example, when you have to look closely at like animals, for example, and you sort of start to realize that like certain things just like aren't quite right. So like, oh, Brooklyn. Like, okay, so do you notice there's like a bit of antler here that's just floating in the air? It's just a bit of antler just like floating. And like some of the antlers are just like sort of merging into each other on from each animal. They're kind of like merging in. And like, this shot doesn't look too bad. The perspective looks a little bit off. The perspective looks a bit weird, doesn't it? Like, it just doesn't look quite right. That's the thing about like this AI shit. It's sometimes it's really hard to like put your finger on exactly why it looks so weird. It just does. Like, the perspective looks off here. It doesn't look like it's a perfect cuboid. It just doesn't. And like, that's a completely different truck to the previous shot. That's a completely different truck. Like, it's a different color. The logo has changed. The logo is in a different place. The The wheels are in a different place. And also, like, I feel like the wheels wouldn't be like that far. Like the wheels should be further to the back on this lorry here. And okay, how many fingers do we have? How many fingers do we have here? Yeah, we've got 6 fingers. We've got 6 fingers. Like, also, like, what truck has like the AI just went insane with LEDs. Like, it was just like, you know what? Oh, right, Christmas, that means lights. And then it just put lights everywhere. It was like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just put like LEDs fucking everywhere. What truck has like these little lights underneath the metal like this? Like, what truck does this? When is this ever, like, how can an LED emit light through metal on a truck like this? When has that ever happened? It makes no sense. This makes no sense. This makes no sense. Oh, and now okay. Look at how weird that deer started to look. This is another thing that AI can't do. It can't do perspective properly. Like, this is clearly not like a 3D model. You know what I mean? Like, I've been using Blender recently. Okay, Guys, I've spent a few hours in Blender. Okay, so now I can officially call myself a 3D modeler, an animator, if you will. This is not what shit looks like when you have a 3D model. This is I'm officially an animator now, right? And I can say, because I've spent a few hours in Blender, I can officially say, as an animator, as a 3D animator, who could basically work for Pixar at this point, I could basically say that this is clearly not a 3D model. And this has been generated from a computer program looking at thousands and thousands of flat images and trying to figure out what the fuck perspective is. It clearly doesn't understand. If you look at like how bad the perspective is when the deer turns around, what is going on here? It looks distorted. Okay, and also, right, what is going on with the like, is it like, is this lorry just spinning in the snow? Like, it looks like it can't get traction. And here we have a bunny. I mean, this bunny actually looks okay. It actually looks okay. And now we have more lorries that just look weird. They just look weird. Like, why do they have why do they have LEDs embedded within metal? And what? And also, okay, you can tell that they had to superimpose the Coca Cola logos, because look at that one. They didn't bother superimposing that one, did they? What? Oh, it looks so bad. What is this? What's this? That's not a Coca-Cola logo, guys. And they're not driving on the... Are they supposed to be driving on the right? Oh, that just looks so bad. They look so, like... They just look like blobs. They look like blobs, you know? How... So they've clearly tried to superimpose the logo on the front truck, which is like two trucks in one. And then all of the ones behind it, they were like, fuck it, we can't be bothered to superimpose the logo on that and those ones. Fuck it. It doesn't even matter. Nah, fuck it. Was this ad on TV? I think it's like an internet ad. I don't know. Then we have the ducks. First of all, how fucking evil does this... Just that... What's this duck gonna do? It looks scary. And right, yeah. Look at the legs. Look at the legs of every single duck in this clip. What? So like what is... I can't even begin to explain what is going on with the legs here. What's... The leg just disappears and then reappears. And the baby ducks, like half of them are like... What's the... Like bipedal, but the one version of that. Unipedal? Unipedal? They've all got one leg. Perspective here. Monopedal? Is that what I'm looking for? Monopedal. Look at this, like, perspective here of the signs. Like, what... One of the signs is, like, kind of trying to do the right thing with perspective, and the other one is like, nah, mate, I'm just gonna stay here and not move. Like, thing is, like, if you did this in any 3D software, like Blender or whatever, like, you would have, like, what you would have is, like, a 3D space in which, like, everything would, like, be set in place, and then you would, like, have a camera perspective that would just, like, recreate whatever that camera would be seeing in that 3D space. Like, that's how, like, normal 3D animation works, is you have everything in a real space within your computer, and then you can, like, animate it around that. Whereas with AI, it's trying to do everything from 2D images, and it just, like, a computer can't learn about perspective from 2D images. It's just, like, this makes it so obvious. They didn't bother changing that logo there. What does that? Guy, you're a multi-million billion-dollar company. Like, you couldn't be bothered to, like, even replace that one. Coca Cola. Also, like, what? Who has ever put Christmas lights on, like, the side of a mountain range? Why would... Who's putting Christmas lights on the side of a mountain range? Also, why are some of these lorries, like... Why are some of them, like, full of snow and sludge? And some of them have, like, normal roofs. But these two at the front, they seem to be, like, full of sludge and snow. It's so hilarious how, like, obviously fake these logos are. Oh, yes, the monkeys. Of course. Because is Christmas without the monkeys in pools at the side of the road? Huh? Yeah. And a little baby polar bear, because why the fuck not? Look at the perspective here. What the heck? like when a child tries to draw like cuboids, and like like how like before you realize that you need to draw like the front cuboid and the back cuboid is like the same, exactly the same, and then you join the two cuboids together. It's like the AI didn't realize that. What is going on here? Oh. This one's just aquaplaning. It's snowplaning across the road towards Oh my god, someone stop it before it hits the tree. It's doing a Tokyo drift. Oh god, there's no driver in there either. This lorry's just fucking going for it. It's gonna crash straight into that tree. Oh, look, it's a little orange kitty. Brooklyn. Oh, I don't know where Brooklyn's gone. Where's my orange kitty gone? He's disappeared. Oh, he's under the desk. I will not disturb him. Like, right, the AI always does cats like this. But it always fucks up their eyes, because you know how cats have like long pupils. It always like makes their pupils like look like it's like bleeding somehow. It just fucks them up. This is such a typical AI cat. I would know. Why is this lorry on fire? Why is the lorry on fire now? What's going on? Oh. What is going on? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, I get that you're trying to do the thing where, like, the little village is, like, lighting up with Christmas lights, but why is the side of the road lighting up? Like, who's putting Christmas lights, like, down the side of the road? Nobody does that. This is not a thing people do. Not to mention how fucking weird the roofs look on these houses. Like, the roof on this house looks like it's been twisted, like, sideways. What's going on with the moon? Why is the moon melting into the mountain? The moon looks like an upside down egg. Oh. These mice, actually, they look all right. The mice look all right. Some gay owls. I don't know why I decided they're gay. They just are. Well, I don't understand. Like, is this right? Is this bulge? Is this furry bulge here? The cat's body, or is it? Because it looks like the fur of the mice, but it looks like it should be the body of the cat. And I don't know if this is like a two-headed mouse bulge, like a two-headed bulge of mouseness, or if it's the cat's body. I'm not sure. Beautiful. Beautiful. Wow. What an amazing ad. Yeah, baby. There you go. There you go. All right, let's watch something silly before we move on to something serious.
Well, Mr. Peterson, thank you so much for agreeing to give feedback on my new range of cakes.
Sure.
Here we have the first piece. It's a regular chocolate cupcake.
Thank you.
Do let me know your thoughts. What do you reckon? Pretty nice, huh?
I like it and I don't like it.
Oh, okay.
It's harmless, it's treacly, it's sweet, it's simple, it lacks depth, it's shallow. That's a problem.
I knew it needed more layers. How does it compare to the cakes you usually like?
It doesn't have that deep sense of awe and horror, I would say.
Okay, so you're more of a Battenberg kind of guy. Okay, no problem. This is one of our tiered cakes, a carrot cake.
When is this over?
You agreed to taste 4 cakes in the contract, so...
Yeah.
Okay, how would you describe the carroty number?
What are your preconditions for satisfaction?
I guess that... Is it tasty? Just pick any 2 adjectives.
Brilliantly and terribly.
Okay, those are adverbs, but that's okay. Anything else spring to mind?
It's not a phone.
No, it's a cake.
God only knows what it is.
It's a cake.
But it's definitely not a phone.
You know what? I can't refute that logic, to be fair. Okay, how about this one? It's a multiple-tiered angel cake.
God, tears again.
Not a tears fan. Okay, it's fair enough. What do you reckon?
That's
He's got the coolest voice. It's like the lowest voice ever.
awful in the most fundamental sense.
I don't think it's that bad.
You need an antidote.
An antidote? It's not poisonous.
You better be wise enough to wield it.
It's just a 3-tiered cake, Jordan. It's not a weapon.
And if you're not careful with it, it will turn on you. It will build authoritarian presumptions into our artificial intelligence systems, for example.
Oh, there we go. Tipsy. Tipsy.
Well, we've come to the last cake, and all I've got left is this ham and chocolate surprise. I mean, you're not going to like it.
Oh, shit. I just realized this is 7.5%. Oh, my God.
You're right. It's stupid. I'm thinking of changing it.
So I wouldn't change that.
No, I mean, it's nothing. It's nothing.
But it's not nothing.
I really think so. I mean, it brings me happiness.
It's better than happiness.
I think so, too. I think it's the truth.
Well, I believe that truth will save the world.
We'll call it truth, beauty, and love.
Will truth, beauty, and love save the world?
We'll have to wait and see. Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
It's been amazing.
Right, Jazz Emu. I really like that guy's song. He did a song on 8 out of 10 Cats, and for some reason he did a song about language on 8 out of 10 Cats live, and there's a version of it on YouTube. Here it is. But like now, whenever I read the word language now, I always in my head I go languagwe. Like ever since I've like heard this song, I like whenever I read the word language, I go languagwe.
English language. English language. We've all had enough of you making it tough for us all to pronounce you. You need to pick a freaking lane with the sounds you're making, like O-U-G-H. It's said how it's spelled. Psych. It's O-L-U-O-F-F-O-K-O-Up. What the fuck is up with that? I'm so confused. English
way.
We all had to know I've been making a two for us two. Gonna walk it.
We're gonna walk in.
It feels like you're just taking the bait out of terror's back door to fuck with us. Let's talk about you. That sounds already the first letter. So what's with the extra way, away? Are we just adding any old shit to the endings of words now? In that case, I'll have the fish and chips and a packet of bra and cocktail crisps.
Yes, the dollar sign is silent. Oh, the hyphen. No, that's pronounced
English language.
Language.
We all had it now. I've been making a towel for us two. Pushing through, let's say.
Pushing through, let's say.
Why is the plural of mouse mice? But we can't live in semi-detached highs. If you keep on laughing at me, you're gonna drive me to commit manslaughter.
Manslaughter.
Don't even get me started on the place names. Chumley. Haysborough. Wolseley. Screw this, I'm moving to France. Oh, sweet Jesus.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Yeah, the place names, fuck me up. Seriously. All right, what shall we look at now? Yeah, Jazzy Mew. Rosanna Pansino has been very entertaining lately. So she did the first episode of her podcast where she smoked cannabis. So like her dad's ashes weren't actually in the roll up, I believe, but the weed was grown from soil which had her dad's ashes in it. So is that technically smoking your dad? Is that technically smoking your dad? Or, like, I don't know. I feel like if you were going to go proper hardcore, you'd put the dad's ashes directly into the roll-up. But no, I clicked onto that podcast, and I don't believe that she actually smoked it on the podcast.
It was interesting.
I don't, but the thing is, like, if she did smoke weed on YouTube, she would have been demonetized. Or maybe they would have taken her down. I don't think they would have taken it down, but they would have demonetized the podcast for sure. But I don't know if they would have actually taken it down. Maybe they would have, like, age restricted it. Oh, it is age restricted. But does she actually smoke it in this? Should have done a line of her dad. I mean, I've got Badger's ashes downstairs. Should I do a podcast where I snort my dead cat? She smokes it in the video. Where? I can't see her smoking in this. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. She must have just, like, got demonetized then. And okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's go. You think I should smoke, Badger? You think that's what Badger would have wanted?
I think it's
You do
both. Watching on YouTube, thanks for watching. Now, without further ado, we are going to honor my dad, Papa Pizza, by fulfilling his dying wish, and I'm going to smoke my dead dad.
Here we go.
And before I do this, so basically, I'm going to take a hit and then I'm going to go outside, and my mom and my sister are going to do the same. They wanted to do so off camera, but then my sister might come in and hang out with me and just share some fun stories or memories that we have about Dad. We'll just see how we feel. We're just going to play it by ear. You know, there's no rules anymore.
I'm probably going to probably going to have to cut this section out of the VOD now, aren't I? I'm an idiot.
Maybe one more for good measure.
Say it's educational.
I honestly
Yeah,
can't believe I'm
it's
doing
educational.
This. I think when I was talking to Dave and he said, you know, when your dad died, probably a part of you died. And I feel like that. I feel like old Ro, who's super, super nice and buttoned up, I feel like old Ro that's died. And I'm still nice to friends, family.
I love that though. I love the new Ro. I think the new Ro is fucking awesome.
And people, because I love people. I'm like a people person. I love meeting new people. But I'm no longer going to be nice to people who are cruel to me or mean to me. I'm not going to try to kill them with kindness anymore. People who are like that, they're just going to get what they give. So that's new. We're all feeling good.
Yeah, she's not smoking the actual ashes. It's a weed plant grown from soil with her dad's ashes in it, I believe.
We're back from partaking. We just celebrated Dad, and I'm sitting with my sister now, Molly, and then I'm also here with my mom, Mama Mia. Hi. Yep.
Yeah, I've tried smoking weed, and like I'm honestly not that good at it. Honestly, I'm not very good at getting stoned. If I'm honest, I'm not very good at getting stoned. I don't know if I'm just like not doing it right. I guess everyone's different, but like I've tried smoking it and vaping it, and either one, I'm like, nothing is happening here. Nothing is happening. I don't know why. But then also I've tried eating it, and something does happen, but nothing good. Nothing good happens. I just feel like dizzy. Just dizzy. And it's like nothing positive happens. And I don't know if I've like until now just been doing all types of weed wrong. But I've to this day I've still not experienced a positive weed experience. It's sad. I would like to, because I hear good things, but some people have an inability to respond to certain drugs, legal or otherwise. Could be receptor based. Yeah. I smoked all the weed and wrong. Just giggle and fall asleep. It's not productive. They always say the first half dozen times you smoke, you're not going to feel it until your cannabinoid receptors kick in. Inject it into your eyeballs just to make sure. Yeah. You're just going to get hella zonked. 420 all day, every day. No problem. So that's the thing. Like, I'm very much, you know, I think I respond well to, I don't like it when I get like very, very drunk. Like when I get blackout drunk, think it's absolutely shit. But if I like, what I really like is just having a few beers. I think that's when I shine. But like, yeah, to be honest, I've not really tried any other drug, apart from, you know, obviously alcohol, but like, and weed. The only other thing I've ever tried is weed. And I just like have never had like a very positive experience with cannabis personally. But the thing is, like, I feel like all people have different brains and their like receptors are very different, and I get that some people do not respond well to alcohol, but they probably do respond well to weed. And for that reason, you know, I do agree when I think that, you know, with the people who say that we should make weed legal for recreational purposes. I do agree with that because, like, you know, personally, because it would be like someone telling me, oh, the drug that you like is illegal, therefore you're not allowed to have fun because your drug is bad. And I'm like, well, you know, that's just the drug that I like. Like, what about the people who don't have a good time with alcohol but do have a good time with weed? Like, we're all different. But at the same time, like, I kind of get why all drugs are not legal. I understand why all drugs are not legal. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think it would be too difficult to make all drugs legal. So there's like a balance to be struck there. Because you have to consider, like, having one drug legal, i.e. alcohol, having one drug legal makes things difficult enough for, like, legislation and to decide how much of that drug you are legally allowed to have before you get behind the wheel of a car. And when you sort of have to consider, even when you, like, introduce another drug that's legal, i.e. weed, like, then you have to sort of consider from a legal standpoint, well, how cross-faded are you allowed to be before you get behind a car, driving steering wheel. That's hard enough when you have two drugs to consider. And then when you have fucking a million fucking drugs to consider, legislation-wise, that makes things extremely difficult because we do have to make it illegal to have people be fucked and then try and drive. We do have to make it illegal in certain instances. And when you start making certain drugs legal, when you start legalizing certain drugs, it gets really fucking complicated as to how much is allowed before you're allowed to drive. So, like, that's one of my, I don't know, maybe controversial opinions. Is that, like, you know, a lot of people that I talk to are like, yeah, legalize all drugs. But personally, I'm like, but how? I get where you're coming from. How? How would you do that when we have so many people who then try to drive after taking those drugs and put other people's lives in danger when they do so? How do you do that? only in a terrain-based society. Yes, if only if we got rid of all cars, fine. And we were also all very educated about the risks, fine. But cars, we can't do it in a car-based society. We just can't. Legalize all drugs is a childish response. It lacks thought of how that would actually work. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's kind of like my opinion as well. Like, driving is the main part of that, but also I believe that if we legalized all drugs, it would also normalize all drugs. And a lot of those drugs are extremely addictive. Because even cannabis is way more addictive than I think people realize. And I feel like if we normalized it, then more people would get addictive, because it would just be normalized in society. And that would be the same for every other drug. I get that people take drugs anyway, even though that they're illegal. I know that. I know that the war on drugs is not working. I realize that. But I also feel like if we just legalized everything, it would be normalized for us to just take all of the drugs all of the time. And for us to not think that that was kind of weird and not normal. And I think that there is benefits to us thinking that certain things are not quite so normal, because then we do them less. You've got to consider how culture feeds into how often we do certain things. I mean, yeah, I don't think you could ever practically ban alcohol at this point, because you have to consider how deeply ingrained into culture certain things are. But alcohol already causes a lot of problems. It already does. So when you start sort of bringing in other drugs into that, into the cultural problems that we already have with alcohol, I can only see that making things a hell of a lot worse. Channel 4 did a cannabis trial thing a few years ago. It was very educational and explains a lot about the link between newer strengths and addiction. I mean, yeah, a lot of this is clearly the need for more public transport. Because my main worry is people getting behind the wheels of cars when they're on certain substances. That's my main gripe with legalizing substances. But already, even without substances, cars are extremely dangerous. And if we started, oh, hello, Raiders. We're having a serious conversation about legalizing all drugs right now, because Rosanna Pansino smoked some weed on her YouTube podcast. But yeah, I just think before we sort of steam ahead with making weed or any other drug legal, I think there should be we should really consider the implications of cars and how dangerous they are, because that's already a problem with alcohol. That's already a massive problem with alcohol. The amount of people who get behind the wheels of their cars over the limit is a massive problem already. And if we started bringing other drugs into that, just think of how fucking difficult it would be to breathalyze people, not just for one drug, but for a fucking millions of other drugs. It would be so fucking difficult because you wouldn't be only testing for one drug, you'd be testing for like a fucking million other drugs, and you'd have to have like a separate fucking breathalyzer for every one, and like they'd all have different like error margins on them. Like there's already an error margin on breathalyzer tests. There's already like an error margin there. Like you can be fine. They could find that you're over the limit when you're actually not. Like when you blow into one of those things, they can find that you're over the limit when you're actually not, or that you're under the limit when you actually are. They have error margins, and then you have to like factor those into the law. And then when you bring like other substances into that as well, like you have to realize how fucking difficult that is. Yeah, it's all okay when we have Elon's driverless cars take over. Yeah, of course. When that happens, yeah. They'd be even fucking worse than the drunk, stoned drivers. Elon's buses. They'd be even worse. Because they can't tell the difference between a fucking 3D image and a 2D image. I know so many people that smoke already and drive, so I don't think this is as much a problem as you think it would be. Oh, yeah, but like, are they being tested for that? They're not being tested for it, are they? They're not being stopped on the road and being breathalyzed for how much they've smoked. They're being breathalyzed for how much they've drunk, not how much they've smoked. We just need to get rid of cars. We just need to get rid of cars, and then we can all be as high as we fucking want. We can all be as high, we can all be as crossfaded as we fucking like. And then we can just jump on a fucking train and go the fuck home and not care. But that's not the world that we live in. If you're a responsible user, you won't drive one of the influencers. Well, there are going to be a lot of irresponsible users, especially if it's legalized. There are going to be a hell of a lot of irresponsible users who think that they're being responsible. But yeah, anyway. I'm going to go to Amsterdam soon. And I'm probably going to try and get stoned again. And I'm going to hope that I actually fucking feel something good this time. Because I haven't so far. The last time I tried to vape it while I was in Amsterdam, and I didn't feel anything. But then I went to bed in the hotel that I was staying in, and I literally had, unless those things were really happening, I had the worst hallucinogenic dreams I've ever had after I had gone to sleep. I was in a hotel room on my own, and I thought that I could hear people screaming like they were being murdered outside of my hotel room. Before I went to bed, I just didn't really feel anything. I went to bed, I went to sleep, and I had dreams where I thought I could hear people being murdered outside of my hotel room. So, I mean, that's my experience of cannabis. That could just be Amsterdam. I mean, like, I'd like, if somebody had actually been murdered outside of my hotel room, I think I would have heard about it. So I don't think that actually happened. So I mean, it wasn't a great time. I didn't hear about the massacre in Amsterdam while I was there. No, I didn't. I didn't know. So I mean, like, it wasn't great. But maybe I was just doing it wrong. I don't know. Maybe it was a bad strain. I saw Ronaldo McDonaldo what chasing a hamburger when I didn't inhale once. Try flour, not vaping. I didn't buy it from the airport. It was from someone I know and trust. Okay, it was a friend. I just shared a vape. I shared a vape with a friend that I trust. And I was like, okay, I've never tried vaping it before. Maybe vaping is the way forward for me. And I still didn't have a very good time. Do I still trust them? I mean, it wasn't their fault. Yeah, I've tried eating. And I had a different experience when eating, but it still wasn't good. I just felt, I don't know, I can only describe it as like nothing and then dizzy. Like dizzy to the point where I like eventually went to bed and I was lying horizontal and I was like, I really feel like I need to pee right now. And then I tried to like sit up. And then as soon as I sat upright, I was like, I'm too dizzy to even pee right now. I feel like if I got up and tried to pee right now, I would just collapse on the floor. So I just couldn't even pee. So I was just like, no, I'm not even going to pee. And then I just went to bed in need of a piss. And then I didn't even pee until I woke up the next morning and I was sober. And I was like, okay, I can pee now. Do I know how to smoke? Oh, I don't know. Clearly not. I'm just bad at pissing? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it was a bad strain. Maybe I just haven't had that perfect strain. That perfect strain of cannabis. I don't know. Vaping is a scam. Yeah. Maybe it was the vaping. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I just need to keep at it. Like I'm up for like trying to get it right. I'm up for trying to get it right eventually. Just maybe I haven't like quite got it right so far. It's funny, like the only time I've ever properly tried smoking it as a spliff was in Amsterdam. The first time I went to Amsterdam, and I was actually with like a load of other YouTubers. That's the first time I actually like tried smoking it as a spliff. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I'd had beer as well, so like I don't know how much of it was being stoned and how much of it was the beer, but yeah. You inhale, right? Alcohol strengthens it. Not an ideal scenario. What, being in Amsterdam with other YouTubers? I was with quite a lot of other YouTubers. I won't say who I was with. I won't say what other YouTubers I was with. I was with quite a lot of other YouTubers. Mr. Beast. I was definitely not with Mr. Beast. No, like when I was in Amsterdam the first time, I was with Tom Nicholas. And it was so funny. Tom Nicholas, when he's a little bit drunk, is absolutely hilarious. we were like walking down the street, and he was just like, we were walking down the street in Amsterdam, and he he was just like reading out all of the Dutch words on the signs, and then just like laughing at them. Oh, he's the funny. Like when he's a little bit drunk, he's the funniest. He's so funny. Oh. That's the thing. That's the thing with British people. Like, we get a little bit drunk and then we try and read other European languages. Like, isn't that a funny word? It doesn't work in the opposite direction because all European people know how to speak English, and they're like, this is a very normal language. But when European people get drunk in another, but when English people get in a European country, we're like, look at this funny language. Yeah, it's very bad. Try reading something in Polish. Yeah, I would never be able to do that. Anyway, oh shit, fucking hell, it's like 10 to 11. Oh my god, you completely distracted me. Typical British colonizers. Look at that silly language. Yeah, that's literally what it's like. That is what it's like. That's me when I'm in Denmark as a Swede. Jaguar did a rebrand and people are calling it DEI and woke. Oh my god. And they changed their logo so it no longer has the, what wasn't it before? The thing. The Jaguar. I mean, they've clearly got people talking about them, haven't they? I mean, delete ordinary, break molds. Copy nothing. I mean, I don't know. People are calling this like the enshittification of brands, but like, they've just changed the font. I mean, the font, I guess it's like it looks modernized, but it looks all right. I don't hate it. And like, I don't know. All car ads are so fucking pretentious anyway. Is this even any more pretentious than like your average car ad that has a car in it? Like, really? Or like, what do car ads normally tell you? Fuck all. They don't tell you what's going on with the car. They sell you a feeling. They don't sell you facts. They sell you feelings. And this fucking ad, it's selling you feelings, isn't it? It's making you think that you're being high fashion. That's all it is, really, isn't it? Really. And you know what? It's got people talking. It's got people talking, ain't it? So, you know what this hairstyle reminds me of, though? The IT crowd. It reminds me of the IT crowd when with the guy that has an afro, but it's like a comb over afro. Yeah, Moss. Yeah, that's what it reminds me of. Yeah. Richard Iowadi. Yeah. Absolute legend, Richard Iowadi. Richard Iowadi. This is what it reminds me of.
I'll send someone up as soon as I can, okay? Bye. Ow! You're very late. It's been crazy down here. We've had a call.
Sorry.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you see how his afro is like has got a side parting. That's what it reminds me of.
Right. Are you poorly?
No, it's just a bad bra. It was the only one I had handy this morning, and it's really terrible. It's pinching into my sides, and the straps are digging into my shoulders. All that, and it's not even giving my breasts proper support. It's killing me. Oh, Moss. Oh,
Unfortunately, this show was written by a rampant transphobe, so we should not watch anymore. Although, unfortunately, in places, it is rather funny. It is. Alright, what else have we got to watch? Yeah, this show was written by Graham Linehan. Yeah. Oh yeah, so the Mike Tyson and Jake Paul fight. This is a brilliant clip.
Well, in your return to the ring for this fight, you are setting a monumental opportunity for kids my age to see the legend Mike Tyson in the ring for the first time. So after such a successful career, what type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto. Someone said that word and everyone grabbed on the word, so now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over. Who cares about a legacy after that? What a big ego. So I'm going to die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
She's 14, bro!
Thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that I have not heard before, someone say that as an answer.
Can you really imagine somebody say, I want my legacy to be this way when you're dead? Why do you want somebody, you think somebody really wants to think about you? What's the audacity? I think, I want people to think about me when I'm gone. Who the fuck cares about me when I'm gone? Well, my kids, maybe, or grandkids. Who the fuck cares?
Oh, that poor girl. Honestly, the thing is though, with Mike Tyson, didn't he agree to this fight with Jake Paul because I don't think he managed his money very well, and I think if he had managed his money well and had not gone into debt, I think maybe he probably wouldn't have agreed to the fight with Jake Paul. But I think because I don't know, but I read some stories that he was like in a lot of debt, which was maybe why he agreed to do this fight with Jake Paul. I think if he like wasn't in a lot of debt, I don't think he would have like given much of a shit about doing it, to be honest. I just think that he wanted a bit of money because he hadn't managed his money very well. His weed is shit also. Yeah, I mean, like, Mike Tyson has a weed farm now, doesn't he? And I don't know how profitable his weed farm is, but clearly not that profitable if he's accepting fights with Jake Paul. Because if you're like a boxing legend and you're accepting fights with Jake Paul, I just think by default, you're probably not in a good financial situation. Probably. Are you? Really? And I mean, like, he's an adult, so like I don't blame Jake Paul for like beating up an old guy, because like Mike Tyson himself is a grown-ass dude and he can decide what the fuck he wants to do. But I don't think he would have agreed to it if he wasn't in some sort of financial turmoil. It seems that he sort of is, and is a bit like, you know what, fuck it, whatever. He doesn't care at this point. Why would you buy Mike Tyson's weed over someone who's been producing good shit for years? Various sources say he's worth $10 to $30 million. The bankruptcy was over 20 years ago. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell because, like, people's private finances are, you know, they're always speculation, I guess. But, I think if he was in a very good situation, he probably wouldn't have agreed to this fight. I don't think he really cares about his legacy more than him being able to like make some money and be able to leave something to his children. But yeah. But yeah, the boxing match was... It was just bullshit though, wasn't it, really? I didn't watch any of it, but... Basically, it was like... What everybody expected to happen, happened. Wow, great. But apparently it was still the most watched boxing match of all time. But also that's not surprising because like it was on Netflix. So it was on a streaming service that like literally millions and millions of people are paying for a subscription for anyway. It wasn't like the numbers were being counted by people signing up for a pay to view purpose of like literally just watching this match. It was like people just tuning into something that they'd paid for anyway. So it was like it wasn't really comparable to like any other sporting event that had ever happened before anyway. It just happened on Netflix, and then and then the streaming service obviously like fucked up anyway, and it was just showing an error for a lot of people who tried to tune in anyway while it was happening. But like still, I don't think you could compare this to other sporting events, like pay-per-view sporting events, because it was just shown on Netflix. And Jake Paul probably did that on purpose, because I think if Jake Paul really thought that he could make a lot of money from that event, then he would have made it a pay-per-view event, like standalone on some different service where people would have had to sign up just to watch that event. And like, he would have known that it probably wouldn't have made that much money as like a standalone event, like not on Netflix. Which is why he decided to sell it to Netflix in the end. And also, like, if he'd done it as a standalone event where people had to sign up for it individually, then the numbers for that event would have been public, essentially. So it also would have been public how much of a fucking failure the whole event was, and how few people decided to pay up and actually watch the event. That would have been public knowledge. And I think Jake Paul was like, I don't want anybody to know how many few people would have paid to see this. So I'm just going to put it on Netflix and let it flop on Netflix instead. And it didn't really flop on Netflix, but it only didn't really flop because people were paying for Netflix anyway. So they just thought, you know what? I might as well just fucking tune in and see what the fuck happens. You've got some orange boy asshole in the camera right now. But yeah, I think, yeah, that's why he sold it to Netflix, because he just thought it would be a complete flop. If he sold it to any other streaming service, I think he would have thought it would have been a flop. So he thought, you know what, I might as well sell this to the most popular streaming service that already exists. And then I don't have to deal with the amount of people who, like, didn't bother signing up to see this shit show. Anyway, I'm gonna go for a wee.
Well, in your return to the ring for this.
Whoops.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I like to move it, move it. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Screwdriver, let it mellow. Well, thing is though, right? Sometimes there's a little bit of water left in the bottom of the, because I've taken the top off the toilet, so I can constantly see at the minute how much water is in there, and sometimes there is enough. Like sometimes it's like half full, so there's enough in there to like flush without me having to like screwdriver on the toilet. So that time I was like, you know what? It's about half full. The cistern is about half full, so I can just flush, and then the pee will go down without me having to like screwdriver. So that's what I did this time. So yeah, I wasn't technically letting it mellow, but I also didn't get the screwdriver out this time. But I will next time because it's completely empty now. So. All right, what should we talk about now? It's up to me. because it's my stream. Brooklyn.
Minimal attempts from.
Shall we talk about let's talk about Linkin Park's new album.
The band to
Vegan King Fantano.
Oh my gosh! Hi everyone, Linkin Park Tano here, the internet's busiest music nerd, and it's time for a review of this new Linkin Park album from Zero. Yes, the legendary alternative rock music outfit Linkin Park is back with their 8th album. It's their first studio full-length in 7 whole years, and also the first they have come out with that features their brand new lead singer Emily Armstrong of the band Dead Sarah, someone who out of the gate was proven to be a kind of controversial pick due to associations that she has had with the likes of Danny Masterson, as well as personal connections to the world of Scientology. However, there were minimal attempts from the band to really address this.
You fucking wonder why? Are you wondering why the band didn't want to address the potential connections to the Church of Scientology? Are you wondering why they didn't want to address that?
And it didn't really slow down the roll of singles that dropped in the lead up to this record, which now that it's out is
okay. And, look, Emily Armstrong has right. I looked into this. Her parents are they actually they write the sort of like Scientology bulletin, like the Scientology newspaper that all the Scientologists reads. It's like the Scientology propaganda newspaper bulletin thing. Like Emily Armstrong's parents write that shit. Like they are high up, dedicated Scientology bros. And Emily Armstrong has been their daughter and has literally spent her entire life essentially trying to separate herself from the church, but like also she's quite clearly also trying to not lose contact with her family, which is obviously a pretty fucking difficult thing to do. So like throughout her life, she's essentially been constantly connected to the Church of Scientology through her parents. But she's... I haven't seen, personally, even once, Emily Armstrong herself, like... Brooklyn, I can't see chat. I've never seen her even once be like, hey, Scientology is really cool, bro. I love Scientology. I've not seen her specifically say one single thing or like promote them in any way, apart from this one time where she allegedly went to Danny Masterson's court hearing, in which loads of people from the Church of Scientology were, I don't know, I guess invited by higher-ups at the Church of Scientology to turn up at the court hearing in support of Danny Masterson. I mean, it was quite clearly a sort of turn up to this or we'll fuck your life up kind of situation by the Church of Scientology. And they sort of got their own way in a sense, because like every celebrity who turned up to that court hearing in defense of Danny Masterson got bad press. Because obviously, because he's a rapist who raped people. He is a rapist. But the Church of Scientology were obviously using this to blackmail a lot of their members. And they essentially made them turn up in support of Danny Masterson, because Danny Masterson is a Scientologist himself who raped people. And obviously the Church of Scientology doesn't like it when their famous members are accused of rape. Therefore, they set up this whole thing where they thought, you know what, if we get a load of our other celebrity members to turn up to the trial in support of him, then maybe we can get this whole thing shut down. And they obviously gaslit a hell of a lot of their celebrity members and people who are related or tangentially related somehow to their celebrity members to turn up to this court case. And they obviously gaslit them into doing this. And Emily Armstrong was one of these people, because her parents are the people who basically write the Scientology bulletin. So they basically somehow managed to convince her, probably through blackmail somehow, to get her to turn up at this court case. But yeah, Danny Masterson is a rapist who is in jail, should be in jail forever, obviously. I mean, like, if you remember, like, other celebrities that turned up for him were Ashton Kutcher, and Mila Kunis. And they got a hell of a lot of bad press for turning up in support of him when he was going through that trial. And I wonder, like, I wonder if they were also blackmailed somehow by the Church of Scientology, perhaps because they also have family members who are in the church. And perhaps they were also blackmailing Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis. That's what I wonder. That's what I question. I'm not sure. But, like, it seemed very weird to me that they would, as famous actors, willingly go forward and say, you know, supposedly great things about a person who had very credible rape accusations against them. Like, as a famous actor, why would you publicly write a letter or, like, go to their trial and give them, like, an amazing character reference? As a famous actor, why would you do that and then be like, oh, well, they were just, like, a really good friend of mine. They were just, like, a really good friend. Why would you do that? Unless you had some kind of, like, fucking blackmail that was being leveraged against you. So, like, but, like, people assumed that it was, like, just Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher just being dickheads, rich dickheads, which is fully possible. But, like, I refuse to believe that it's that simple. I think that there was something fucking mad going on there with, like, blackmail and the Church of Scientology that like, literally made them think that there was no other option but for them to, like, give a really good testimony for this rapist. Anyway, full on tangent. about Scientology. Anyway.
Surprisingly scant, it's just 10 tracks and an intro that total up to just over 30 minutes of runtime. Somehow the band managed to streamline things even more since the release of their last record, One More Light, which was also on the short side. And maybe it's the case that on this new one, the band doesn't want to be doing too much or overextending themselves, because in part it does feel like this record exists to sort of sell us on the idea that Emily Armstrong is a decent replacement for the late and beloved Chester Bennington, one of the most celebrated vocalists in modern rock and metal music, point blank period. And losing him, frankly, leaves Linkin Park with one of the most unfillable voids for any band lineup ever. But you can't really blame them for trying, though, because Linkin Park is a group whose cultural legacy and impact still burns strong to this day, and they're a band who I'm sure would love to be playing their classic tracks in front of thousands and thousands of adoring fans who want to hear them, but they can't do it with that key part of their lineup gone. Enter Emily Armstrong. Here she comes to fill those shoes. However, merely just announcing a new live singer isn't necessarily going to generate the sort of engagement that a group might be seeking if they are trying to stay relevant in this very saturated music market, even if you have the kind of legacy that Linkin Park does. And again, sonically speaking, the primary focus on this album seems to be to convince fans that this is the same band, despite the massive lineup change happening before our eyes. Linkin Park is not just trying to prove to us that they're the same band, but also Emily is in the band and getting along with the band. There's chemistry there, as shown by all of the funny little intimate banter snippets that play periodically throughout the album between tracks where, Mike and Emily are going back and forth. But, those aren't necessary because I feel like the results on this record speak for themselves. Because for the most part, I think Emily's voice really does complement Linkin Park's sound. Given her vocal range and capacity,
positive review?
For throat shredding screams, I can very much imagine her pulling off those pivotal Chester Bennington moments on many a classic Linkin Park track. And she also clearly gives the band the ability to continue writing vocal parts as they always have, because in the track list on this LP, the band musters multiple songs that feel like, again, classic Linkin Park hits, but kind of subtly thrown into a blender so they're not making exact copies of songs like Numb, as well as One Step Closer, though if you listen closely, you'll catch whiffs of those types of tracks. Even the lead single on this thing, The Emptiness Machine, when the track kicks off, you really get all of these heavy, driving alt-rock riffs, soaring melodic leads from Emily. Mike Shinoda is also kind of leaning more into his singing voice as opposed to the rapping. And in addition to this, you get that classic Linkin Park lyricism where they're kind of taking a complex emotional issue, but really reducing it down almost to a fault, to where the dynamics being described come across as a bit too simple. As what's happening on this track is you have a protagonist who is acting inauthentically, they're not being their true selves. You could almost say that their existence is kind of like a lie, and the reason they're doing this is to be accepted, is to gain something, is to be entered into the emptiness machine, to fit in, I guess you could say. It's not a mind-blowing track. It's not a terrible track either. It just sort of feels like it is fulfilling the bare minimum aesthetically of what we would expect from a Linkin Park song, no more, no less. And it's really a matter of whether or not you want to go into an album just to kind of hear the band prove that they can relive past glories in a way. And look, as somebody who was a big fan when I was a kid of their early stuff, I will say there are moments on this album where they pull that off very well. well, like on the song Heavy is the Crown, where I feel like they check a lot of those similar boxes that the Emptiness Machine does, but it goes even harder this time. Mike is even giving us the rapping again. We have those heavy jump the fuck up riffs on a climactic bridge toward the finish. And even though this song isn't really breaking any new ground for the band, I will say I guess I would rather hear them do this than extend themselves into territory that is uncomfortable or exposes, I guess, just a lack of actual versatility. The song Two-Faced is another deep cut that I feel like fits into that classic Linkin Park formula. There are even bits of this track that read as, one step closer to the edge to me. Sure, that riffy climax with Emily screaming over those guitars might seem a little stereotypical or even cliche for Linkin Park at this point, but, it's still impressive that with a new vocalist, with a different lineup, they're still able to pull off this exact vibe with that much accuracy.
I think all of the songs on the new album are most of them are very catchy. I think they've done a good job. And I think her voice is it's good. It fits well because Chester's voice was never, it was never a low sort of like a growl. It was always more of a high pitched sort of scream. And I think Emily Armstrong's scream definitely sort of it puts her own sort of signature on that sound. I think it works pretty well.
In fact, I would actually say this song should have been the lead single to the record, and also with the lyrics on this track, you're getting classic Linkin Park writing where you're getting a very cathartic metal anthem about somebody who's just very difficult to deal with, or, a very stressful interpersonal dynamic. In this case, it's somebody who's two-faced, duplicitous, that sort of thing. So yeah, for the most part, as much as Emily's inclusion into the lineup may have caused some fans to fret, she holds her own on this record, and she is most definitely not the weakest link in the chain when it comes to this album. The moments on this record that kind of falter are the ones where the territory feels unfamiliar, or the songwriting is just kind of scant or poorly executed. Take Overflow as well as Cut the Bridge, two tracks that oddly to my ears come across as very theatrical. The background vocals are actually even giving me Hamilton vibes. Even the instrumentals on these tracks read as being very melodramatic rock opera pieces. Alt rock opera pieces, that is. And while when it comes to Linkin Park's music, I do expect at least some theatrics and angst, theater kid metal is not really what I tune in for.
I mean, I will agree, the lyrics aren't amazing. They're not the most deep sort of shit that you're gonna find. They're really not. But I don't know. I like the riffs. I think the riffs are good. I think Emily Armstrong's vocals are good. I think they're the best part of the album.
Deeper into the record, the song Stained feels less like a Linkin Park song and more like a Mike Shinoda track featuring Emily Armstrong, in terms of it being some very bright, beat-heavy industrial pop rock with that metal element just being kind of missing. And while Over Each Other does feature a decent vocal performance from Emily on the chorus, and again, classic writing as far as the lyrics go, because you're kind of dealing in this never-ending series of arguments that don't really resolve. This track also feels kind of out of place on the record because without Mike Shinoda there vocally and just kind of Emily being on the track, it doesn't really feel like a Linkin Park song, especially with the instrumental coming across as so bland, not really having some of those electronic bells and whistles that their production is often kind of covered in to signal that, you are hearing an alt metal and alt group that is kind of leaning into other genre blends. But yeah, ultimately this track just kind of feels like I'm listening to another band entirely. Despite this shortcoming, I will say Emily does vocally smash it when the band is trying to go as hard as humanly possible, like on Casualty, the most aggressive song on the record handily. It has these fast, punky, sledge sludgy guitar riffs. Emily's vocals are just absolutely monstrous, and the song is so aggressive. It's even got Mike in the mix, throwing some growls into it. Even Mike is sounding angry on here and, actually selling it pretty well. But yeah, while there are some decent highlights in this track list, that does not an amazing album make. I mean, if you whittled this project down to its best moments, I feel like ultimately what you would have is like a great EP. You essentially have a handful of strong radio rockers on here that reconnect with the band's classic beloved sound, and then you have a lot of gaps in between that are just not anywhere near as gratifying, and then it finishes off with a very unceremonious, just thankless closer that has a sort of ironic message. The track is essentially about good things going away and being replaced by not so good things, or just stuff that isn't as interesting or as great in comparison. Or at least that's like what the chorus would have you believe if you were to read directly into the words there. All of these surrounding lyrics are actually so packed with non sequitur cliches that it's difficult to actually tell what thematic direction the song is going in, as Mike and Emily trade bars about spitting out your medicine that you don't want to take, asking for forgiveness, putting out fires, pushing people away when they get close, having a hard time laughing when you're the joke. There's also one lyric that stood out to me as maybe the worst on the entire album, where Mike spits a bar about falling down the stairs while everyone stares. With all of that being said, though, look, again, From Zero is better than I expected it to be, honestly. There are...
Have you never experienced that, Fantano? Falling down the stairs when everybody stares?
Handful of very good alt-rock anthems on here where Linkin Park is sounding like their usual selves, better than they have in years, frankly, as in my opinion a lot of the band's late era records have been kind of weak. In that sense, they're really kind of like coming back a little bit. They're really returning to form with Emily in the mix. But that glory only really lasts the length of a pretty brief rock song here and there on this already also brief record. And I guess it remains to be seen if whether or not the band can sort of like extend this magic out to the length of an entire album later down the road. But I actually wouldn't be surprised if at the end of the day this album was, mostly just like assembled as a means of, kind of like getting the band together, getting a tour together, which I'm sure once it happens will absolutely kick ass, and the fans will probably eat it up and go crazy.
The tour is fucking selling out everywhere. It really is.
And yeah, for the most part, I'm feeling a strong 4 to a light 5 on this thing. Tran.
Ooh, out of 10. Ooh.
Have you given this record a listen? Did you love it? Did you hate it? What would you rate it? You're the best. You're the best. What should I review next? Hit the like if you like. Please subscribe.
New Linkin Park
everyone,
singer
Anthony
is weird.
Fantano here. The
No.
controversies in her past that are not looking all that great.
No.
There is an article about this right now on theneedledrop.com that is quite detailed that you can read for yourself. Shout out to Dana for getting that up. But a lot of Linkin Park listeners and just music fans across the board are taking issue not only with Emily Armstrong's about his allegations. Chrissy.
Yeah, this is all the shit that I was talking about. Danny Masterson and his rape shit. Yeah, I mean, like, she's like basically come out now and said, look, people made me think that Danny Masterson was my friend, and then I went to the rape trial, and then I realized, oh shit, he raped people. Maybe he isn't so cool after all. Anyway, Mark Zuckerberg is making music. Mark Zuckerberg is making music, guys. I know you can't wait to hear this. Mark Zuckerberg reveals he was in the studio with T-Pain to re-record Get Low for his wife in celebration for their anniversary. Get Low was playing when I first met Priscilla at a college party. So every year we listen to it on our dating anniversary. So Mark Zuckerberg has made a acoustic version of Get Low, guys. Okay, it's very beautiful. Okay. Oh wait, where is it? Here it is. Here it is.
Three, 6, 9. Damn, you're fine. Hoping you can sock it to me, baby,
one more time. Get low, 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 get low.
From the windows
to the walls, till the sweat drips down my balls.
Till all these bitches crawl
Down,
skeet,
skeet, motherfucker. Oh, skeet, skeet, goddamn. Oh, skeet, skeet, motherfucker. Oh, skeet, skeet, goddamn.
Shorty crunk, so fresh, so clean. Can't she fuck? That question's been harassing me in the mind. This girl is so fine. I done come to this club about 11 times. Can I play with your panty line? Club owner said I need to calm down.
Can I play with your panty line? Oh my god.
Security guard is sweating me now. I got drunk and a motherfucker threatened me now. 3, 6, 9. Damn, you're fine. Hoping you can sock it to me, baby,
one more time.
Get low,
get low, get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. To the walls, till the sweat drips down my balls. Oh, these bitches crawl. Oh, ski, ski, motherfucker. Oh, ski, ski, goddamn. Oh, ski, ski, motherfucker. Oh, ski, ski, goddamn.
She getting crunk in the club, I mean she work it. And I like to see them females twerk it. Taking their clothes off, fucking naked. ATL, hold on, disrespect it. I pop your pussy like this. Cause sleep ain't up in this B.I.H. Lil John and the East Side boys with me. And we all like to see ass and titties, oh yeah.
Ass and titties.
Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up and stop. Wiggle with it, yeah, stop. Wiggle with it, yeah, stop. Wiggle with it, yeah, stop. Wiggle with it, yeah. 3, 6, 9. You're fine. Hoping you can sock it to me, baby, one more time. Get low, get low, get low, get low. Get low, get low, get low. Get low, get low, get low. Get low. From the windows
to the walls,
till the sweat drops down my balls. Till all these bitches crawl. Oh,
ski, ski, motherfucker. Oh, ski, ski, goddamn. Oh, ski, ski, motherfucker. Oh, ski, ski, goddamn. Oh, beautiful. All right, we're gonna do some UK shit. What shall we sample? Oh, ski, ski, motherfucker. Oh, ski, ski, goddamn. Oh, ski, ski, motherfucker. Oh, ski, ski, goddamn.
Three, 6, 9. Damn, you're fine. and you can sock it to me, baby, one more time. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low, get low, get low.
I need something to sample. I need something to sample for the BBC tune, okay? What should we sample? We need something short and snappy. Something by Duran Duran. Skeet Skeet. Skeet Skeet. Ooh, okay. Maybe that could work.
From the windows to the walls, till sweat drops down my balls, till all these bitches crawl. Oh, skeet skeet, motherfucker.
Okay. Maybe we could make that work. Oh, skeet skeet, motherfucker. Oh, skeet skeet, goddamn. Oh, skeet skeet, motherfucker. Oh, skeet skeet, goddamn. Right, okay, let's see. Download. Oh, skeet skeet, motherfucker. Oh, skeet skeet, goddamn. Alright. Oh, skeet skeet, motherfucker. Oh, skeet skeet, goddamn. Oh, skeet skeet, motherfucker. Wait, hang on, I have to do. Oh, skeet skeet, motherfucker. Oh, skeet skeet, goddamn. Oh, skeet skeet, motherfucker.
Motherfucker, 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 motherfucker. Skeet, mother, skeet, mother, skeet, 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 mother, skeet, skeet, mother, skeet, skeet, mother, skeet, 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 skeet.
I wonder how well that works. interesting one. That was an interesting one. All right. Okay. Right. All right. Farmer protests. Oh no, wait, let's do some other UK shit before we get onto that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Okay. This is bad. This is bad.
I can sort of see you. Yeah. It's slightly like Big Brother is watching you. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg. I've been involved in some political controversy. I'm afraid, and this is probably a sin, I quite enjoy winding people up.
I hope I don't get a cease and desist letter from Johnny Bowden. Could you please not wear my clothes? You awful Tory right-wing fox-hunting Brexiteer.
Would you consider you and your family to be posh?
We have quite posh accents, so yeah, if we're being real, we're quite posh, yeah.
11 cabinet ministers are facing losing their seats.
Nice to see you.
I will be over the moon if Rees-Mogg is gone.
Thank you so much. Extraordinary things can happen, and one should never give up until the last minute.
Worse result at a general election than John Major's defeat in 1997.
I'm not a dog, I don't lick my wounds. Life goes on. What's next should always be the question.
I mean, I would like to watch this just to like sort of see in detail how badly he lost his seat and just exactly how sad he was about that.
Sean does everything that needs to be done in a busy household.
I'm going out to get some graffiti.
He's nicer than what I thought he would be. He does like his boxers being ironed.
That's what you pay your wages for, isn't it?
I'm just lazy, that's all.
He likes his boxers being ironed by his staff members.
Was it love at first sight?
No. Also, didn't tell him that.
How would you describe your dad?
Funny. He's very unfunny.
Oh my goodness. The wrong way. I'm well aware that there are risks in reality TV.
Let's go to Disney!
I don't want to go to Disneyland at all. I think this would be a rather different kettle of fish, actually, from the Kardashians.
I think like all Jacob Rees-Mogg ever really wanted was to be a fucking celebrity. Just to be like one of those really fucking overly posh celebrities. Like Made in Chelsea, but like 10 times worse than that. I think that's all he ever really fucking wanted. Really. Anyway, the Daily Mail are really angry about Gen Z's sandwiches. I'm angry about this because I love a good sandwich. And I probably have some of the wokest sandwiches the Daily Mail would ever consider. The Daily Mail would probably consider my sandwiches to be the wokest of sandwiches. Now Gen Z are waging war on our sandwiches. How younger Brits are ditching English classics like ham and mustard in favour of fancy woke fillings. Gen Z Brits are turning their backs on British sandwich classics like ham and mustard and cheese in favour of fancy fillings like avocado, olives and continental cheese. Popular bread manufacturer Allison's launched its Great British Sandwich Study to lift the lids on the nation's lunchboxes and reveal their changing tastes for their beloved lunchtime snack. Researchers quizzed Brits of all age groups on their sandwich preferences, from their favourite type of bread to their ideal fillings, and even how they slice their sarnies. The study has highlighted a trend away from sandwich classics like ham and mustard or cheese and onion in favour of toasted alternatives filled with more exotic ingredients. While sliced ham is a sandwich stalwart for the older generations, with a quarter, 26% of boomers saying it's their number one meat, gym-loving Gen Z prefer leaner chicken at 31%. Only 1 in 100 Gen Z would consider pairing ham with English mustard. Compared to 1 in 10 of the baby boomer generation. Gosh, English cheddar appears to be on the decline, despite being enjoyed by nearly 6 in 10. That's 59% of Brits, according to a survey of 2,000 sandwich lovers. 2/3, or 66%, just in case you weren't too sure of that, in terms of percentages, of boomers say cheddar is their favourite cheese for a sandwich, with that number falling through the age group to just over half, 52% of Gen Z. And here is a picture of a person eating a sandwich, just in case you weren't too sure of what that looked like. If you were one of these Gen Alpha people, well, you don't even know what a sandwich is. This is what it looks like when a person eats a sandwich. Okay? Gen Z are almost as likely to include continental cheese, 48%, as they are English cheddar in their sandwich. This compares with just over a quarter, 27% of baby boomers. Wow, another growing sandwich trend is for fancy fillings like avocado, peppers, chilies and olives, with a third, 35% of Gen Z opting for upmarket extras. Ooh, over just 1 in 10, or 10%, of baby boomers. Boomers prefer onion in their sandwiches, with 3 in 10, or 29%, regularly slicing slices of red, white or spring onion inside, compared to just 12% of Gen Z. The humble tomato is a universal favourite, loved by 2/5, or 42% of Brits. I love a good tomato in my sandwiches, I have to admit. Gen Z are the least likely to include it, 34%, compared to more than half, 53%, of the older generation. When it comes to condiments, mayonnaise is the nation's favourite, with around a quarter, or 23% of Brits saying it's the top of the toppings. Wow. The least favourite among boomers, 19%. I love a good bit of guacamole in my sandwiches. Does that make me Gen Z? I love a bit of guacamole. I love a bit of guac. The older generation are the greatest lovers of classic sauces, with 1 in 10 choosing salad cream or English mustard, compared to just 2% or 1% of Gen Z respectively. Gen Z are the biggest lovers of a hot sandwich, with 6 in 10 or 59% saying they either toast the bread, 41%, or use a sandwich maker. A woke sandwich maker at 14%, compared to the average of a third, 36%. Wow. The older the generation, the greater the preference for having the sandwich as it comes, with the vast majority, 86% of baby boomers, not prepared to wait to warm up their snack. Wow. And here's a picture of a Gen Zer eating one of these woke sandwiches, guys. Wow. Wow. Another clear trend dividing the age group came down to the question of whether crisps... Oh, crisps! Oh! Wait a minute. About... Oh, skeet, skeet. I don't have my sound effects. Shit. There we go. There we go. We don't want the skeet skeet. We want we want the boom. Another clear trend dividing the age groups came down to the question of whether crisps should be added to or eaten separately from a sandwich. I love putting personally, I think I fucking love putting the crisps in the sandwich. I don't know about you, but the crisps within the sandwich, putting it, like, giving the sandwich that crunch. Mate, you can't beat it. You can't beat it. You can't beat it. Nearly 2/3, 60% of Gen Z gave a definitive in when asked whether crisps should be in or out of their sarnie. Boomers gave an even more definitive out to the question. 62%. And I really want a crisp sandwich now. Oh my god, you cannot believe how much I literally want a crisp sandwich right now. Oh, I have a craving now. Oh! And the way Brits cut their completed sandwiches is also evolving, with a move away from the diagonal slices in favour of a top to bottom or side to side split. Yeah, it's all about the side to side. It's all about the side to side. It's about the side to side split. The older generation are the most likely to opt for a diagonal sarnie. Nearly a third. 31% compared to fewer than 2 in 10. 18% of Gen Z. Oh, and a growing number of Brits appear to be cutting off their... No, don't cut off the crusts. Don't cut off your crust. The crusts are good for you. And, like, they don't even taste bad. What is with this crust hate? What is with the fucking crust hate? Nearly 2 in 10 Gen Z routinely lop off the edges of their sarnies, compared to just 5% of baby boomers. The crusts are good for you guys. God. Love for the sarnie remains... Brooklyn, I can't read it anymore. Brooklyn. Stop trying to get your asshole on stream. This is not OnlyFans. This is not only cat assholes. And a growing number of Brits appear to be cutting off their crusts. I already read that bit. Love for the sarnie remains as strong as ever, with more than 3/4, 77% of Brits agreeing the sandwich is one of the world's great inventions. An Alison spokesperson said, "We are truly a nation of sandwich lovers. Regardless of what fillings we put inside, how we choose to serve or slice them, the humble sandwich has been a mealtime mainstay for centuries, and will be for centuries to come. One growing trend that may leave a lasting impression is young Brits' preference for cutting off their crusts." What? No, that's like one thing that I'm literally not... I don't give a fuck about. Brooklyn. He's like, you can't see it, but he's literally doing that thing. Like, he's got a glass of water that's at the end of the desk, and he's doing that thing where he, like, pokes his paw in, and then he licks his paw. He's got his own water fountain, his dedicated water fountain downstairs. Yet he chooses to sit on my desk and dip his paw into my glass of water and lick his paw. One growing trend that may leave a lasting impression is young Brits' preference for cutting off their crusts. And while it would be sad to see fewer folks with curly hair, it doesn't give you curly hair, for fuck's sake. We'd certainly urge these lopping off of the edges of their bread to make good use of those crusts. Bread, crumbs, or croutons are two brilliant options. I mean, if you're really going to cut off your crusts, throw them out in the garden for your birds. That's what I do. I only do it though if I have bread that's a bit mouldy or a bit stale. I'll throw it out in the garden for the squirrels or the birds. And then they get some use out of it. Brooklyn! Yeah! Get out the fucking way! You can do French toast with stale bread. Yeah. I mean, if you know a way to make vegan French toast, then I'll do vegan French toast. I don't know how to do that though. I don't know how to make French toast without eggs. But if I just like throw any food out into my backyard though, within 5 minutes, a squirrel will be eating it. And to be fair, that's fun enough for me to watch. That's entertainment enough for me to watch the squirrels eat it and the birds eat it. The squirrel, because the squirrels will like pick it up. They'll pick up the bits of bread with their little paws, and then they'll be like. So I mean, that's good enough for me. All right, farmers. I'm trying to click on this link from my Google Doc, and it won't let me click on it. What if I copy it and paste it in here? Oh, there we go. It comes up. My fucking computer's... Okay, I can pause the video with my spacebar, but apparently not with my... Apparently I can't pause the video with my mouse. So... Nigel Farage is pretending to be a working class farmer right now. It's great.
Well, here we are. It's farmer v Starmer today, isn't it? And it's quite strong. You know, this happened under Blair. Over 400,000 people marched on the countryside march. That was to do with hunting specifically. But Blair didn't need to worry about that. The Labour government today needs to worry about this just because of the sheer number of seats that it's got in rural areas. And I think these people feel not just on IHT, they feel when it comes to rewilding, when it comes to nitrates policy, when it comes to, solar farms, it feels like their way of life is under attack, and they're asking why. And frankly, there is no good reason.
Is it anti-British?
There is no good reason. I mean, there is quite a good reason for why Labour decided to begin taxing farmers. Inheritance tax. It's mostly to do with land ownership. It's mostly land ownership. Because essentially, like in 1984, there was an act put in place which basically decided that all people in the UK who owned farmland and all of the assets that come on top of that, but it's mainly the land. If you want to pass that on to your kids, then you don't have to pay any inheritance tax on it. That was decided back in like 1984. And since then, like, the price of land has significantly, like, increased a hell of a lot, to the point where people have started exploiting that act that got passed. And people who exploited that are Nigel Farage himself. Also, people like Jeremy Clarkson. They buy land, and yes, they'll do farming on that land, but they will buy the land because they know that they can pass it on to their children without having to pay inheritance tax. That's the reason that they bought it in the first place, is because they knew that it would be an asset that they wouldn't have to pay inheritance tax on. That is the reason that a lot of very rich people buy a lot of farmland. And those are the people that Labour are trying to capture with this legislation. Not the poorer farmers who are literally just trying to get by. It's the richer ones who are literally only buying a hell of a lot of land because they built up a lot of wealth, and they've thought, well, how can I pass on this wealth to my children without paying inheritance tax? Oh, well, what I can do is call myself a farmer and buy a fuck ton of land. That's exactly what Jeremy Clarkson did. That's exactly what Nigel Farage did. And now Labour have come along and gone, oh, you know what? This isn't a loophole anymore. And now they're just really fucking pissed off about that.
What the government are doing. Well, I'll tell you something. It's really interesting. All over the world, people say about our country, what amazing countryside you've got. What a beautiful landscape you've got. That's because of these families who in many cases have been doing it for hundreds of years for very little money by modern standards. And they should be supported, not attacked.
And this is the Duke
I'm the Duke of Rutland from Beaver Castle in Leicestershire. I won't say unsustainable. I think that would probably possibly be going too far. But
is he wearing a beanie with a with a camera in it?
Some farmers, especially hill farmers in Derbyshire, Yorkshire, Wales, Scotland, will go under. And then who knows what happens? The big boys like Dyson come along, possibly sweep it up, or who knows is the answer. It's all very difficult.
May I ask you about red tape?
Well, we're protecting the countryside. The red tape it's a real problem for us. And, we are conservationists. We're not just farmers. And, we get the deference of the natural Englands. We have.
I mean, that in itself, like, we're conservationists, not farmers. The really difficult thing about all of this is that, like coming for farmers, like, is, I guess emotionally a pretty shitty thing to do, because, farmers aren't, like, generally rich members of society. Generally, they're not. Like, the way that we sort of generally see farmers is not like the elite, the millionaire guys. And Labour isn't trying to tax, from what I can tell from the budget, Labour isn't trying to tax those farmers that are literally just trying to get by. They're trying to tax the ones that are already rich and then go and buy a load of land in order to try and avoid inheritance tax. Those are the ones that they're trying to target here, not the farmers that are trying to get by, because it is true that there is not a massive margin in farming. There never was, but there is a massive margin in buying a fuck ton of land and then passing it on to your kids. That is a massive margin if you're already rich. But if you're like a smaller farmer who's literally trying to get by, if you were all of a sudden burdened with a load of inheritance tax, that would end your business. But Labour weren't trying to target those farmers. But the thing is, whether this inheritance tax would actually hit those farmers is a very contested point. Because it depends what you think as a farmer. It depends what you think that your assets are worth. Because it's not going to affect you at all if your assets and your land are worth less than £1 million. And if they are worth more than £1 million, it's only everything that's worth over that £1 million that's going to be taxed. And even then, it's going to be taxed half of the usual rate of inheritance tax. So it's still pretty low because you're a farmer and your profits are going to be low. But it's contested as to like how many farmers in real terms that will affect. And I think a lot of farmers are thinking that they're going to be affected by this because maybe they're misled with how much their farms are actually worth. It's hard to tell. It's pretty hard to tell. Anyway, I have to use my space bar. I don't know. My mouse has stopped working.
All these bridges to cross, and it's wrong. You know, we are the caretakers of the countryside.
Yeah, if you're a married couple owning a farm, yeah, you can push it up to 3 million tax-free before you leave it to your kids.
And I just find that, you know, all this, it's not just about taxation. But the inheritance onto another generation, it's unsustainable.
We're the ones who keep the footpaths up so that people in London or Manchester or Birmingham or whatever can actually walk around the countryside at weekends when they have a chance to get out.
So I don't want to pay 20% for this little man to take over the farm.
What will happen to your farm?
It's going to get sold.
It's not 20% though. It's... Does he realise? It's such a misleading thing to say, oh yeah, this little guy's going to have to give away 20% of the business when I hand it over to him. That's not the case. It's 20% of everything over £1 million. Or if this guy has a wife, then he could, like, if they like do the assets properly, they could get that up to like 3 million before he passes it on to that little kid. And if your assets are that high, that means that you're one of the richest farms in the UK, and that you're probably making quite a lot of profit at that point anyway.
Can't afford to pay it. There's no money. There's no money in farming. It's hard enough as it is.
You have to sell this, say.
Sell everything. You'd have to sell everything. You can't pay 20%. There's not 20% in it.
God forbid.
That's not what you're paying. You're not paying 20%.
God forbid our ports were compromised in any way. Where would all your food come from? It comes from our farmers. Where would all the ladies that are having babies, if they're not breastfeeding, where do they get their milk? It comes from our cattle farmers. And that's the only way that they'll survive. So they've got to understand, support our British farmers, because it's where the food's going to come from.
Nobody needs cow's milk. Nobody needs cow. Like if you have a baby As a woman, yes, your own breast milk is needed, but the cow's milk is not needed. How fucking cooked are people? See, this is the thing, like, people are so, like, you can't come for a profession that's, like, in children's books. You just can't, because there's so much, like, emotive, like, it's like connection there. Like, as a kid, you read about farmers in, like, books. You're like, old Mac, like, you fucking read a book that's like, old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I fucking O. And then you think that that's, like, part of life, and it always needs to be that way. It doesn't. We actually don't need as many farmers as we have. We actually don't. Over the next few decades, the amount of farmers we have, unfortunately, I'm sorry if this is a hard truth, but unfortunately, the amount of farmers that we need over the next few decades is going to reduce. It's going to reduce because it's not a sustainable way to make food. It's not. Most of the land used for farming is for meat and dairy, because a lot of the crop that we grow is to feed livestock that then goes on to give us dairy and meat, and it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable, and eventually, unfortunately, we're going to come to realize that, and farming is going to reduce. And you know what? The land that we're using to farm is eventually going to be replaced by solar panels. That's what we need, unfortunately, to use the land for. And people are going to have to move to different industries eventually. That's just what's going to happen. And unfortunately, yeah, a lot of family businesses are probably going to get to the point where they're like, you know what, this probably isn't very profitable for us anymore, to the point where we're probably just not going to bother doing it anymore. But like, that literally happens in a lot of industries. And with farmers, it's like there's that emotional connection there where we're kind of like, but that shouldn't happen with farmers. Like, they're the backbone of the UK. And like, yeah, it feels like that. It absolutely feels like that. But as culture moves on, and you know, as the economy moves on, we kind of realize that we didn't need stuff as much as we used to need it. Become a Bitcoin bro. But yeah, like, if the government were able to manage this properly, what they'd be able to do is convert the farms that we already have into, like, you know, solar farms, or like, we could use that land to create renewable energy instead. But of course, we're not that good at converting land and being able to convince farmers into using their land for different purposes. So yeah. Oh, I can't.
Babies, if they're not breastfeeding, where they get their milk comes from our cattle farmers, and that's the only way that they'll survive. So they've got to understand, support our British farmers.
Can we address this guy? Yeah, this guy is wearing a skull and tomatoes. There we go. I've addressed it.
Where the food's going to come from? Don't take their land away. Give them more land, if anything.
I represent 1,500 farmers, and I recognise the narrative out of number 10 is not the truth. The truth is, 440 of the 1,500 farmers will be directly affected by this, and many of them, including the 4 case studies I looked at last night, are living on less than the minimum wage. And that doesn't include hundreds of tenant farmers who are indirectly affected by this because you have a kind of a whole restructuring of businesses following this kind of announcement. It just leads to eviction. So the consequences are that the poorest farmers will be hit by this. The wealthiest will just find a way around it because they always do.
The way they're treating farmers in general.
And how are they treating farmers?
Badly. Well, they're not countrymen. They don't know what goes on. How hard we work, how hard farmers work, night and day. And they sit in an office and they're warm and cosy. How's it going to help us?
And how's the red tape affected you over the past few years?
We have to license hens, 1 hen, 2 hens. DEFRA have now demanded we get a license. The whole thing is a civil service job creation exercise, I'm afraid.
I've got a clear message to all these new Labour MPs who represent agricultural constituencies for the first time. Do not vote for this tax rate on farms. You're going to destroy family farming in this country, and food is going to go up. It's hand in hand. And so, it was only a few months ago last year when Keir Starmer addressed the NFU conference and said, losing a family farm, you lose it forever. And he was standing shoulder to shoulder with farmers before he became Prime Minister. He now needs to do that as he is Prime Minister. He's just turned on them.
If you're saying to that farmer, and that 350-acre farm will be worth 8 to 10 million, possibly, with all the capital you've got invested. If you're selling that farmer, you've got to sell off to raise, say, £2 million to do it. You've got to sell off, 30, 40, 50, 100 acres to do it. Or you've got to sell the main farmhouse. Where are you going to live? How is that family farm going to survive? People want cheap food. We've got cheap food because we are very, very efficient as farmers. There's no doubt about it. When I was at college all those years ago, wheat in the 80s peaked at £160 a tonne. 1980s, it then went down to £80 a tonne. It's now at about £180 a tonne. 40 years later.
It's not kept up with inflation.
But of course it doesn't. Food is some of the cheapest food we have ever we've enjoyed.
What would happen if inheritance tax was applied to some farms? What would happen to those farms?
They'll lose the land. As we said, Rachel Reeves will end up with all the land, and what she'll do with it, she'll probably
Is this the Russell Brand of farmers?
build on it. If she builds on it, where's the food going to come from? He reckons he's taking this inheritance
He's wearing letters.
Tax, and he wants to put more in the NHS and the schools. Well, if the people in the schools can't eat, people in the NHS can't eat, they won't be there anyway. So with farms, people won't eat.
But there is something.
Without the farms, people won't eat. This is going to affect such a small percentage of farms. It's hilarious that this is even a talking point. Oh my God, we're not going to have any food if you bring this in. It literally affects, there's something 70,000 farms in the UK. And this is going to affect probably less than 1,000 of them. And they're like, oh my God, we're all gonna fucking starve, guys.
It's really interesting. All over the world, people say about our country, what amazing countryside you've got, what a beautiful landscape you've got. That's because of these families who in many cases have been doing it for hundreds of years for very little money by modern standards, and they should be supported, not attacked.
I think people know me for the fact I run a campaign called Fairfield UK, which has got 1.7 million supporters, of which something like 30,000 of them are farmers. And obviously we benefited in the budget from a 15th year freeze and fuel duty. So
yeah, I do have a Discord. There is one public channel, but most of them are for patrons. I don't know how to share it. Wait, hang on. How do I share it? I don't know. How do you share a Discord?
I'm quite proud that's happened. So the farmers say incredibly.
Oh, there we go. There's a link for you.
Thank me for getting that achieved. But in the next breath, she's decided to inflict this horrible, heinous tax, this inheritance tax on the generational farmers. And I've spoken to a lot of farmers and they've asked, could I help them out with this? So in the last 12 hours, Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer have had 4,000 emails each in their inbox saying scrap this stupid tax. It's not going to generate enough money for anything. I think it's something like $1.5 billion in the next 5 years, which is peanuts when it comes to the fact of what they're spending on actually on net zero.
Family farms, yeah, you can't pass them on. And in a way, what they're after in terms of stopping city investors inflating agricultural land prices, I'm all for that, but not by killing farmers themselves.
Yes, they have to be more specific.
The second.
I think it's going to be a huge number. I don't believe what the government is saying. What you find with farmers is that just hear the enthusiasm. They're fighting for their lives and their industry and their livelihoods. What you find is that farmers tend to be very asset rich, but they haven't got a lot of liquid money at all. And so what you're going to find is that when a farmer dies, they're going to have to sell the farm to raise the funds. I mean, the government almost recognise that there is something special about farming because they're saying that the tax rate would be 20%, not 40%. Why are they introducing it at all? They know it's going to do damage to farmers in this.
Because they want to tax the richest motherfuckers. That's why. It's because they want to tax the people who are using the loophole to buy a load of fucking land and then pass it on to their kids without paying tax. Like Jeremy fucking Clarkson. Here he is.
The centre of London this morning, cold and wet, but they came in their thousands. And Whitehall was soon echoing to the anger of an industry bent on staring down the government over the emotive issue of inheritance tax.
We will not be taxed into bankruptcy.
I think that I think a lot of the reason behind this is that farmers are like a very emotive issue in the UK. I don't know about anywhere else, but in the UK, farmers are like seen as like, we're the backbone of this country. British beef, British eggs. But then also like inheritance tax alongside that is seen as a very sort of emotional form of tax as well. Like nobody wants to pay inheritance tax. Everybody like wants to believe that they're allowed to build up as much wealth as they possibly can throughout their life and be able to pass that on to their kids without having to give any of that to the government. And people do that as much as they possibly can. People already do avoid as much as they possibly can. But like, inheritance tax only literally affects such a small amount of the UK population already. It like literally about, I think it's like under 3% of estates that get passed on end up being subject to inheritance tax, because it's like literally you only have to pay it if it's above £325,000 in assets. But if it's a house, if it's in the form of a home, then it's like over $500,000 that you don't have to pay tax on. So it ends up being like literally like the top 3% of society that ends up paying inheritance tax. But it gets people so up in arms because they're so angry about it. Because like, I don't know, I feel like people are just, I don't know if this is a controversial take, but I think it's fine. I don't think you should have to just be able to inherit a load of fucking assets and money from your parents if you didn't earn that yourself. Fucking pay tax on it. Pay tax on it, bitch. Like you didn't do that work. Your parents did. Pay tax on it. Like, your parents are literally clearly in the top 3% of society. Maybe fucking pay a bit of tax on that shit. You didn't do that work. Your parents probably didn't do that fucking work. let's be honest, they probably just got fucking lucky. Pay a bit of fucking tax, bitch. Like, people get so angry about it, but it's like, for a start, barely anybody pays it. Barely anybody ends up paying it for a start. And the people who do, like, you're clearly very lucky anyway. Just look at the bigger picture. Look at the bigger fucking picture here. But also, like, I feel like a lot of people who sort of get to that point because they're lucky enough to get to that point in society where they're, like, at the top 3%, they sort of, like, they justify it in a way where they're like, you know what? They sort of justify it through inheritance. They were like, oh yeah, I'm, like, really rich, but you know what? I only work this hard because what I want to do one day is just, like, leave it all to my kids. And that's the only reason that I am getting this rich, is so that I have someone to leave it to after I'm gone. It's like they justify it to themselves, like hoarding all of that wealth. It's like a way to justify hoarding all of that wealth to yourself, is to tell yourself that you're gonna. It's actually not. It's not all for me, because, like, actually, what I'm doing this for is to leave it all to my kids one day. And that's why they get so pissed off with inheritance tax. It's because they think that they can hoard all of this wealth for themselves and then just give it. And, like, if they just give it to their kids one day, they think that it's all okay, because actually that means that it wasn't really fucking selfish. Anyway.
Downing Street, if you can hear us, you need to fix this.
5 generations, 139 years on my farm, 50,375 days, and 3 children who believe in me and you to save their futures. So buckle up, Starmer, because you're not going to win this fight.
Their fight is over the budget's new inheritance tax on farms worth over £1 million, where previously they'd been exempt. And however much the government insists that with additional allowances, only around 500 farm estates a year would be affected, the arguments only intensify.
There is a huge row now over these numbers and the impact this will actually have. The farming unions insist the Treasury has got its figures wrong, and the sense of distrust runs deep in this dispute.
Despite ministerial denials, there are cries of betrayal amidst claims Labour reneged on old pre-election assurances.
Did you ever anticipate that you would get this from this government?
No. They had stated that they wouldn't. They had stated that they wouldn't.
The policy was raised once again today with the Prime Minister.
The example I've given is a typical example of parents wanting to pass on a farm to one of their children. And in those cases, when you look at all the thresholds available, that means that only farms over the value of £3 million will be affected by the changes, and therefore the vast majority of farms will be unaffected.
The government says a small number of farms will be affected.
They are totally, completely and utterly wrong. They haven't got a clue.
It was part mass rally, part mass lobby of MPs.
First of all, can I say welcome to Church House?
The latter teed up by union battle cries to an eager audience in a Westminster hall. So many in number, they had to do this 3 times. The president of the NFU calling upon the Chancellor to change tack.
She has to be willing to listen. She has to be willing to accept they've got it wrong. Now, I know that's a big ask of a government, but I don't believe that any well-considered policy had the human impact, the unintended consequences that sit right at the heart of this policy. And I'm sorry, but that is not acceptable.
And so they made their way in their hundreds to Parliament to meet their MPs. Rob Powell among them. who'd arrived on a bus from Brecon this morning and whose farm in Maesmynys in Mid Wales yesterday was draped in mist when we met him.
This is one of our major investments, which was done 4 years ago now.
He shows me the £2 million chicken sheds he had built borrowing from the bank. His 650-acre family farm now, he claims, likely to generate an inheritance tax bill of hundreds of thousands.
Oh no, I can't battery farm chickens anymore. Boo-hoo.
Some people would say, well, if you've got a family business worth several £1 million, then you can afford some inheritance tax.
I think that's fair enough, isn't it? But if I was to sell it, I'd pay the tax. And I think it's a bit of a kick in the teeth when we need the next generation to come into farming, to provide food, to feed people. Hey! Yeah, that'll do.
Have you discussed this with your children?
But my son rang me up the day after the budget and he said, Dad, might cost me £1 million to take the farm on. Why do I want to come and take that on, Dad? Which saddens me, really, because all he's ever wanted to do, and my little one, is farm since he was 2 or 3 years old, isn't it? And they've learnt how to farm. You can't just come and farm. It's a funny way of life, isn't it? And I'm not in it to be rich. I love the way of life. I love where I live. But all I want is just to be a fair go, isn't it? And let the next generation come through.
In Westminster today, the imagery was pointed, while others capturing the attention of the cameras included British farming's combative cheerleader Jeremy Clarkson. The TV presenter reportedly once said avoiding inheritance tax had influenced his decision to buy farmland. Today, he said he bought the land to shoot, claiming the Chancellor had the wrong targets in her sights.
If she wanted to get me and Dyson and all the investment bankers, she could have used a sniper's rifle. What she actually used was a blunderbuss, and she's hit everybody here. Now, I believe DEFRA knows they made a mistake. We've now got to convince Rachel Reeves that she's made a mistake.
Opposition politicians, Nigel Farage among them, were out in force. The Conservative leader also took to the stage.
We cannot survive without you.
It is an issue on which, so far, the government is standing firm. But it knows how vocal this industry can be. As many here left London today saying this is only the start.
Hip hip. Andy Davis there.
So, fact check time. Ooh.
What exactly is the government's new farming policy and who will be affected? Well, currently farms are exempt from inheritance tax. And under the government's plans, a single farm owner will still be able to pass on £1 million worth of farmland and farm assets tax-free. That's on top of the usual inheritance tax exemptions that most people can pass on up to £500,000 of assets, including their main home, tax-free. So for farmers, that's up to £1.5 million per person tax-free. So what would all this look like in practice? Well, let's say you own a farm with a net worth of £2.2 million. That's about the average value of a farm in England. If you're single, as we just explained, up to £1.5 million can be passed on to children tax-free. And that leaves, obviously, £700,000 that could be taxed. Now, farmers' inheritance tax will be charged at 20%. That's a discount on the 40% that non-farmers pay on inheritance, which leaves a tax bill for this farm of £140,000 if it's passed on by a single person. That can be spread over, of course, by a decade, meaning your descendants will pay £14,000 a year. But if you're a couple in this scenario, your combined exemptions should be worth £3 million, of course, so that the tax bill on this farm of average value for a couple would be £0. So how many farm owners in the UK are facing inheritance tax bills? Well, the Treasury says, based on real-world data from people going through the inheritance tax process, about a quarter of farm estates will end up paying some inheritance tax, and they say that's 500 farm estates in a single year. The Country Land and Business Association, which represents rural landowners, says a slightly larger proportion, about a third of farms, will be liable, and that over time, they say, adds up to 70,000 farms combined across all future years. So Treasury figures for 1 year, the CLA's figure for all future years. But farmers' groups are also worried that some may not be able to afford their tax bills because of low profits. And the government's own figures show that 30% of farms made no profit or a loss in the past year, while another 25% made less than £25,000. However, there's no public data which can tell us how many farms will likely have a big tax bill and also have few profits to pay it off with. And that's a key piece of information which we don't have just yet.
Well, earlier I spoke to Steve Reed, the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, and I asked him if he understood why farmers were protesting today, if, as he says, so...
That just goes to show in itself, doesn't it, that, like, so many farms make zero fucking profit or a fucking loss. Like, so much of our farmland in the UK is not even making a profit to the point where the government has to subsidise it. Like, does that not scream to you that this is not a profitable business anymore and it should be slowly phased out? Like, I know that that's a controversial take because there are many family businesses that are going to have to reconsider being a family business anymore. It's like a horrible thing to say, isn't it? Like, oh, I'm sorry, your decades-long family business is probably going to have to not be a decades-long family business anymore. But if that's the case, then that's the fucking case. We've essentially got to the point where we've realised that farming is not that profitable anymore, and it's not that good for the environment anymore. It's just not a good way to make money. There are ways that we could use the land that is used for farming for much more profitable endeavours to make the country much more profitable overall. We could be much more profitable as a country overall if we used all of the land that we had. Not... I'm sorry, but not for farming, for other things, like maybe for making renewable energy instead. Maybe that could be a better way to use all of that land. And maybe what we could do instead is create government initiatives for the farmers who have that land to maybe convert that land into, solar panels or wind farms or whatever in a profitable way. Because, like, rearing animals and growing food to feed those animals that you are rearing is not profitable, and it hasn't been for a very, very long time. And like, the only reason that we've still got all of this land used for this purpose is because the government's fucking subsidizing that shit. It's not sustainable.
So few are affected by the changes.
In order to invest in services that are on their knees, like the NHS, the government has had to take a difficult decision, and that was to ask the very wealthiest landowners and the biggest farms to pay a little bit more, to pay their fair share.
Yeah.
And we're doing that. If you look at the figures about who is going to be affected, which seems to be
we can
where
look at the history,
concern has arisen. This is where the concern has arisen. But the figures the government's using, they're based on the last year that we have hard claims data available, which is 21-22. If you project that forwards, it shows that no more than 500 farms would be affected.
Every year,
Every year. But the vast majority of claimants of farms who are making a claim would pay nothing.
Yes, but you accept that some farms will be unable to be handed on to the next generation and will be sold off and may or may not carry on farming. You accept
I
that
don't
that's a
accept that,
consequence
I'm
of
afraid.
this, don't you?
I don't accept that. Smaller and medium-sized farms would be the farms that would not be affected. It would be the wealthiest individuals and the largest farms that would be affected, including actually...
Well, define medium-sized. How many acres is that?
Well, but it includes those many... Last year, more agricultural land was bought by non-farmers than by farmers.
Yeah, but what do you mean by no medium-sized farm would have to close?
This is individuals coming in and buying agricultural land in order to avoid paying their inheritance tax liability, and it's inflating land values.
Say, take an example. Suppose you're hit with a liability on £5 or £6 million worth of land and assets, and you can't afford that. It's over £1 million over 10 years, and perhaps you're just not making that kind of money. then you won't be able to carry on, will you? Now, that's a very expensive farm.
Christian,
when you put it in bald millions.
You can't carry on in it anyway because you've died and this is an inheritance going to somebody else.
Is there something on fire next to him? I'm very distracted.
Children may not be able to carry on. That's what I'm saying. So you accept that some farms won't continue into the next generation the way they did.
I'm afraid I don't accept that. But this is all what ifs,
and
isn't
they
it?
may not get. They may not make the money. That's why they're out protesting, because they're saying we're looking at these numbers and saying we don't think we can make this work, and some farms will go to the wall.
Now we can speculate all we like. I can create scenarios. You can create scenarios. The one thing that we can rely on.
You're not refusing to accept that some farms will have to just.
The thing we can base this on is hard data. That is the best starting point for this. Now, we've had the OBR look at this data. We've had the Independent Institute for Fiscal Studies think tank look at this data. They all agree no more than 500 farms in any 1 year
yes, but
would
500 farms will face inheritance tax. That's the point. And some of them may not be able to afford it.
Well, they will be able to afford it, and they can reduce their liability still further.
How do you know?
That's the thing, though. Like, the top 500 farms out of fucking thousands, like, you know that the top 500 farms out of fucking thousands are making enough profit to be able to pay inheritance tax. You just know they are, because like the bigger you are, the bigger your business is generally, like the cheaper you're able to like buy shit like combine harvesters and all that shit, because you can buy stuff in bulk and then generally you'll get stuff cheaper. So you'll be making a lot more profit as well. So like the top 500 farms, unless they're still only making like, 1% fucking margin, which I doubt, they're probably going to be able to still pay this inheritance tax. But you're not going to know unless those top 500 farms release their, private accounts, which they're never going to do. All they're going to do is just protest like Jeremy Clarkson is.
Oh, they'll be able to afford it.
They'll be able to reduce their liability still further by doing the normal tax planning that any business would do as part of their succession planning.
You are saying no farm will be forced to sell off or close as a result of this inheritance tax change. That's a guarantee.
If they're managing themselves properly and doing their tax planning, that is extremely unlikely.
Okay, well, if that's the aim, then are you flexible on where the threshold is? Because you may be wrong.
Governments don't.
I just think like the biggest 500 farms, what they're going to be forced to do is not grow as fast. Not get so rich so quickly, essentially.
Announce flexible thresholds. The threshold is there.
No, but you might be wrong, is my point.
It's £1 million threshold per person who dies. If there's multiple owners, that's multiple millions of pounds, plus the usual nil-rated allowances that parents can pass on to their children, which is worth another million. This genuinely is a fair and proportionate approach to dealing with this issue. We have to get the money to help fund the National Health Service, which desperately needs repairing, to stabilise the economy so farmers, just like everyone else, aren't hit by spiralling rates of inflation and mortgages as we saw under the previous government. But the vast majority of farmers...
Convert all farms into weed farms immediately.
Of claimants after death will not be affected by this change.
Steve Reed, thanks very much.
My pleasure.
Then maybe I will learn how to get stoned.
Pleasure.
Well, I've also been speaking to the new Shadow Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, Victoria Atkins, and I asked her if she accepts the principle that rich landowners should be charged inheritance tax because they're using land as a loophole.
Although Mike Tyson... what is this jacket? I was going to say, Mike Tyson... Clearly, his weed farm wasn't that profitable in the end. If Mike Tyson is fighting fucking Jake Paul on Netflix, clearly weed farms aren't that profitable.
This is a tax relief that has been used over decades to try to protect family farms. And so the aim of it has been to ensure that family farms, if they're working farms producing food, that they should be allowed to be continued from generation to generation.
But do you agree with the principle of trying to hit these rich investors who are using land to actually just avoid inheritance tax?
Where there are occasions of abuse of a tax system in this regard or any other regard, of course we will support measures to tackle that. It's going to tackle people who are in the middle of farming, in the middle of the income range, and indeed tenant
But it
farmers.
will also hit the rich landowners, won't it?
Well, my worry is, and I'm afraid this is...
Why wouldn't it?
That we know that the very wealthiest of people often are able to afford the clever advice that means that they can find ways around tax rules.
So just sort of give up trying to go for the super rich is what you're saying?
What it means is that if someone is going to make a change, if this Chancellor is going to make a change to tax policy that is there with a direct tax agenda and a direction of travel, namely to protect family farms, then they need to, frankly, come up with a more sophisticated policy than they have done with this. And this is what's so terrible.
There are thousands of people out there at the moment who worry that this is going to catch them.
Yeah.
And we know that the facts are that it's less than 500 farms a year who will be affected by this change. And we know that because of the existing figures. So going out and scaring people and saying, oh, this is going to catch you, when in most cases it won't, seems quite irresponsible.
So, Christian, if I may, that is simply wrong. And to cite those figures,
what's wrong?
As the Labour government has done, they have a conflict between the figures that the Treasury have produced and the figures that DEFRA have produced.
No, they don't. There's no conflict between those figures. What is wrong with the...
If I may just finish this point. So last night, I went to a meeting with the Treasury Minister and the DEFRA Minister to see if I can help them because, I want them to find an elegant solution and climb down from this policy.
Talking about what?
Christian,
a couple of dozen?
You may well ask the Treasury. No, forgive me. I've had so many examples over the last couple of weeks, and today I've had people coming up to me as well. But you're asking me questions that the Treasury themselves do not know the answer to.
You're being very misleading with these numbers. We do know the breakdown. For 21-22, we can look at exactly what the values are
and as I've told
of all those farms, and it's a tiny number.
The Treasury and DEFRA, they don't know the value of farming units, and they have no idea about the number of working farms that they are dealing with. This is the problem.
I mean, if you look at what happened after Brexit, the farmers have suffered massively. The schemes to recompense them for land management have been badly run. They've ended up with an underspend. Farmers' proposals have been knocked back. That's why they're in such a financial mess in many cases.
Again, Christian, first of all, we had to, when we left the European Union, of course, we had to create agricultural policy. And what is more, we have changed the payment systems. Again, Christian, you're putting that to me as though it's fact. It's your view. I'm not accepting that because what I can tell you. So what I can tell you is that the EU Common Agricultural Policy, under that scheme, 50% of the payments being made to landowners were going to the top 10% wealthiest landowners. So we have said instead, well, actually, rather than doing it on the acreage that you farm, why don't we look at the environmental benefits as well as the food production that you are bringing about as a farmer? And so that is why these schemes have been set up.
Victoria Atkins, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, I've got...
So I've just arrived at a 300-acre family farm. It's in its third generation.
A little bit of Farage.
It's got 2 or 3 houses, outbuildings, etc. The budget has been just at the most massive shock for the farmer here, James Marson. In a moment, I'm going to chat to him, and he's in, I have to say, in a pretty distressed state. So the big shock in the budget was inheritance tax on farmland handed down through the generations. Elon Musk overnight coming out hard, saying to the Labour government, don't do this, leave British farmers alone. James, this is a family farm.
Yeah.
Did he just say, all right, because Elon Musk said that we shouldn't do this? Because Elon Musk knows so much about British farming.
Elon Musk overnight coming out hard.
obviously something I will need to look into.
Oh my god, the fucking music. I can't with the emotional music.
I've done a sort of rough estimate for myself. A third of it's some scanfers, like I said before, which we use a bit for the bedding. The rest goes into the power station.
Starmer's starving your kids, right?
My granddad was still coming over here when he was 90 years old, died when he was 92.
Yeah.
My dad's 76. Fortunately, he has had some bad news, cancer.
With Nigel Farage, he's not even bothered to do the maths yet. He's not even bothered to do the maths of what he's likely to pay. Like, he's just been incentivized to just like half. You're looking at paying £500,000 for each house that you own. Each of the 3 houses that you own, you're looking at paying £500,000. How much are those fucking houses worth?
We're looking at £500,000 for each house. We used to be livestock farmers. So yeah, we've got a lot of sheds here. So we're not a great big landowners, basically.
They're just little sheds. Like, each of them, they're only sheds. They're just sheds. But you know what? Because Labour came along and did this whole inheritance tax thing, I'm going to have to pay £500,000 each time I want to give a shed to my kids. A fucking shed.
We are really, really relatively small farm when you compare yourselves to everyone around here. So yeah, the value obviously of the sheds and stuff, because we used to be cattle farmers, which we unfortunately had to stop. We used to have a head of 600 cattle here, but the stuff we had to follow is very, very hard to actually make some money doing that, especially obviously with to support 2 families. There's a fire station up the road.
What's he supporting 2 families for? Oh my god. What's he been up to? Why is he supporting 2 families? Oh my god.
To support 2 families. There's a fire station up the road, like the Shepherd Peeper, that I've got 300, but basically I've got a 300-acre farm and we work our socks off for it to try and keep all the families running. It doesn't pay enough for me to have a normal life. I'm on a contract at the fire station where I do 120 hours a week on call, like sort of to make my money up. It's not 120 hours a month, it's actually 120 hours every.
That
To serve the community. Probably could probably do without it, because I've obviously got enough on my plate here.
You'd like to
what
earn a
I'm
living
doing.
on the farm, wouldn't you?
Well, obviously, yeah, but we are a small farm. We are a tiny farm. We're not a small farm. We're a tiny farm. You couldn't
This is
make
the
a
irony,
living out
isn't
of
it?
it.
It's the irony. You know, Labour policymakers think these are incredibly rich people. Well, they've got assets, but they're more than assets. It's kind of almost a way of life.
Yeah.
And if he was to face in a year or two an inheritance tax bill of £1 million. It's just not possible, is it?
No.
He's not even ran the fucking numbers. He's not even got Excel out on his fucking laptop at home. And he's invited fucking Nigel Farage around to his fucking farm. And he's being like, yeah, I'm going to have to pay. He's not even fucking got Excel out yet. He doesn't even fucking know. He's like, I haven't run the numbers, but it's like probably like this much.
Bill of £1 million. It's just not possible, is it?
No, we're obviously trying to make ourselves bigger, trying to bet yourselves like you do. So some of the land we bought, obviously all the 300 acres we got here is actually security for the mortgage.
Yeah.
So I can't turn around and say, oh, do you know what, we just sell a couple of these fields and give it to the government, because it's obviously it's owned by someone else, the security for the land. So I'd probably have to sell all that first to pay the mortgage off, and then sell whatever I've got left to pay the inheritance tax, to be honest.
Well, I tell you what, I think the government have got this wrong. They don't understand the circumstances of family farms like this at all. They don't get it. And I think we've got to try and put as much pressure as we can on the government to change this, because as it is, it's going to wipe out a huge number of traditional family farms all over this country. I think it's wrong at every level. James, thank you for sharing your story with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, yeah. Yeah. All right. A little bit Jezza Clarkson.
It's Harry's in the sun. Yeah. Well, I wanted to come along and support farmers.
How do you think it's went?
Well, I mean, it's too big a crowd to have a march, so that's...
What happens next if they don't listen across the road?
Well, I've got some ideas.
Does it involve spraying some cow on the place?
No, subtler.
Subtler?
Well, it's a fine column for perhaps next Saturday.
How many people do you reckon was out there? You could see back there?
Yeah, there's a big old crowd, but we knew there would be. I mean, a lot of farmers today, let's not forget, are on gritting duties.
Yeah.
I know 2 who weren't able to be here today because they feel obliged to clear the roads of snow.
How are you feeling? You feeling better?
Yeah, I'm fine. Relax. Codeine and paracetamol.
They feel obliged because the fucking council won't do it. And why won't the council do it?
Recommend it. Smooths the day out.
Well, it's the rest of the day. You're going to go speak to some... What's the rest of the day hold for you?
Rest of the day?
Kicking around here?
I've got a bit of a celebration this evening. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Cheers.
Jeremy, what's your word to the government?
Who would you replace him?
Jeremy, what's your word to the government? You're live on Sky.
Please back down. I think there's a lot more impactful things. I think farmers can do better than that. I've got some ideas.
Keep moving back, please.
Sorry, guys.
Jeremy, for farmers. Keep moving, please, guys. Sorry, of
course we are.
Sorry, guys, can we keep moving?
How bad could this be for farmers, Jeremy? It's the end.
In a hard right, Kenny.
If you actually stop and pay attention, it's the end.
Hard right.
All right, we've got a few things to say, and I'm going to start with a bit of honesty.
Are you ready for some Clarkson stand-up, guys?
I lived in London 25, 30 years, and when I was here, a lot of people who live in cities and go on Twitter, I thought farmers drove around in Range Rovers until February and then skiing.
It's not the stream. It's... This video is fucked.
And I've come to understand just how unbelievably difficult it is, and complicated, and dangerous, and cold. As we all know, everyone down there, you know a tractor. £200,000 for a medium-sized one. A combine, £500,000. All the equipment costs a fortune. And if you try to price what you're selling to accommodate that, there's just a lot of moaning. You get people saying, well, I shouldn't pay that. I can get a chicken from abroad. Yeah, you can. But it's so full of chlorine, it tastes like a swimming pool with a beak. And then you've got the...
Wait, where's my...
Environmentalists endlessly shouting at you. Oh, you cows. They're altering the composition of the gases in the upper atmosphere, and your fertilizers ruining the sound and freshness of our streams and rivers. And I know sometimes you just think, what's the point? We're just trying to make breakfast, lunch and dinner, and it's just this endless whinging and there's no money in it. And the regulations. Some of you down there will know what I'm on about when I say we got a lot of GS4 this year on the farm. And we were told, oh, the sheep will love that. No, they don't. They're standing looking at it in the same way that a 5-year-old looks at an olive. They don't want to eat it. And so we have all of this complication and all of this cost. And there's very, very little money in it. Very little money, as you know. And then we got the budget. Now, I know a lot of people all across the country in all walks of life took a bit of a kick on the shin with that budget. You lot got a knee in the nuts and a hammer blow to the back of the head. Because we had pickup trucks, double cab pickup trucks, being reclassified as company cars. 211% tax rise there. £50 carbon tax on a bag of fertiliser. The basic farm payments altered in such a way that we're getting a lot less than we thought we were going to get. And then there was the inheritance tax business. Honestly, I don't know where to start. I know you've heard a lot about it today, and I'm not going to dwell on that. I will just say this. Rachel Reeves has told us, what is it, 72%? 72% of farms are going to be unaffected by this. I've just been interviewed by Victoria Derbyshire for Newsnight. Let's see if we can educate her here, if she's still around, Victoria. How many people here, if you'd raise your hands,
I will play that video next. It's hilarious.
are from a family farm? I want to see, right. I hope you can see that. I hope we've got our cameras from the show up high to see. That's a lot of hands. Now, keep them up, and I want you to lower them if you think, and you've had time to work this out, you think you're going to be unaffected by the changes to APR and BPR. Put your hands down if you're going to be unaffected. Thank you. My case rests. I want Newsnight to see that. She was trotting out. Nobody's affected. Rachel Reeves says so. Since when was the BBC the mouthpiece of this infernal government?
Let's watch that clip, shall we?
I've got to get the brakes on. The trouble is I'm off my tits on codeine and paracetamol up here. I don't know what I'm saying. But I do want to finish, if I may, with a message to the government. I do. Not a shouty one. It's this. For the sake of everybody here, and for all the farmers who are stuck at home today, paralysed by a fog of despair over what's been foisted upon them, I beg of the government to be big, to accept that this was rushed through, it wasn't thought out, and it's a mistake. That's the big thing to do, admit it, and back down. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Countryside March you've seen in a while?
Certainly for a while. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, the atmosphere here has been brilliant. Very friendly crowd. I think a lot more than was expected, actually. I mean, even if 500 had turned up, you know, these aren't career protesters. These are people that are used to working day in, day out, in all weathers. And for them to make this journey to London, some of whom have probably never even been to London, is a really significant thing. And I just hope that Rachel Reeves and her team at the Treasury actually listen.
What happens next if they don't listen? You know, you're out on the streets once. Is this going to continue through the winter?
Oh, I think it very well could, and not just here, but up and down the country. You're going to see smaller protests, no doubt. Some of those farmers that can't get to London. I think this is the start of something really big in the country today.
And what happens next if the government doesn't listen?
I'm here today because this tax will destroy my farm and will take away 5 generations of farming in our family, and we won't be able to produce food anymore for the nation.
What happens next if the government doesn't listen?
I think the government has to listen after today. I mean, it's not many days. I mean, there must be, 50, 60,000 farmers here today? They're going to have to listen. You can't ignore this.
and you'll be back until it's gone?
I will turn up every single day that's needed until I can save my family farm.
You spoke very emotionally up there on the stage. What's the support been like?
The support has been absolutely amazing, and that's what sets us as a community out apart. No matter what sector you farm in, this affects all of us, and we'll all be in it together till the end.
And what's your message to Keir Starmer? Tell him down the camera.
Keir, buckle up. You're going to have to change your mind.
Anyway, this is the clip where Victoria Derbyshire confronts Jeremy Clarkson and asks him about why he originally bought his farm. It's quite funny.
So it's not about you, it's not about your farm and the fact that you bought a farm to avoid inheritance tax.
Classic BBC there. Classic. Oh yeah. It's not the fact that I bought a farm to avoid inheritance tax. The fact.
You told the Sunday Times in 2021 that's why you bought it. Sorry?
BBC. Okay, let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
BBC.
I wanted a shoot. Okay? That's even worse to the BBC. I wanted a shoot, which comes with the benefit of not having to pay inheritance tax. Now I do.
Oh yeah, it's mainly me wanting to shoot innocent animals. That was the main thing, which is fine. But the BBC turned that into me wanting to avoid inheritance tax, which is also a thing that I actually said. But now it's the BBC that actually turned it into that. Even though I said that, it was the BBC.
But people like me will simply put it in a trust. And so long as I live for 7 years, that's fine. And as my daughter said, you will live for 7 years. You might be in a deep freeze at the end of it, but you will live for 7 years.
I mean, he fucking will live for 7 years, so what the fuck is he complaining about anyway?
But it's incredibly time-consuming to have to do that. And why should all these people have to do...
Oh, fucking boo-hoo! Because Jeremy Clarkson has no time. Because he's so fucking busy. Oh my fucking God.
You will live for 7 years. You might be in a deep freeze at the end of it, but you will live for 7 years. But it's incredibly time-consuming to have to do that. And why should all these people have to do that?
Why don't you fucking hire someone to do your accounts for you then, Jeremy? You're fucking rich enough, clearly. You don't even have to do it yourself. You can fucking hire an accountant to do that shit for you.
Why should they? Do you know how many people pay inheritance tax in this country?
It's 4% of estates.
What?
It's even less than 4% of estates from what I read.
4% of estates.
4% pay inheritance tax.
Less than that.
96% of the population of the UK does not pay inheritance tax.
Sure.
After this becomes law, 96% of farmers will.
No.
Where have you got that figure from?
Who here, can I just ask?
Jeremy Clarkson's like, let me just do some really completely fair empirical evidence. Let me just conduct a study that's completely peer-reviewed and fair right now at this protest full of farmers. Let me just do that right now.
Who here is going to be unaffected by these changes?
And they all raise their hands yeah, to be honest, I don't even know why I'm here, Jeremy. I don't even know why I'm here. You just told me to turn up. What the fuck is going on, dude?
No one.
Right. What is your message to this government?
Please back down. Please.
Oh, it's fucking hilarious. Okay, maybe one more. Maybe Navarra. Let's see.
People always tell me to get out of my London bubble and do some reporting in the countryside. But sometimes, luckily enough, the countryside comes to me. We're here today in Westminster, where farmers are protesting the Labour government's planned introduction of inheritance tax, which will impact farms worth £1 million or above. Some farmers say that this tax is going to hit them very hard. They've got slim profit margins and they're already hurting from having to come off EU subsidies. But others say that farmland has been used as a way for already very rich people to dodge their tax liabilities. Campaigners argue that this planned change to inheritance tax is going to hit family farms especially hard. Obviously, big corporates, the few that exist in this country, won't have to pay inheritance tax at all. They also
That's a freshly purchased tractor for this for this protest, isn't it? Look how new that is.
So argue that this is going to negatively impact the UK's food security, as farmers will be forced to sell up and will be importing more of our food from abroad. What the Labour government says is that most farmers aren't going to be impacted by this tax, that really it's around the £3 million mark when the proposed changes kick in. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be an expert in rural affairs, but luckily Navarra has our very own in-house farmer who gave me this useful tip. If someone says that they own 200 acres or fewer, that's actually a really, really small farm. If you're talking about 500 acres or over, that's actually really big, and you're objectively quite well off. So that's going to be our rule of thumb for today. We're going to be finding out how rich are farmers really. So one of the questions that I'm trying to answer today is how wealthy is a farmer who has £1 or £2 million worth of land value? Does that make someone very rich or not very rich in your mind?
Asset rich, cash poor. So all of their money is tied up.
Cash poor!
In land, in their property, which they need to be able to produce the food that we put on people's tables.
And can you just talk me through this pun?
Well, I'm a sheep farmer, so yeah, the government needs to make a U-turn.
I'm sorry, it's been nice to talk to you, but you belong in prison for that. You really, really do. Some people might hear, OK, £1 million in assets or 2 or 3, that sounds like quite a lot.
It isn't. If you live in Cumbria, £1.5 million is your farmhouse. £250,000 is every barn, because in theory you can get planning permission to convert it, which they won't do because they're farmers and they want to feed the nation. Your land is worth way more because types like the ones in the Labour Party will buy it as a second home, and they'll have their 3 acres of pony paddocks, and they won't be paying tax because they can get within the 3 million quid or the 2 million quid or whatever it happens to be. If you've got a proper functioning farm, you're going to be way over £2-3 million. Your stock alone is going to be potentially hundreds of thousands of pounds. There was a guy on the wireless the other day on Farming Today. 1,600 cows, £2,000 a head, you do the maths. That's straight over the inheritance tax limit. It is despicable.
How many acres do you farm?
220.
220, that's about average, isn't it? That's the average size farm.
Yeah, there's a lot of farms, a lot of thousands of acres, so a lot of farms, ours is relatively small.
Do you think that there's any size farm that should pay inheritance tax? Do you think there should be a threshold at all, or should it be a blanket exemption?
No, I think there should. I think the only people that should pay, I think we should potentially put a cap on large businesses buying farms.
That's right. He's about to drink lemonade. Broccoli, you don't want lemonade. What's wrong with you?
And getting agricultural property relief, that is wrong. I get that. But if it's been actively farmed, and it's especially if it's a family farm, no way, they shouldn't pay a penny. But I totally agree with you. Corporations buying up thousands of acres definitely need stopping.
So may I just ask, because a lot of our audience, needs to get a picture in their head of what your farm is like. How many acres is your farm, roughly?
We've got about 800 odd acres of land, mostly arable and conservation crops and things like that. We're going to be quite badly affected by this. Obviously, there's several aspects to the taxation. It's not just on the land, it's on the business as well, and also it's Cotswold farmhouses are disproportionately valuable, and so they're going to be in the tax bracket anyway, let alone the land. So it's quite serious.
We're Lincolnshire farmers, family farm, a sort of multi-generational farm.
Your family farm, how big is that in acres roughly?
So we're just under 1,000 acres, and we have 3.
Sounds like quite a lot. Is that quite big?
It's not for arable farming in the east of the country, and we are 3 generations living on the farm and supporting a lot more people around there.
So how are you going to be impacted personally?
Well, I'm not going to be able to afford to pay it when my old man So, well, yeah, pretty much. I'm not going to be able to pay to afford it, so I'll have to do something else, won't I? And that's, 5 generations. Been on the same farm for 5 generations, and it's just undoable.
And in terms of how big the farm is, in terms of acres, roughly?
We got about 350 acres and about, he's milking 150 cows. That's gone.
And that is, just for context, not a...
I love that whole, like, no farmers, no food thing. Like, if our entire food supply as a country is reliant on 500 farms per year, I think we've got, like, bigger problems to worry about.
A big farm, 350 acres.
On the home farm, it's just my dad, my brother and my mum. I work away but yeah, like that's all of our livelihoods gone.
Lots of cheering and booing. I have no idea why.
My parents are very elderly, and we've got a small farm, so we shouldn't be worried about the problem.
What size in terms of acreage, roughly?
50 acres. And so, 1.2 million maybe it's worth. But the problem is that we've got a lot of infrastructure on that farm. Fencing, there's 100,000. Buildings, 500,000. Tracks, all these infrastructure things that you have to have for cattle and so on are all invested in the land. And the other thing we've got invested in the land is our skills and our understanding of the land. So when that tax comes, which will come inevitably fairly soon for me, and my father's 90.
You're saying you should keep the land because he's got skills and understanding of the land. Hang on, what?
We've got invested in the land is our skills and our understanding of the land. So when that tax comes, which will come...
I'm sorry, that just sounds hilarious.
Inevitably fairly soon for me, and my father's 90. When that tax comes, that will split the...
I should be able to keep the land because I understand the land.
Farm, and all that knowledge and training and knowledge of the farm and the land will go.
So what the government are saying, just to put their case across, is that most farmers aren't going to be affected. Really, it's going to kick in at around £3 million worth of assets. What do you say to that?
Most farmers, we're a small farmer. And we're affected. We're a tiny farm and well below the average, 150 acres. So we will be hugely affected by this.
I think this is going.
Yeah, that's another part of this. Like the price of the land itself is, like farmland, is so valuable. Is because like people are scrambling to buy it because they know that they can buy it and then pass it on to their kids without any inheritance. So like, taxing it a little bit will reduce the value of it a little bit as well. And I mean, like people have been looking into how, like, the percentage of the people in the UK that own, like, how much of the percentage of the land in the UK, and it's something like 1%. 1% of the landowners in the UK, they own about 50% of the land, and a lot of that is like farmland essentially, because it's just like, it's so valuable and it just goes up, it just increases in price like as an investment so quickly. So like this tax is basically an incentive to it's basically to de-incentivize people to buy up so much land. People who were already rich to buy up more land. It's essentially trying to de-incentivize people to do that. And like, when you hear about it through anecdotes of people like, oh, I'm just a poor farmer, I can't afford to inherit my father's farm anymore that barely makes any money. It's like, well, in realistic terms, your father bought a lot of land very cheap because he wanted to pass it on to you without paying any tax on it. And in realistic terms, other people are not able to do that.
Going to hit a lot of just not big farmers who just happen to be caught out by the land value, and they've no intention of ever selling it, and they don't make enough money to pay for that inheritance tax that they're going to incur, Ash. And actually,
I don't think anyone is saying, oh, we shouldn't have inheritance tax, or they're just saying it's really been badly thought, not really considered at all. And we need them to take it away and think it, and we think the numbers are wrong.
Of the sort of 60-odd thousand English commercial farms, I think the average sort of acreage is 250 acres, something like that. Most of the people here today will be on that, but probably those who it will affect most are, as Minette Batters, the former NFU president, said, will be affected from the sort of 200 up to, 800 acre farms. But it's not just the land, it's the buildings on the land, it's the cost of machinery, it's cost of the kit, the livestock. That is what I think there's not a sort of general understanding around.
So what do you think the unintended consequences of this change to inheritance tax might be?
Well, I think it's not going to do what they think it's going to do. So they think, firstly, they're not going to raise that much money. Secondly, it's going to make small farmers and medium-sized farmers have to sell up. Who's going to buy it? Because there's still an inheritance tax benefit. It's going to be big private equity people, or big people looking to invest in green carbon offsetting and so on. So it's actually going to target the people it's going to target the people, the opposite people that they actually want to hit.
Could you tell me a little bit about the farm? So, how big is it in acres? What do you make?
It's about 4,000 acres. It's mostly arable. It is
4,000. Is that quite a lot?
That's quite a big one. Yeah. So I mean, in a sense, we would be, very much the target and the ideological target in terms of what Rachel Reeves is conceiving of when she thinks she's attacking, who she thinks she's targeting in terms of her tax. But the reality is, if you see all the people here, it's not, bigger landowners like we are, of sort of thousands of acres. You're down to smallholders of sort of a few hundred acres.
I mean, do you think there should be any inheritance tax on farms at all? Or should the threshold be different?
Well, I think, the system as it was before enabled farms at least to survive and continue as going concerns by putting this inheritance tax. The problem is that as people have said, it's asset rich, cash poor. So in order to fund any kind of inheritance tax bill, you're going to have to sell off the capital. And as anyone who's involved, particularly in arable farming, there's economies of scale that are very important. And so, it's just not going to be viable. So whatever size of business, you're eating into the very, fabric of the assets that produce any income whatsoever, which even for a bigger farm like ours is not a huge amount of, it's not an efficient way of generating an income.
Sorry, Lee. Hiya. No, I was born here.
Oh, hell no! What? Is that what Lee Anderson said?
Hiya.
No!
I was born here, mate.
Where are you from?
I'm from Navarra Media. I was just going to ask, how do you think...
I'm not talking to you.
What?
I'm talking to clear off. I'm talking to some real people.
Why won't you talk
to real people? Yeah. Anyway, how you going, guys? All right.
Communists. Well, no, it's what you said.
Would you like to
call yourself a communist?
Breeding of your sort.
Sorry, overbreeding of my...
I just looked straight into Brooklyn's eyes in shocked disbelief. And he just looked right back into my eyes and went, yeah, Brooklyn, I shouldn't be surprised, should I? I shouldn't be surprised. Oh my God.
It's what you said.
Would you like to
call yourself a communist?
Breeding of your sort.
Sorry, overbreeding of my sort.
No, you're YouTube. There we go. I don't want to speak to you.
Sorry, you said overbreeding of my sort.
Go look at your YouTube.
What did you mean by that? Overbreeding of my sort, sir. You also called me an immigrant earlier.
I like you, but
Oh,
you did
cheers.
call yourself a communist.
I did call myself a communist.
It was a good clip. It was a good clip.
A good clip.
All right.
Oh, it's nice to meet you.
That one clip of her talking to Piers Morgan, where she calls herself a communist. It's just like the one thing that they're ever gonna like grab onto. Like, I'm not gonna talk to you. You're a communist. I'm not gonna engage with your ideas because you described yourself as a communist. Therefore, I can just dismiss anything that you ever say.
You, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Have a lovely
Nice to
day.
meet you.
Overbreeding of my sort, eh? May I ask how specifically you're going to be impacted by these proposed changes?
Well, huge, because, you know, we've got nearly 200 acres, so obviously land is worth money, but we have no money in the bank. But we have
200 acres is quite small for a farm, right?
It is, yeah, but we will be impacted, definitely. You know, we've done the sums, and, you know, we're very sad that, we have children, and we have grandchildren, and, you know, the idea was that it was going to be handed over, and now I think the government doesn't want this. And, you know, we have, all we've done is worked hard. We've done nothing else.
4,000 acres sounds like quite a lot. Like that sounds like wealth to me. Like, would your family consider themselves wealthy or not feel particularly wealthy?
No, there's no doubt that it's you know, a substantial asset. But that doesn't mean that there's lots of cash sloshing around on top of that. And I agree, we're not in the position that many of the people here would be. But at the same time, you're going to have to carve off the land, which is the very thing that you're trying to preserve in order to just basically continue to live, just carry on a way of life. And, you know, it may sound on paper like a very valuable asset, but my family doesn't live an especially sort of extravagant lifestyle, and we're probably, you know, in a better position than a lot.
And so, like, roughly, you know, if you had to pin down what your hourly wage is, how much do you make an hour?
Well, you know, pennies.
Pennies, yes.
Yeah, pennies. You know, I mean,
it's more a vacation than a job.
I mean, how much do you get per hour if you had...
I mean, what does that fucking tell you about farming as a whole and how much that we're having to subsidize it as an industry and how much we're hanging on to it just because it's tradition? You know, it's just because it's been within our culture for so long. Like, it's like we're desperately trying to hold on to it and subsidize it when it's not even a profitable business anymore.
To work it out.
Pittance, 2-3 quid, if that. Farmers don't get paid, but you have the lifestyle, and we accept that. We're not denying that. We don't try and take that away from us at the end, everything we've worked for. And it's ours, it's been bought and paid for many times, it's been paid tax on before. This isn't, you know what I mean? It could have been death duty on it before, in the past, years ago, and things like, you know, it's all been paid income tax, all these things.
You got a shit on Starmer for your local farmer.
An arrestable offence, but fine.
Money's tight, as it is with everyone, but us especially, we're working his arses off. Well, sorry.
No, we're not Ofcom regulated, you can swear.
That's all right, we're working his arses off for something that's never getting anywhere. We're never going to become millionaires no matter what we do. We just work.
Well, what do you mean, cash millionaires?
Yeah, cash millionaires, whatever we do. We're just here to feed people, look after people and make sure that, well, we enjoy it.
Are you someone that would be impacted by the proposed changes?
I mean, like, yeah, they're not cash millionaires, but they could sell off all of their assets if they really wanted. And then be cash millionaires. And then invest that cash in the stock market and perhaps make a better profit than just carrying on being farmers at this point.
I'm not sure myself, but because I've got other family members, but probably so. And a lot of my friends will be who can't make it here today because they're all out clearing the roads of the snow that we've all had. They're helping the country when the country ain't helping them.
Yeah, just sell off all of your assets and pump it all into Dogecoin. You'll make more money, believe me.
Someone might from a distance go, all right, well, if you've got £3 or £4 million in assets, that makes you really rich. Do you agree with that? Do you disagree with that?
Not at all. No, because
Never, ever see the money, but they've worked for that money. Now this government's taking them off him.
Yeah.
And this government won't last 5 minutes, I'll tell you. Because what they're doing to farming, I've had 47 years.
I actually saw earlier that they're calling for a general election. Someone started a petition. Even though, like, nobody can do it. Oh, we've got 220,000 signatures now. It's not even legal. Like, you couldn't even legally do this. I would like there to be another general election. I believe the current Labour government have gone back on the promises they laid out in the lead up to the last election. 220,000 signatures there. So there you go.
Of it. And what they're doing to farming's wrong. They're just grabbing here and there.
Is it more than just the inheritance tax? Are there other things which are...
Things. I mean, I've just come on pension and they've took me fuel money away. Do you know what I mean? They're just grabbing, and these old people, they've fought wars and everything. Now they're wanting their fuel. It's wrong. It's wrong what they're doing.
One of the things that I've been hearing from people today is that it's not just inheritance tax that farmers are getting hit by. So there's the tax on fertiliser. There's also the move from EU subsidies to conservation grants, that money falling through. How have you been impacted by the? Oh, sorry. Have you been impacted by the sort of wider collection of changes?
We're all impacted by tax changes and so on, absolutely. But you know, we have to cope with that, and it'll get passed on ultimately in the price of food.
When you're done, sorry guys, this is a communist. I don't mean to interrupt your interview. She's a communist. So Ash, when you're done, you come and interview me, Nick Tenkoni, UKIP leader. By all means, carry on with the interview.
So I'm here to talk to farmers, not politicians today. Is that okay?
Interrupt. She's communist. She supports.
Didn't the communists take away the farms from the farmers?
Yeah.
That's what you support.
What are your thoughts on Stalin and what he did?
I'm here to talk to farmers, not you, mate.
I won't interrupt your interview any further. She's a full-blown communist. Check out her bio. She calls herself a luxury communist. Disgusting.
Oh no!
Sorry, you were talking about how you were. Sorry, you were talking to me about how you're impacted by the wider body of change.
She's a filthy commie. You guys, it's pointless even talking to her. She's a filthy commie.
Yeah, we were all impacted by those, absolutely. But I think this one is one that you can't really prepare for because the sums of money are so significant. So
Can't lie, there has been a bit of hostility today. But from what I can tell, that's not from people who are farmers themselves. That's from far-right opportunists who have showed up today. Got to say, not in the sort of numbers that we've seen with Tommy Robinson demos. Do better, lads. And so I suppose my last question is this. You talked about food security and the need to grow our own food. How do you think these changes might impact the country's ability to feed itself?
Well, we'll have to import, won't we? We'll have to get into bed with the Americans and have hormone-fed beef and chlorine-washed chicken, and we'll import, wheat.
Swimming pool chicken, baby.
From Ukraine, and we know how that worked out. That's just going to be fantastic. I just
love getting in bed with Americans.
I think this government don't understand. They've made a big mistake, and they do not have the backbone to accept it and to give people a chance to plan. We all need to contribute.
What happened to my fucking...
Drop! Drop!
What happened to my horny bonk? What happened to my fucking horny bonk? You see that? It's completely disappeared. You see how I'm trying to hit the horny bonk right there and it's just not there?
I never scared.
The one sound effect I was trying to hit, and for some reason my computer's completely lost the file.
Towards the economy, because it is completely wrecked. I personally am quite happy to pay an extra 1% of income tax. I earn naff all, I'm on minimum wage, but I will pay that extra penny on income tax because it's fair.
What are the things that you're seeing in the future that's going to make food security more important in this country?
Well, I think you can see how unstable things are if you look at this axis with Russia, with North Korea, with Iran. We should be prepared. We turned a blind eye in World War II. We should be prepared. And we do need to make sure that we keep growing food and we don't keep having land turned over. Why is the best quality fertile farmland, why is the government now wanting to dump solar panels on it? Solar panels belong...
Guys, we're going to have to start buying beef from North Korea if this goes through. I hope you realise.
On the roofs of buildings, not on prime farmland.
We should be self-sufficient, not importing it in. Bloody, what's her name, Greta. She's all about being green, but we should be able to be self-sufficient. We used to be. And the way the government have been going for a few years is actually reducing the amount of productive land. Like, we get paid to have ground which isn't productive. What's the fucking point in that? I get supporting the environment and all that, but we actually do care about the environment. We're not just out there to kill it.
Do you feel a bit like the policies being made by people who live in cities, don't understand?
Don't have a clue. And I get that there are people out there who have got farming and land and they've got money and it's meant to hit them, but it will hit a lot more than them. Your threshold needs to be higher.
One final question, which is if you could send a message directly to Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves today, what would you say?
Reconsider what we're saying. This will affect a lot of farmers. We're producing food for the land, and we also want to respect nature. But if you tax us there's a tax on full cab pickups and all these other taxes that we haven't even spoke about today, or inheritance tax, our small family farm, as an example, small family farm, will go.
Drop this tax on farmers. That is my message, and that's why I'm here today.
It's just a final straw. You know, we've come out of the EU with the farming subsidies is a mess. You can't sign up for the new environmental schemes because they've cancelled the old one without bringing the new one in. It's just sheer government incompetence. And if they had an ounce of decency and an ounce of backbone, what they would have said to the great British public when they were running for election is, I'm really sorry guys, but the economy is completely knackered and you're all just going to have to pay a little bit. So you're not going to like this, but you're going to have to put a penny on income tax because we've subsidised your gas, we've furloughed you, and now we've all got to pay back. But they haven't got the cojones to say that. Instead, what they do is they schmooze the NFU at the annual conference. They promise sunshine and change, and they've certainly brought about change. They are going to decimate the farming industry. Farmers that I love, who I've known for 50 years, have been offered £800,000 to stop farming. And they are 75 and their bodies are broken by early morning, sorry, I'm really cross, and hard labour. And they've turned it down because they're looking after a landscape, they're looking after an ecosystem, they're feeding the nation and they are looking after a lifestyle. And this government are a bunch of avocado munching, London-centric arsemongrels who wouldn't know a hedge if it jumped up and bit them on the bum. They wouldn't know a 5-bar gate if they saw one. They do not understand country people, and I am, as you can tell, furious.
And if you could send the message directly to Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves today, what would you say? You're allowed to swear, don't worry.
Fuck off.
The sign says it all right there.
Sign?
Fuck Starmer, support farmer.
What would I say? Be warned. Play with feathers, you get your arse tickled.
You know where's a really bad place to complain about having to work in the cold and the wet and the mud? A protest where you're surrounded by farmers. Right at the start of today, I asked one question. How rich are farmers really? And I've encountered people at both ends of what is really quite a wide spectrum. On the one hand, speaking to people who own about 150 acres. Now, sounds like a lot. On paper, it's a lot in terms of the land value, but that's not a lot when you're thinking about what constitutes a viable farm. And on the other hand, I've just spoken to someone whose family farm is 4,000 acres and feels that that's not an excessive amount of land or asset wealth, but, you know, maybe it is. But it's not just Labour's inheritance tax measures that have got people here feeling betrayed. It's also about the tax on fertilisers. It's also about the fact that EU subsidies haven't been adequately replaced. And I think the backdrop of all this is how little money farmers get compared to what we're spending at the supermarket. So for every £1 I spend at Sainsbury's, Tesco's, Asda, a farmer gets 15 pence of that. That's not very much. There has been a small far-right presence here. They particularly objected to my presence. But I don't think that you can call this farmers' protest far-right as such. What's clear, though, is that the likes of Reform are really trying to capitalise politically on this. It's not the Tories, who you might expect, who are owning this issue. So does this spell trouble for Labour? Obviously, most of their MPs represent towns and cities, but there are 100 Labour MPs whose constituencies include substantial rural communities. This could come to bite them in the arse at the next election. But more than that, I think farmers have a kind of totemic power, and it's precisely that totemic power which makes them easy for rich people to hide behind and use them as a sort of pointy end of the stick, concealing their own class interests when it comes to wanting to get around inheritance tax. But I think there's some truth in the fact that farmers are the ones looking out for our food security. And if ultimately, because of this set of policies, we end up with a greater reliance on imports or massive corporate agribusinesses, that can't be a good thing.
I think that's a good summary. Absolutely. All right. I'm going to have pee. I'm gonna go wee, and then we'll move on from these farmers. Oh shit, no. You know what? I think that's what I keep doing. I keep pressing cancel, don't I? Oh no, what am I? Oh. Piss. Goblin's Alex Jones remix. What's that? Goblin's Alex Jones remix. What? What's that?
I don't want to see him kissing goblins. Ingratiating goblins in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, succubus with goblins, ingratiating goblins in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins in bed with a goblin. Dump it. Charging into a goblin's nest, some goblin vomit and slop and blood on it. Especially up to his ankles. Trump charging into a goblin's nest, some goblin vomit and slop. Goblin vomit and slop. I'm not expecting him to not get dirty slop. Kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, succubus with goblins, in bed with a goblin. Kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins. I just want to catch him in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin. I just want to catch him in bed with a goblin, bed with a goblin, bed with a goblin.
Wow. Oh my God. That was horrible. Thank you so much. Right, I'm going to have to pee and evacuate the orange boy from my lap so that we can speak of a different orange boy.
I can't talk right now.
talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't 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 talk right now. I'm making piss.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
I can't talk. I can't talk right now.
Bust it, it's turning and busy. Bust it, it's turning and busy.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now.
That piss was big enough that I had to get the flathead screwdriver out that time. I had to manually refill the cistern because the piss would not be flushed with the amount of water that was inside already. I had to refill it with the flathead screwdriver. It took a little bit longer, but we got there. We got there. Right. Oh, what should we talk about now?
And the rest of...
What the fuck is America up to? Maybe that could be the name of the segment. What the fuck is America up to? I can't even fucking keep up right now. Oh, thank you for the cheer.
Trump's administration is starting to take shape. Former Senate candidate and celebrity doctor Mehmet Oz is Trump's pick to run the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. But the newest name is...
Basically, it seems like Trump is just appointing whoever he's seen on the TV to do anything.
Is the one that's causing some concern now. Professional wrestling companies, WWE's co-founder and current campaign co-chair, Linda McMahon. She's known for having fun and sort of creating her own cameos in skits during wrestling matches. And one of her most famous employees, Hulk Hogan, actually gave a keynote speech on the final night of the Republican convention in August as well. Now she's being tapped to run the Department of Education just weeks after being named in this lawsuit, claiming that she helped create a culture of sexual abuse at WWE. Senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is in West Palm Beach with more. I tell you, all the controversy and the background and the stories behind these picks continues to come forward. Selena, let's talk more about what we know now about.
Yeah, that's like Keir Starmer appointing Mr. Blobby for like health secretary.
McMahon and the impact that this lawsuit could have on Trump's pick.
Yeah, Kira, I mean, the controversies around Donald Trump's cabinet picks continues to mount. It is unclear what impact this lawsuit could have on McMahon's confirmation. But as the head of the Department of Education, she'd be overseeing federal policies that impact millions of students. And the Department of Education also handles investigations into how schools are handling these sexual misconduct allegations. So that is pertinent to the lawsuit that we're talking about. So this lawsuit alleges that Linda McMahon and her husband, who are co-founders of
Yeah, Jimmy Savile is Attorney General. Even though he's dead, it would be like bringing him back up from the grave somehow to fill the Attorney General role.
Of WWE, that they created a culture of fostering and tolerating alleged sexual abuse against underage ring boys. And the lawsuit alleges that they failed to act when these allegations came to light in the 1990s. But look, McMahon and Donald Trump, they have a long history. Donald Trump has been a longtime fan of WWE. And during Donald Trump's first term, McMahon served as the head of the Small Business Administration. But currently, she's been serving as transition co-chair for Donald Trump. So that means she's been spending a lot of time with him down in Mar-a-Lago, helping to vet and advise on potential candidates. But Kira, what's interesting is that she would be leading, if confirmed, the very department that Donald Trump has vowed to dismantle.
All right, Selena Wang, thank you so much.
America's a joke.
Now that Matt Gaetz has withdrawn his name from consideration for Attorney General because, in part, well, I mean, he's completely unqualified. Like, he can't even, I think, there were many years leading up to this where he couldn't practice in Florida because he just hasn't paid his dues. He hasn't been a practicing lawyer basically his entire adult life. And, but it was really the sexual misconduct allegation and the reports that were coming out about him allegedly sleeping with an underage girl.
He just didn't want to distract. He just didn't want to distract from Trump's presidency, okay? He didn't want to distract from a rapist being the president. He didn't want his being a rapist to distract from the other rapist being the president, okay?
Now,
very noble.
Oh, as is the theme with these cabinet picks, Trump 2.0, the rape crew, alleged rape crew, putting that in front of everything these days. You know, the Pete Hegseth is next up for Secretary of Defense. This is a guy who is a former Fox and Friends weekend host. Yes, he's an Army National Guard veteran, but he hasn't served in government really since then. After his service, he wrote books like The American Crusade, that was the name of it, where he talked about how there were issues with Muslim birth rates in Michigan. He has argued against women serving in combat roles in the military. He has tattoos all over his body that have links to white nationalists and white supremacist groups, crusaders, that kind of thing. So much so that one of the people that served with him flagged him to the FBI. So there's like a lot there with this freak Hegseth. But This sexual assault allegation, again, is in theme with the rest of the people that Trump is nominating. So here is Hegseth being asked about this just around an hour ago by CNN.
We take absolutely nothing for granted, and we welcome the opportunity to talk to any senator that wants to talk to us.
Did you sexually assault a woman in Monterey, California?
I have, as far as the media is concerned, I'll keep this very simple. The matter was fully investigated, and
I feel like I'm listening to this through, like, you know when you're watching those ghost hunting programs and they just like and they just like record the white noise in a completely empty room and they try and pick out the words. I feel like that's what I'm trying to listen to this interview through.
I'll keep this very simple. The matter was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared, and that's where I'm going to leave it. Thank you very much.
So was that the case? Was that matter fully investigated? Let's pull up the New York Times' recounting of this particular report. There was a police report that was filed in this allegation, and these are the details of this allegation. Obviously, warning, there are some graphic pieces in this. So this is, again, his choice for defense secretary. Scroll down a bit here. So a police report released Wednesday night provided graphic details about a sexual assault accusation against Pete Hegseth, President-elect Donald J. Trump's pick for defense secretary. The report also documents Mr. Hegseth's vehement denials that he coerced the complainant into a sexual encounter in Monterey, California, at a political conference 7 years ago. Mr. Hegseth was never charged with a crime. According to the report, the woman, whose name was withheld, told the police that she ended up in Mr. Hegseth's hotel room after he spoke at the conference in October 2017, hosted by the California Federation of Republican Women at the Hyatt Regency Monterey Hotel and Spa. The woman, referred to throughout the report as Jane Doe, said Mr. Hegseth took her phone, blocked his hotel room door when she tried to leave, and sexually assaulted her, ejaculating on her stomach. She said that her memory was hazy and that she had drunk far more alcohol than usual throughout the day. But there's another piece of that as well. Mr. Hegseth told police that he repeatedly sought the woman's consent for sex, making sure she was comfortable with what was going on, including the fact that he was not using a condom. Video footage at the hotel earlier that evening showed them at one point leaving a hotel bar with their arms locked together. The report said Mr. Hegseth said that he believed the woman led him to his room and that he had no plans to have sex with her, the report said. He might have thought that was someone else, but not Jane Doe. Okay, but this is the part, if we could scroll down to this piece, which is Sam's talked about, but keep going. It's not gotten a ton of attention. Go up. Oh, wait, here it is. The woman claimed she was introduced to Mr. Hegseth at the end of the conference. She told the police she had observed him acting inappropriately, including rubbing women's legs. In a text message, she told someone whose name was redacted that Mr. Hegseth was giving off a creeper vibe, the report said. She said she went with a group of women to the Knuckles sports bar attached to the hotel, and that's when things got fuzzy. Mr. Hegseth was also at that bar. And she said that she had told him she did not like how he had treated women at the conference. The woman told police that she did not remember how many alcoholic drinks she had there, but recalled the bartender handing her a drink. She later told the hospital nurse she believed that something may have been slipped in her drink because her memory of the night's events was so hazy. So, and then there's other discussions about how other women say that Mr. Hegseth was hitting on them a lot, even when they were not interested. So that's that.
Creeper is an interesting term because that's like...
I saw this post and I had to like look up so much lore to understand this. But like, so apparently this is a album cover for Kendrick. Is it Kendrick? But like also apparently, like in America, apparently you just like have maps in America where they just tell you where your nonces are. What are you guys doing with these maps that tell you where the nonces are? I'm genuinely interested. What are you guys doing with the nonce maps? Are you going to their houses and beating them up? What are you doing? What are you doing with the nonce maps? Are they useful? Are they useful in any way? We do not have nonce maps here. It's illegal to use them to cause harm to them. But like, so what are you using them for? Do they make the houses cheaper? In a radius around a nonce? Are the houses cheaper? What are you using these for? In the UK, you're not going to know whether someone's a sex offender unless that sex offender applies for some sort of job where they intend to work with or near children. And then you do a thing called I think it's called a CRB check. And then that allows you to check with the government as whether that person has had offences to do with children in the past. We don't just have maps. We don't have maps of nonces. It's 99% a public shaming mechanism. Oh yeah, DBS now. CRB is the old one. I mean, I don't know what you're doing with these maps, but okay, cool. Just like having this be public information, I just don't know what you're using it for. Anyway.
Good morning, John.
Anyway, I thought this, because I've been thinking a lot about this stuff recently, I thought this might be a good thing to watch and discuss with you guys.
In this video, I would like to try...
Just essentially like the state of political discourse and how it's being carried out on the internet in general, and like how we can improve it in general. I think is an important conversation to have right now, I think.
To explain what the hell is going on, which I know is a tall order and is going to be imprecise, but we're going to do our best. Everyone lives through unprecedented times, but a thing I keep thinking, especially when I'm looking down at an 8-year-old boy who's probably going to be alive in the year 2100, is how weird is this really? How weird is his life going to be? And John, I'd like to make the case that very. Like, his life is going to be historically weird. My son is going to grow up in a world that has been fractured by a set of circumstances that the world has not seen for more than 500 years. Now, media technologies absolutely do evolve and change, and there are new ones all the time, but I'd like to start, if you will forgive me, talking a little bit about radio, which I think we think of radio as one of the most boring communications technologies there is, just a way to get music that we didn't pick, interspersed by ads that are at least locally relevant. So let's put ourselves into the minds of people back in the early 1900s. It's hard to over-exaggerate how powerful radio was when it first hit, which was not 500 years ago. We're going to get there. We're starting with radio. Radio was invented in the 1890s, but it wasn't until the 1920s that lots of people started having radios in their homes, and by the 1930s, they were cheap and easy to get. And I need you to imagine for a moment how extremely weird this technology must have been. For most people, the radio was the first time in their lives that they heard music.
Hank, why have you left this blurry line of your monitor in shot that's annoying me. But also, yes.
Music without the musician.
They must have thought the people in the radio were like fucking ghosts or some shit.
Radio was the first time in their lives that they heard music without the musician being physically near to them. That was the world less than 100 years ago. But more relevant here, it was the first time that one person's voice could reach millions of people, and it could do that in real time. In fact, at first, it could only do that in real time. This was all happening at the same time as the Great Depression. People had good reasons to be pretty dissatisfied with their situations, and this wasn't just an American thing. Europe was also struggling, especially Germany, which had been hit hard by having to pay reparations to the winners of World War I, though how much that contributed to things is apparently debated by historians, of which I am not one. People were not in great places. There was demand for, people wanted things to blame their circumstances on, and for a few reasons, radio was much better at satisfying that demand than newspapers. Newspapers had been around for a long time. They were more expensive. You had to pay for them every time you wanted a new one. There was also more regulation and structure around them. People had built up an understanding that newspapers were sometimes trying to manipulate them, so they had some built-in wariness. Radio, on the other hand, was brand new. It was a one-time investment. You didn't need to be literate, which many people weren't. You didn't need to go into this city to buy a new one every day. And more than anything, it was magical. Like, I have a hard time imagining how new and weird and wonderful it must have been to listen to a charismatic person talk to me from 1,000 miles away, and what a spell that must have cast. And also to know that people all over my country were hearing the same speech at the same time, and that we were all there together experiencing it, millions of us. There were also, in the beginning, very few legal regulations on radio, and I think just as powerfully, if not more powerfully, there were no mental regulations. There were no norms. People's minds were just open to this, to have a person speaking to them. You might go and watch a talk or a debate or something, but otherwise, the only people talked to were their friends. And this was a new way that strangers, powerful, charismatic strangers, could speak to you. For example, Father Coughlin, who was one of the first radio preachers, and he tapped into specifically this dissatisfaction. He connected with and empathized with normal, everyday, ordinary Americans. He spoke about elitist power structures, the banks, the inequality, and not all, but certainly some of the Jews. Atheistic Jews, communist Jews. Millions of people listened to these broadcasts. He was an extraordinarily powerful figure in the US, and as Hitler rose to power in Germany, in part because he was also super savvy at using the radio to communicate with the common people of Germany, Father Coughlin spoke about him with great appreciation and interest. I'm simplifying a ton here, but there's something happening here. It is a post-media revolution rise in populism. And it happens pretty much every time there's a media revolution. But populism begins not as the ideology, but the marketing. I'm seeing people get this wrong all over the place right now. Populism is not an ideology, it's a marketing strategy. I see your real human problems, and I also see who is causing them. All of the institutions that are impenetrable and imperfect, but also the people those institutions are secretly supporting at your expense, or controlled by to your detriment. And if you listen to me, we will solve all the problems with a number of new policies. But sometimes populism actually becomes the policy. It goes from being the message to being what we're going to do. Here are the bad guys. The policy is get rid of the bad guys. That's what happened with Father Coughlin. It's what happened with Nazi Germany. Father Coughlin actually started to advocate for the US to work with Nazi Germany. He was an extremely harsh critic of FDR. He began to say very Nazi-like things about what Americans should do to Jews. But as the tensions between the US and Germany rose, that became untenable, and the public and the government persuaded radio stations to stop carrying his broadcasts. Even though Coughlin remained popular, FDR basically said, no, this guy cannot talk to the American people anymore. This isn't print, it's radio, it's new, it's a limited public resource, it's a spectrum that we can't fit everything on, and this is one of the things we can't fit on it. And I think this was a fairly clear violation of the freedom of speech. Father Coughlin drifted into obscurity. He became a normal priest again. He died the year before I was born. So people are thinking, probably right now, okay, so Trump is like the Coughlin of the internet age, or like the Hitler of the internet age, and like a little bit, like you can see it in there, like the alignment with people's legitimate grievances, the railing against every institution from public schools to doctors, the use of a new, somewhat magical, unregulated communications technology to name those threats and label who is responsible for them as the enemy. Trump is the product of a post-media revolution rise in populism. I don't think anyone would argue with that. That does not mean that he is the same guy as Coughlin or Hitler. But it is interesting that he is a product of a phenomenon that we have seen before. But also, he's not like these other guys in another way, because I don't think that radio is the best analogy for the internet. Radio and TV are centralizing, whereas the internet is decentralizing. What do I mean? Well, to make a radio station, you need advanced technology, lots of money, you need permission. It's very easy to regulate because there are only so many radio frequencies, and governments actually had to quite quickly move in and regulate who would have access to them, or stations would constantly be overlapping with each other, or the most powerful, wealthiest person could just take up the whole radio spectrum. Television has been the same. There were only so many channels, each tightly regulated. They're very expensive to run, and at the beginning, there was only space for 3 or 4 of them. This media revolution, because it was so centralizing, was a force that actually ended up being quite useful for bringing America and other countries together, reducing the number of voices that could be heard, thus silencing many marginal perspectives. But eventually TV did start to fracture until we got multiple news channels from different perspectives. First, Fox News with its more right-wing nationalist perspectives, then MSNBC with a more progressive left-wing perspective. But even then, TV was a relatively centralizing force because so much of it was available. And there were lots of rules and regulations that had built up over the years. The internet isn't like this. It is the opposite of this. But there has been another media revolution very much like this. The first one, the printing press. The movable type printing press, at least the version used in Europe, was invented by a guy named Johannes Gutenberg to solve the problem of every book in Europe being written by hand, which does seem like a difficult way to do things. For a long time after Gutenberg started making Bibles, no one really knew what to do with print technologies. Books were big and expensive, and there just wasn't that much demand for them. That demand was mostly soaked up by the most powerful institutions out there, which is largely the Catholic Church, the only church of note in Europe. But then a guy had an idea. He, like lots of other people, did not like how the dominant system was operating. And there had been many arguments about that over the years. But instead of just talking about it, he went to a printer and he said, hey, print me 105-page pamphlets. And that was way easier for the printer than making a whole book. It was cheap. The printing press was already there. All they needed was the paper and the ink. This guy's name was Martin Luther. And you might know him from one of the things he made, Lutheranism. People could pay just a little bit for a pamphlet like that, and you'd actually make quite a lot of money as a printer doing it. You could create an economy around that. Printers, in their off time, could just print up a bunch of Martin Luther's pamphlets and sell them themselves. Martin Luther, interestingly, just like everyone on Twitter, didn't actually make any money selling these pamphlets. It was the people with the presses who got paid, and Luther was just doing it because he wanted to get his message out. Familiar. And again, I have to try and get in touch with how weird this must have felt to the people at the time. Books were big and expensive, and for hundreds of years, the ideas of a normal person owning one would have been ludicrous. And so almost all of the people who were printing anything were really big, powerful institutions. But now there was this thing that was like a book, and it had ideas. Ideas that weren't the ideas of the powerful people who controlled the books. They were new ideas from a guy who wasn't particularly powerful. And the powerful people really didn't like these ideas. And it seems that Martin Luther realized that the more inflammatory his writing got, the more people wanted to buy the pamphlets and the more printers wanted to print them. And to be fair, the institutions of the time were not undeserving of critique. Now, Martin Luther was not the only person who printed pamphlets like these, but he was very good at it. I didn't really understand this for the first couple of decades after knowing that Martin Luther existed and that the Reformation was a thing, but this guy was a social media influencer, and he was also not chill. He was a reckless guy. You might not be super surprised to hear this, but he hated Jews. During a peasant rebellion, which was in part actually inspired by his work, he called on landowners to just kill the peasants, likening them to dogs that needed to be put down. Somewhere between 100,000 and 300,000 of them were killed. He called the Pope the Antichrist. He was not a chill guy with the rhetoric, is all I'm saying, though it should be said several times the Catholic Church in the 16th century was worse. Just absolutely very bad. I don't feel like I necessarily need to get into it, but pretty evil. And also, in addition to being inflammatory, Martin Luther was an exceptional theologian. His arguments were good. That's part of the reason why he was so popular back then, and indeed remains fairly popular now. And again, there were at first, because it was also new, no regulations on this new form of media in law, and just as importantly, none in the minds of people. And there were regulations on calling the Pope the Antichrist, and Martin Luther was excommunicated, but he did manage to survive, which is amazing to me. Like, he lived. I would love someone to explain to me how he was not just killed. But when you look at the details of this, it is all much more Twitter screaming match than I had first imagined it would be. It was very conversational. People were mad at each other, and they wrote pamphlets back and forth, and they hated each other. They were just mean. Erasmus was a friend and also...
That was the Twitter spat back in the day. Was just writing pamphlets back and forth.
So eventual rival of Martin Luther. And in his last ever letter to Martin Luther, he wrote, "What distresses me, as it distresses all decent people, is the fact that because of your arrogant, insolent, and turbulent personality, you cause a fatal dissension that unsettles the whole world. You expose good men and lovers of the humanities to the fury of the Pharisees, and you arm wicked and rebellious men for revolution." There is a similarity between Martin Luther and Father Coughlin and Donald Trump and many other anti-establishment populists who rose to power after media revolutions. And it is that they all were, if nothing else, reckless. As a person who has a fairly significant platform and is often terrified that I will say something that is incorrect or will have an overall negative impact on the world, this is kind of hard for me to understand. But Martin Luther did not like that his words had resulted in armed conflict and death, but he simply could not stop talking. He felt that he was right, and of course about many things he was, and that was far more important.
That's something I just that's also something that I just worry about a hell of a lot. It's just it's sometimes when you're in this kind of job and your words reach a lot of people, it's you end up worrying a lot that oh my, maybe at one point I'm going to say the wrong thing and absolutely regret saying the wrong thing. And that can fucking eat you up. But you can also be the kind of person that just literally doesn't give a shit. And it's normally those people that end up getting the most famous and having the biggest voices in the end, because they put themselves across as I'm never wrong. Everything I say is always right and I'm never wrong. You know, certain Twitch streamers, for example, or get a little bit like that, you know. And it's if you're like that, I mean, you can make a lot of money. But then there's the other types of people who sort of they get a platform, but they don't get as big or don't make as much money, but it's simply because they worry too much about saying the right thing. It's because they don't want to be a complete psychopath with their platform, and then that results in them not growing to the same size as certain people with a platform who are a little bit psychopathic about it. And that's kind of with the internet nowadays, that's kind of what's not so fair about the whole thing, if you know what I mean. It's definitely the type of rhetoric that you put across is what will get you the most attention and get you, like, make you the most money. And if you, like, decide to be, you know, a political or whatever commentator and you have the most inflammatory views, then that's going to get you the most attention, essentially. And that's kind of like incentivized, but it might not be the most nuanced of takes. And I think with a lot of politics, a nuanced take is what's needed a hell of a lot of the time. And like when I sort of watch other people who stream like 24/7, it's like sometimes I think that like I'm very glad that I'm not a person who streams 24/7, because I feel like people who stream 24/7 are, they don't really take the time. They probably don't take very much time as they don't take as much time as they probably should to be like introspective and to really sort of consider the bigger picture of the things that they talk about. And that's kind of what I appreciate about the way that I do things, is that I don't sort of like constantly, you know, if something happens in the world, I don't feel like I constantly have to jump on stream straight away and be like, I have a take on this immediately. I appreciate that I can sort of like sit back and think for a second before, you know, giving a hot take on the whole thing. And I think that's one of the problems with the internet political conversation ecosystem right now, is it's all very much immediate responses to things, and people, it's too easy to, I guess, like take other people, it's too easy to take the other side like completely out of context and to make them look as bad as possible. Which is why I kind of like, I prefer looking at sort of bigger picture concepts now, like especially like with my videos. I don't really sort of want to do any more videos where I just sort of like look at one person's career and critique that, even though it's easier. It's a hell of a lot easier to, you know, take a person like Gary Vee and be like, yeah, I'm going to do a video on this guy and I'm going to make him look as bad as possible. I mean, like, it's a hell of a lot easier and it's fun, but it's more difficult to take wider concepts, you know, like such as evolutionary psychology. It's much harder to take an entire academic field and critique that than it is to take one person's career and critique it. And it's I just think it's too easy to take one person and make them look bad and to like clip them and take them out of context. And I still feel like a lot of online political discourse takes place in those terms, you know? And I don't think it's productive. So, yeah, I think that's all I want to say.
Talking. He felt that he was right, and of course, about many things he was, and that was far more important to him than any potential unintended consequences. Tearing down the corrupt institutions of the Catholic Church resulted in a complete fracturing of their hegemony, and there is basically nothing that has happened since in European history that was not influenced by that. Was the Reformation entirely caused by the printing press? Of course not. There were many factors that happened all at the same time. Enough people, for example, needed to be able to read for it to happen, and that took a long time to occur. But I don't think anybody's out there arguing that it wasn't an important piece of the puzzle. So there is something happening over and over again here in like weirdly the same way, which is that there are big institutions that kind of make society work, and they're always some level of imperfect. And when there is a media revolution, really any time, whether it's radio or newspapers or pamphlets, there is a rise in populism. It helps when there are other problems going on at the same time, like, for example, a bunch of post-pandemic inflation, or the Catholic Church is maybe overextending its reach a little bit by selling the ability to get into heaven, or there's a Great Depression. But the media revolution plays an important role. We got to get it out of our heads, and I have this problem too, that this somehow aligns with current political ideologies of the left and right in the US. But in general, there are times when it is more from the left, and by which I mean that the enemy that has created all of the problems are the wealthy, who gather the power around themselves and use it to control everyone else. And then there are times when the populism is more right-wing, when the enemy is the group with like an unaligned cultural identity, whether that's immigrants or Jews or another race or something like that. Nationalistic populism or socialistic populism. But honestly, populism is about marketing, so these things blend together. Populism in America right now is clearly from the right. It's from the right-wing political party, but it has a sting of socialistic populism where people deserve support as long as they are the right people. The people who have built those systems are the cultural elites. Not necessarily the wealthy precisely, but certainly some of them are wealthy, and certainly they are like the high status caste of soft-skinned, overeducated wine drinkers. But it's not like there's nothing to attack. Like, it's not like there's no problems. Anti-establishment populism at this moment was inevitable, both because our systems are imperfect and people's situations are not great, and because of this intense decentralized media revolution. Like, we need to remember that this shift to authoritarians is not a post-COVID phenomenon. This is an internet phenomenon. Imagine Donald Trump without Twitter. You can't. I know that the bureaucracies of today are better and more transparent than those of the 1930s, or especially 1470, but they are imperfect. Obviously, there are real problems in our society, whether that's how easy it is to get unhealthy food or how hard it is to get good medical treatment or childcare. There are lots of real reasons to be pissed off. Communication is what we do. It is the thing that makes us human. And when a technology like the social internet hits, it's a big deal. Back when print happened, it was the first time any person who did not have a huge amount of power could use a nonverbal form of communication on a lot of other people. And then when radio happened, it was the first time one person could reach millions at the same time. Now, we've lowered that print barrier so far that it isn't just like some overeducated priest like Martin Luther who has access. It's everybody. And it's not just one person who can access millions, it's millions who can access millions. It's everyone who can access everyone. It is entirely unprecedented in the human story. And we don't have the tools to deal with it. We have this many-to-many communication and this really intense collaboration between ingenious humans who want to capture attention and recommendation algorithms that reward whoever is doing it the best. So things are going to get flipped. They get flipped because first, we have very few legal regulations, and second, we have no regulations in our minds. We do not have the techniques to deal with the powerful spell that these systems are casting on our brains. I don't think the mechanisms here are super opaque, but maybe it's worth outlining that if you ask a newspaper reporter to go and tell you some problems with the FDA, you're going to need to wait 6 months while they put together a clear, cogent story about something that could be better in the world. If you ask a traditional bureaucrat to try and fix something at the FDA, they're going to come back in 4 years with a list of things that need to be done and a much longer list of why you can't do them. But if you ask RFK Jr. to tell you what's wrong with the FDA, he's going to do it on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and 4 different podcasts by the end of the day. Will he have prioritized accuracy or actionable implementation? No. He will have prioritized getting views on content, and he will have achieved that goal because RFK Jr. is working in collaboration with recommendation algorithms, and he is very good at that. And a really good way to do it is to tell individual ordinary people that they are being preyed upon by large, powerful institutions. There's this period of time after a communication revolution where our minds are just like open and ready to have these magic spells cast upon them. I It's so hard to remember how new this is and how magical it is. This ability for everyone to communicate with everyone. This is the worst possible example, but it's the one coming to mind right now. We live in a world where Hawk to a girl is possible, and that's new. And people who see massive problems with the world, or like a clear path to power and status, or let's be honest, probably both, are going to use that. I know two brothers who have used that, just I hope not as recklessly as some. And when the system is decentralized and automated and operating at the speed of light and optimized to grab and hold attention like no communication system ever has been in the history of humanity, the system is going to select and share the stuff that sticks. And when the story doesn't actually...
I mean, I'm quite proud that my Reels... I don't really use TikTok, but I'm quite proud that my Reels algorithm is A, cats, and B, shit posting. I'm quite proud of that.
Actually need to be true, because why would it need to be true? Who's got the time to fact check all
on
this
Instagram
stuff?
for me.
One very compelling story is this: the systems are bad, and they are designed by people who are bad to help people who don't deserve it, while ignoring the people who do deserve it. That is, as far as I can tell, what's going on here, and it is the populist message generally. There is demand, a lot of demand for that kind of content. And as I have often said, on today's internet, any content that will be consumed will be created. Before the internet, and also right now, like a lot of society is built on trust. Like we can't,
I don't post about politics all the time on Insta. I barely do. Especially not now. I'm generally posting less on Instagram, to be honest. In general.
This is a complicated world. We can't keep all of it in our heads at the same time. Nobody is going to know everything. We have to trust that there are people who understand the way that...
I have joined Blue Sky. I'm Mooncat Music on Blue Sky. I'll see if that's any better.
The roads work, people who understand how the voting works, people who understand how clinical trials work, and that all those people are worthy of trust because one person can't know all of those things. That is the whole thing that has allowed humans to get to where we are, is to share that labor.
John, I'm editing this video, and I have realized that there are two things that I need to add here.
The first is that we cannot just trust these things. There needs to be some checks. There needs to be somebody who's investigating and pushing back, because if you just trust, then that trust will be abused. And the way that we did that before the internet, and we still do, is with the press, an institution that has incentives to find...
This is what I've been sort of thinking about, questioning myself, is whether we should have some sort of... Like, in the UK, we have something called Ofcom, which regulates the mainstream media, essentially. So like any news program in the UK is supposed to give a balanced perspective. Supposed to. So like even GB News is regulated, supposedly regulated by Ofcom. But obviously GB News is a very biased station. But because they're operating in the UK, they have to abide by Ofcom. So like when they give a story on GB News, they have to, technically, to abide by Ofcom regulations, they have to show the other side as well. So, I mean, I think the institution that like probably does that best in the UK is the BBC. Very aware that the BBC gets a lot of hate. I think the trap that a lot of people fall into, though, is like, is believing that the BBC is like a person whenever it does something rather than an institution. Do you know what I mean? Like, the BBC is a media corporation, which has a lot of different journalists working for it. And obviously all of those human journalists are going to have their own biases and their own views on things. And sometimes they're going to, I guess, report things in ways that you don't agree with. And I think whenever that happens, people tend to attribute whatever they don't like about that reporting to the BBC itself rather than the journalists that reported it. I don't really get the impression that the BBC is biased either way as a whole. Controversial take? I don't know, but I don't think so. I think I think the BBC does a pretty good job of pissing off everybody, which to me suggests that it does a pretty good job of remaining balanced. It does do a shit job sometimes, but when it does a shit job, I blame the journalists, the humans that do the shit job, not the corporation really as a whole. Because you're putting a lot of journalists under the same umbrella when you say that. Individual shows can probably be biased, but not the BBC as a whole. Yeah, it just depends on like who's working on that specific show. But yeah, what was I saying? Essentially, like, yeah, institutions like the BBC or GB News or whoever, they have to abide by Ofcom rules to make sure that they're at least somewhat balanced in the news stories that they show. And obviously social media doesn't have to abide by Ofcom regulations. But I was wondering whether whether it would be a good thing for Ofcom to start regulating social media in much a similar way, because like obviously social media is very biased towards right-wing talking points, and that's simply because right-wing media has a lot more funding behind it for obvious reasons. So obviously with mainstream media, we've kind of like mitigated that problem with regulations. And, you know, it's like whenever you say that, people are like, oh yeah, well, it's like, why would they ever agree to that? Well, you know, clearly we've done it with mainstream media. So I think there would be a way to get it pushed through with social media, with things like YouTube and Twitter and whatever. I think there would be ways to push it through with enough pressure somehow. I think there needs to be some sort of regulation which allows balance, to allow left-wing voices to be heard as much as right-wing voices on social media platforms. I think some sort of regulation, in much the same way that it happens with mainstream media, is needed, at least as a starting point.
Realize that there are two things that I need to add here. The first is that we cannot just trust these things. There needs to be some checks. There needs to be somebody who's investigating and pushing back, because if you just trust, then that trust will be abused. And the way that we did that before the internet, and we still do, is with the press, an institution that has incentives to find problems, to discover ways that trust is being abused by systems. And the great thing about the press is that they have that same pressure against them. So if they make up a story to sound really inflammatory, the whole institution of that organization, whether it's like the newspaper or the TV station or whatever, that reputation can get harmed, and thus a lot of value can be destroyed by them making big mistakes. And so the press had an incentive to build systems that prevented them from betraying their audience's trust and getting things wrong, because otherwise it would be damaging not just to society, but to the institution for which they work. All of the stuff that you learn in journalism school about ethics and objectivity are all there because, one, the press is attempting to actually provide a true value for society, and two, because there is a lot of harm that can be done to an institution by a member of that institution getting something wrong. But now we are in a world where it is so easy to destroy trust. Oftentimes that can happen without anything that big getting done incorrectly. Just like it is easy to destroy trust in anything at this moment, it is very easy to destroy trust in the press, which has a compounding effect, especially when you add that on to the fact that the internet completely destroyed the business model of the press, that we have lost a large portion of one of the main institutions that was actually good at helping people understand their world and at identifying things when they actually go wrong. This is less the case when it's just a bunch of people, because if one person loses their credibility, that isn't that much value being destroyed. And there's always another person ready to take their space very quickly. And also, it's hard in an environment with just so much information to actually, you can make a video, and I have, about how many things Elon Musk got wrong in a single day, and that's not going to do very much harm to his reputation. For whatever reason, it just feels like it's a lot easier to destroy people's faith in an institution and like an organization of lots of people than in any individual person that you just might like really vibe with, even if you see them making a lot of mistakes. It's like, well, of course they make mistakes. They're just a person. He's just some guy with a podcast. Of course he's wrong about stuff all the time. That's what I like about him. He's being a human. Anyway, that was the first thing I felt like I had to include here. The second thing is that as I was editing this video, I realized that the press is named after the press. I don't know if that's just me, but I was like, wow. And now we can go back to the video. As a refresher, because this was longer than I expected it to be, we were talking about trust and how society is built on trust and how we cannot do things without trust. Okay. Continue. Stories that tell people why their trust is misplaced are extremely compelling. They feel as if they could be life-saving even. And certainly, feeling like you might have been duped, or that everyone else is being duped but not you, are powerful tools for storytelling and powerful antitrust forces. Not like antitrust in terms of monopolies, just like degrading of trust. But it's really important to realize that force is not necessarily pointed toward the worst offenders. Martin Luther was correct that the Catholic Church in the 1500s was corrupt and evil and had lost its way. The movement he kicked off is called the Reformation because it caused very needed reforms. He had a good target, but at the moment, it feels like everything is a target, and the internet is less a machine that devours corruption and more a machine that devours trust. Trust in each other, trust in society, in institutions, in expertise, in tradition, in our ability to do democracy. I don't think that's going to stop getting worse soon. Though please, I would love to be proved wrong. Maybe it's not as bad as I think it is, because of course I'm exposed to the worst of it. And maybe we can turn it around quicker than I think. But in a society where so much trust has been destroyed, people are going to gravitate toward individuals they feel they
I know where saboteur comes from. I don't know where cliche comes from.
can trust, rather than institutions that actually have the knowledge and ability. And those individuals will thus have a great deal of power without a great deal of the ability to use it well. And that doesn't tend to be a great recipe for progress. I don't, however, want to learn the wrong lesson here. I don't actually know what the lesson is. The lesson I hear getting tossed around, including from myself, is, okay, well, everybody's going to have to do populism now. And like, yeah, but also, I don't know. Like, here's the thing. I know that I am one of the elites in question, but like sometimes popular things suck. Right-wing folks, hear me out here if you're listening. Let's start here. Sometimes, when the internet starts piling onto a person, we go too far too fast. We cancel people when maybe we didn't need to do that. And in my mind, the word cancel makes so much more sense if we just call it reputational harm, because cancel means so many different things. So, in this case, someone's reputation gets badly damaged, and maybe that was the right thing to do, but maybe it wasn't. In the same way, I think there are two factors here when it comes to new media-induced populist attacks on expertise and institutions. First, there is how much does the expert or the institution deserve the harm to its reputation, which is not always 0 and not always 100. And second, how easy is it to do damage to the reputation? And those things have a relationship with each other, but they are not always tightly connected. Just like with a person, sometimes there's going to be an institution, like, say, whatever is making it so much harder to build new homes in blue states than red states, that I think deserves to be named and shamed. But then there's also going to be some things that I think are very easy to attack that
yet have all available evidence suggesting they don't deserve to be canceled, like the measles vaccine or FDA regulations on raw milk. And I worry that our systems might be getting canceled, like experiencing tremendous reputational harm in a way that's going to be bad for the individual people of the country, despite the fact that they didn't do much wrong. There's a reason why tons of institutions are suddenly almost equally under reputational attack. The CDC, the FDA, the EPA, public schools, universities, the press, social media companies, governments that want to regulate certain social media companies as long as they're owned by Elon Musk, Ukraine, Europe, NATO, the UN, cities, voting machines, chemotherapy, water fluoridation. There's a feedback cycle between creators who make stuff, the systems that recommend it, and the audiences who watch and share it. And I know this because that's my world. I spend all of my time in it. As a creator, you know what's working and what's not. You know what's going to get attention and what's paying your bills. The system tells creators what is working, and creators do that. Like, it's very hard to not.
If I do anything talking shit about Mr. Beast, motherfuckers are gonna watch that shit. Do I think it's the most important thing that I talk about? Hell no!
Not just do the things that succeed. Just like Martin Luther and his printers, but at the speed of light. If we aren't better at grabbing and holding attention than the next guy, we instantly fade into irrelevance. And the viewers accompany the creator on the trip down the hole, starting a little suspicious of powerful and impenetrable systems and ending up certain that every election that doesn't go their way is fraudulent. It's important to note here that the group with less alignment to the existing systems is going to be the one that does best in that situation. And my group, who are more likely to be the ones who literally staff the bureaucracy, they're going to be the ones who don't do as well. And yeah, I am super suspicious of charismatic, powerful people who convince others that every system is bad and broken and that they're the only thing that you can trust. That often goes bad. I think we need to be very wary of that. So that's where we're at, I think. And it's bad, but it is not that weird, actually, and that's why it's happening all over the place at the same time. And look, I do not know what a political party is supposed to do. Thank God I am not a politician and do not aspire to be. But I do know what I feel like I should do. So my job is that I make things to help people understand things. And one of the problems is that it's a lot easier to attack systems that are impenetrably complex. So I'd like to suggest to folks out there who might be able to do this, make them less complex and also work to make them better. But barring that, which is your work, not mine, we need to continue to develop technologies that explain things well and that help people understand the mechanisms at work in society. And ideally, we need to do that in ways that are not perceived as hyper-partisan, which hopefully the ship has not yet sailed on for me. And along the way, as I explain things, there are times, and there will be times, that I realize that the system is quite bad, and we need to be honest about that. Remember, there are two parts. There's how easy it is to cancel a system, and there's how much a system deserves it. And there is interplay between those two things. Sometimes a system is ripe for cancellation for bad reasons, like that people don't like needles and have a subconscious inclination to believe that having things injected into them is probably bad. And sometimes they are susceptible for good reasons, like if a college education...
I was going to wait till the end to say something, but I just realized there's still a few minutes left. But yeah, like what you just said just was making me think, like, yeah, current online discourse is like, I feel like it's like way too tribal in terms of left wing and right wing. And I think this partly comes from like what I know from looking into evolutionary psychology and knowing how our brains work quite deeply. Like I don't believe it, obviously, in like what they all say about men are wired to ejaculate all over everything and women are wired to only open their legs for chads. But I do believe that we're wired to do certain things, and those certain things are actually very simple. And it's one of those things is to be very, very tribal. We're very, very social. We're very, very social beings. And we're very attached to language because that's what we use to be social. And we have very strong emotional connections to words as a result of that. And I think when it comes to political discourse, especially in the age of the internet, I think it's too easy for us to become tribal in terms of the discourse that we have online. It's far too easy for us to sort ourselves into groups and then to use specific words to like sort ourselves into groups, such as, for example, communist or lib or, you know, fascist. And that's not to say that those words don't have any meaning. Of course they do. But I think we certainly jump to them too easily and too quickly when trying to describe each other, because we're desperate to fit into tribes and to also put other people into opposite tribes. And we like use words to like separate ourselves out quite a lot. And that's become too easy online. I just think like the conversation never moves forward when you sort of consider yourself as part of a tribe and other people as part of a different tribe. And then it's like, along with that comes the assumption that you're never actually going to agree on anything. Like as a leftist, if you're just sort of like going to shout lib at someone just because they're not completely against capitalism as much as you are, I mean, you're just completely shutting down any conversation that you're ever going to have with that person. And it's not productive. And I feel like the sort of like online conversation and the, you know, the audiences that, you know, some leftist YouTubers and streamers build up, it sort of definitely builds up that kind of tribal mindset that kind of definitely fences you into a community, which can feel good, but essentially doesn't really get you anywhere. Because what you want to be able to do is convince people of your, you know, of at least some of your worldview, you know, and you're not going to do that if you're sort of thinking about things in a very tribal way. Anyway, let's carry on.
Inclination to believe that having things injected into them is probably bad. And sometimes they are susceptible for good reasons. Like if a college education has been increasing in price for the last 50 years to the point where it's now saddling students with a lifetime of debt, and that more than 50% of students with debt never end up with a degree, that's bad, and we should point at it, and we should say, this is bad, and we let it happen. This is our fault, and we can't just sit there and not do anything about it. I don't know if this all means that adopting populism is the right call for people who want to win elections. I'm actually not thinking about elections, though. I'm thinking, can we speedrun this? Because after the print revolution, there were 200 years of religious wars, and for 100 of them, the best-selling book after the Bible was about how to identify and burn witches. And I would just love to avoid that. Yes, just like how some populist forces identify Jews, and some identify immigrants, and some identify the wealthy elites. For a long time, it was witches, and like hundreds of thousands of them were murdered, and now we have forgotten it so much that witches are like an adorable little folksy thing in our culture. We move forward in the ways that we do, I guess. I want to leave you with one last thing about Martin Luther and the Reformation that I find fascinating and important. As he critiqued the Catholic Church and his pamphlets made money for printers, his words were translated from the German that he spoke and wrote in into other European languages. Meanwhile, the church stuck doggedly to its policy of only ever publishing content in the properly authoritative Latin.
meaning that most people were unable to read them, because not only could they not read Latin, they couldn't speak Latin. It was a language purely of the elites. And I mean, like, good, because the Catholic Church had become so corrupt it deserved what was coming to it. But I feel like there's a parallel here to leaders today feeling like they have to stick to the properly authoritative news sources, but not the actually accessible Joe Rogan experiences. And that's not just a media thing. Like, it's not just a where you go and who you talk to thing. It's a you need to be a human thing. You need to act like a human. And I need to see you less on the stage with Beyonce and more talking to people who people actually think are relevant thinkers to their situations. We need people who are good at communicating and also have an allegiance to the truth. And that's harder. It's harder because there's only one truth while there are infinite lies. As you're doing the work to try and get everything right, a grifter on Reels has run a couple of laps around you. So they have that advantage. But they also have a disadvantage, which is that the things that they are saying aren't true. And as we get better at not letting this new media cast spells on our brains, as we always eventually do, the folks with the better information do tend to win out. Eventually. The question is, how long? The space between the Reformation and the Enlightenment was not quick. It was more than 150 years. It seems important to me that our path here be a lot shorter than that. So let's focus on that. John, I'll see you on Tuesday. A bibliography for the end of this video. This video is heavily inspired by and informed by Jeff Jarvis's Gutenberg parenthesis. Very interesting, and I would suggest it to anyone. I also pulled a lot from Wrong by Donegal Goldthwaite Young and Invisible Rulers by Renee DiResta. I would also suggest peripherally this was informed, as is everything I do these days, by High Conflict by Amanda Ripley. I think it's probably the most important book that anyone can read. If I could make everyone read one book, it would be this book. Similarly, How Minds Change by David McRaney. And also going back to the speech stuff, Cheap Speech by Richard Hassan. Also, I read that a while back, like 2 years ago, but I feel like a lot of that stayed in the brain. Certainly there are things in all of those books I disagree with, or don't vibe with, or think is sort of an overextension of the thesis, but all good works to help understand a moment, if a 30-minute long video isn't enough for you. There's like 50 more hours of content just there for you if you'd like to listen to audiobooks about stuff like this. Does it make sense to do a bibliography at the end of a video? I feel like one like that, it does. All right. Goodbye.
I was going to say something then before I got to the bibliography bit. A lot of those books looked pretty interesting.
On our brains, as we always eventually do, the folks with the better information do tend to win out. Eventually.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, generally, socialist policies or like socialism leaning policies are more popular. It's just that when you call them socialism, that's when people have that sort of visceral reaction to them, and they're like, "What? Socialism? Or like when you say the word communism, they're like, "What? Oh, I'm not a communist. Oh, I'm not a socialist." Like, people will have that sort of tribal reaction to things, but when you like sort of strip them from the sort of like triggering words, socialist policies are generally quite favored. I mean, like, that's why the sort of right wing in America, they have to like shove the Supreme Court full of right wing pieces of shit in order to get their policies through, because they're actually not, like, they don't get elected based on them. They're not popular. Like, what we have on our side is actual popular policy. We just don't have like very good rhetoric behind it, because like left-wing discourse is like, it's like generally not very good vibes. It's just not. It's a lot of like tribalism. It's a lot of like, oh, you don't completely agree with me on everything, well, therefore I think you're a fascist then. There is a lot of that on the left wing discourse, and it's not very welcoming, a lot of it. We've already got popular policy on our side. We just need to learn how to welcome people onto our side a little better, I think, overall. And I think being careful about like the words that you use and how reactive you are to people who don't immediately like agree with you on things is quite important. But at the same time, I get why people react in the way that they do, because it's a very sort of emotional, personal thing for someone to come along to you and say, I don't think you should have rights as a person. It's obviously an awful thing, and it's horrible, and you should have a valid reaction to that. But I think a lot of the discourse from the left sometimes is a little bit alienating to people who maybe don't feel like they have a sort of political identity yet. Like, to the people who don't, who just aren't yet engaged and don't really know anything. I feel like the left I feel like the right is there with open arms a lot of the time. Like, come here, come to me. Whereas the left is a little bit like, you don't know what communism is? Fuck off. So yeah, I think there's a lot of considerations to be made with like the state of discourse. And yeah, it's also a brand new it's still a brand new form of medium of communication, and we still don't know how to deal with it. And yeah, I think that's why, in part, I think that's why populism is rising, along with the fact that wealth disparity is wider than it has been ever. I think that's another cause of it. So yeah. Anyway, God, it's 3 a.m. I might just should we do something fun before I go to bed? Oh yeah, I had the
That's why I don't like, being left.
just to depict what I'm talking about.
That's why I don't like, being left wing a lot of the time, man, in all honesty, because we're the emotional ones. I just fucking hate my teammates. A lot of the time I do wish I was right wing, right? I mean, not that fucking right wing, but, like, just the normal right wing. Looks so easy, right? Because the right wing don't really care how right wing you are. They're just happy you joined in. Do you love Trump? Yeah, love Trump. Do you hate abortion? Yeah, hate abortion. Do you hate the gays? Oh, not really. You'll learn. That's it. You're still part of the team. Here's your hat. Who gives a shit? If you are not as left-wing as the left-wing person you are talking to, you are the enemy, man. They say they're being like, are you anti-Trump? Yeah, I'm anti-Trump. Are you pro-choice? Yeah, I'm pro-choice. Are you pro-LGBTQ? Yes, I'm pro-LGBTQ. Are you anti-racist? Yes, I'm anti-racist. Are you a vegan? No? Then why don't you go join the rest of the fucking Nazis? It is exhausting.
Yeah, basically, that's what I'm saying. Funny jokes. All right. A quick little flooding video. I wonder if there's a snow one, actually. Snow and flooding. Ooh. All right, maybe we can have a snow one as well. Bloody hell! It's good to know he's representing our forces, though. While having his engine flooded. He's respecting the forces. Oh. Oh dear, that didn't sound very good. Do 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 do. Yeah, no problem, no problem. These are all 4x4s. That's 2 feet. That's 2 fucking feet of water. Oh, he's got a snorkel. He's got a snorkel though, so he's all right. Oh no! Oh, he's lost the number plate and everything. Oh wait, no, it's 0.5 meters. Yeah, 2 feet, 0.5 meters. Yeah, I can read measurements. I can read rulers. Go on, push him out, push him out.
I haven't got my waders today.
Oh, you're joking. You're joking, mate, you're joking.
Put your foot on the brake.
It's the same dude! It's the curly head dude with the waders. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god, they're really going for it. Alistair? I mean, that's the way to do it, really. They're getting their groceries on time. Oh no. That's not looking good. They're not making it out. They're not making it out. No, they're not. They're gonna have to stop. They stopped further up the road. Trust me, they stopped. That engine was full. Oh, thinking about it, thinking about it. Oh, revving up, revving up. You going for it? Revving up. Regret. Regret. Oh, it's another snorkel. No problem. No problem. Wait, it's the... That was the waiter guy. Where did he get that? The car from? Oh no. Oh no, it's a full-ass lorry. This is not good. Oh, little fox! Oh. Hey. It's gonna conk out. It's gonna stop. There's too much water. Oh! Bit of snow.
I'm moving on handbrake.
Yeah. Where he's going?
Oh dear. Oh dear. This is like that AI, Coca Cola AI ad from earlier.
Yeah. Do you want a bit?
He's making it look easy.
Always Coca Cola, coming. Holidays are coming. Holidays are coming. Always Coca Cola.
No, I think it's. Well, I ain't pushing that.
Go on, mate. Push it. Push the bus. The wheels on the bus are not going round. Come on, mate. They ended up pushing it.
Straighten your wheel, straighten it. Grabbing all the dirt. Oh, is it? I don't worry about it. Some finance will pay out to be blasting off. That's what I'm looking at. If you straighten it, because you're just trying, that's it.
He's not straightening it. It's still not straight.
Yeah, he's perfect.
Oh no. These dudes are just like literally sitting here waiting for cars to turn up and get stuck and push them. That is literally their lives. That is what they live for.
Exactly, the weather's nice.
Yeah, no, we don't have snow chains. We are not prepared for this shit. We are not ever prepared for this. Even though it maybe happens like 2 to 3 times a year, we'll have like snowfall like this. No. I've never known a single person to have snow chains like in their car. It's the same guy. Right, this is basically the same video. I was hoping for a little bit of snow action. Is there no recent snow action? No, I don't think there's any recent ones. Only ones from a few years ago. But this is basically what it was like in Leeds today, around my house. Where are you hoping to go, mate? You're not getting anywhere. He's got his hazards on, like, watch out for me. Whee! Oh no. Someone's not getting their avocados. Oh, this madman's going out for a jog. Stalled. Stalled. Just drift it all the way. Easy does it, easy does it. Keep your foot on the brake. Oh, they've got the sled out, they've got the sled out! Oh no.
He might be too.
Oh, little puppy. Okay, now this was some heavy snowfall. I wonder if it's gonna snow here tomorrow. It's raining right now. Oh no, they're gonna fall over! Alright. Well, apparently we're not getting any more snow here. So maybe it won't get that bad in the end. Alright. Thanks for joining me. It's been a good time. It's been chill. It's been fun. It's been chill. Yeah. I'll see you next time. Yeah, I love you. Mwah. Bye. Bye 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 bye. Bye 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 bye.